It has been 3.5 years since we've been able to say this. We are sending a team to Pro League today. It's the final day of the 2025 North American Challenger Series, and 3 teams are still fighting for that top spot, so naturally we still have some work left to do. Alongside Adam, Jazzman, Jassim, and V-Light Rose Kohler, I'm Jonas Willinger. Adam, today we've got an insane task ahead of us. We have 3 teams, all of which you could argue are very capable at winning this thing. Now, maybe there's some debate there, but we'll say that to start. Somehow, over the next 3 hours, we have to find which one of these 3 teams can stand above the rest.
Yeah, and it's such a monumental task, especially because it feels like these 3 teams specifically that we have picked out all could probably succeed at some level in Pro League, right? Like, they are undoubtedly a great, like, 3 great teams. There is no outliers here. They're all very equally matched. And that's a very unique thing coming into the top 3. You know, figure Revelations, I guess, are your favorites, but there's still so much more competition to try and blaze through here.
And it's insane, too, because for these players, some of them, it's a chance to get back into the big dance, right? They've been there before, and they have a chance to get back and go crazy. But for many others, this is their first opportunity to have even a shot to compete at that level. You have to imagine that everyone is feeling the nerves today.
I think for JJ & Co, especially, out of all the 3 teams that we have today, they're probably the least favored, simply because they took a very big early loss up against Space Tubes, and all of those players have not touched T1 yet. Maybe they'll be able to do it. It's a difficult task with the game that you and I get to do, Adam, and then the grand final, whoever makes it.
We've said this journey has been years long for some, weeks long for others. Well, last weekend is where we kicked off the playoff portion of this event. And it began, of course, with some absolutely cutthroat quarterfinals with maybe some surprises here or there, but generally the top seed Revelations, the 2nd seed Forsaken worked their way all the way, Adam, to the upper bracket final yesterday.
I'm wondering if it's going to be a repeat of that. You know, are we going to see that match again? But yes, Revelations definitely looked like they just had the upper hand against Forsaken. And even going into that game, the confidence was there. The team knew that they could play better than Forsaken could. And honestly, that's what you need sometimes just to get yourself over the finish line. But now for Forsaken, they're going up against JJ & Co, who, like we've said, have had sort of a weaker run here in the CS. They're the only team that isn't undefeated so far. They've lost, like you said, to Space Tubes. So they actually have a bit of a chip on their shoulder coming from the lower bracket. They had to claw through Core and M80 as well. The Unks, a surprising top 4 finish for them, had a great tournament run, definitely shattering expectations, I would say. But now for JJ & Co, this is the real challenge. This is for them to make Pro League, and for Forsaken, it's a chance for players like Kool-Aid, who actually got promoted through Pro League, to do it again.
Well, you did mention it there, Adam, but that is exactly where we will start, right? Forsaken and JJ & Co. There's no more other streams. There's no more simultaneous matches. It is all happening here today. We start with our lower bracket final. We go to our grand final, and then we will have the answer to the question that we are continuing to pose. And we have been posing for years. Who's the best team in NAT2? Who's ready to go to the show? We'll find out today. But as we said, it is Forsaken and JJ & Co. elimination on the line to start this one off. And for Forsaken, V, this is a team who had high expectations coming in right out of the gate. They've got talent left and right, this way and that. They're a skilled team, but just couldn't make it through to the grand final on that first try.
They've looked great until they've had to play somebody of that higher caliber, and Revelations read them every step of the way. A very fiery map 1, but map 2 is really when we saw the mistakes of Forsaken really come to light. They're a team that likes to take their time, get information, like Mr. B said in his interview, but they had a habit of constantly just walking at Revelations. They would get picked apart early on, lead to multi-kills, and it's just left both of those teams in a rough situation. They have to fight in the lower bracket. JJ & Co, like I said, it's going to be difficult.
We saw, I would say, a mature JJ in the interview yesterday, Adam. He came at us and he said, you know what, I'm not going to overdo it. I'm not going to say too much here. I'm going to, well, not set expectations too high. How do you think this team is going to fare today?
I think that there is, like, despite the fact that we've obviously talked about their losses throughout CS, they have only looked strong in the most recent matches, and it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of negatives coming from their match against M80. They smashed through M80, they smashed through the Unks. I really don't see them having a great challenge except for themselves. And even talking to JJ, that's exactly what he said. As long as we can just stick to our guns, play our game, we know that we're the perfect team. We know that we can just defeat whatever comes our way. It doesn't matter who it is, if it's Forsaken, ex-Pro League players, even ex-teammates. These guys have teamed together. Gasher and Snake, they're playing against each other. They were on TSM together. It doesn't matter. For JJ, it's all about sticking to themselves, playing confidently, and getting ready for what's in front of them, because they have a Pro League spot to play for. I know JJ's been fiending for it for a very long time, so I know he's going to want it more.
But I like that. Looking ahead, what's in front of them is the focus for this team. They've had a ton of experience so far in the playoffs alone. They've played the most maps out of anyone still remaining, given their lower bracket run. V, they go to Consulate to start, to Chalet next. What do you make of this?
Yeah, with Clubhouse, we've seen so much Clubhouse over the past couple days. It seems fitting that one of these teams is going to go home along with Consulate. JJ and Co, even though this is Forsaken's map, I feel like JJ and Co are going to have a nice little head start. It's a good first battleground to see where these two teams are going to start in what hopefully will be a 3-mapper.
Adam, what do you make of this as well? Chalet, Clubhouse, potentially that decider.
JJ have actually played Consulate. It is a little bit of a surprise that they continue to go to this map. It's not like a map that they're, so excited to play, right? It's just kind of a map they have in their bag. So I'm very interested, but yeah, they beat the Unks on it, so I'm not too concerned for them. Chalet, on the other hand, I mean, that's a JJ map through and through, right? Like, you could think of like millions of different times where Chalet is like just been JJ's. Elevate Academy is the first start, like the first thing I think of. So I think that there's just a lot of history for JJ and Co on this map. I think that also at the same time, Forsaken have a really wide map pool. They kind of just play whatever they are playing. Like, it doesn't feel like they really have to stick to one map. So I think both teams are very flexible, and I think that the maps don't really tell the whole story. It'll still be a very interesting game regardless.
Well, V, you could argue that this wide map pool Forsaken have is wide but doesn't include Clubhouse. Based on what we've seen over the last couple of days, they lose to Core Gaming in what you would I think all say is an upset on Clubhouse, and then they got steamrolled by Revelations 7-1 on Clubhouse just yesterday. We have that as our decider. You think they have something cooked up there, or was that something that maybe JJ and Co forced them into?
It's kind of a giant elephant in the room. You cannot make that big of an adaptation in between. How long's it been since they played? Like 15 hours? That's just not how this works. And if we get to Clubhouse, it feels like JJ and Co are going to have that natural advantage. So for Forsaken, you gotta get it done in 2. Cannot let it go all the way.
All right, well, we'll find out that in just a moment. Again, a best of 3 elimination on the line between JJ and Co and Forsaken. A spot in the grand finals up for grabs. Over to you guys. Take it away.
Oh man, listen, I know we don't get to cast the promotion game, but this is arguably the most important game in a few of these players' careers. There are 15 players left, and only 5 of them get to go to Pro League, B.
Yeah, I talked about it yesterday. My brain starts formulating about how these teams will do in Pro League, and JJ and Co is the really big question mark. It would be really exciting to see them in Pro League, but like I said, I think, was it last weekend, that it's the thought of JJ and Co in Pro League is insane? Like, that doesn't seem like it will be reality, but they have to go through Forsaken. JJ and Co get to start on the defense, and they can force Forsaken to either change what they did against Revelations, like I said, walking at the enemy, or it's just going to be farming rounds for this defense.
Well, this is a very interesting map pool for sure. I don't think that there's a lot of strengths in these first 2 picks. I don't think that, Forsaken are a team that I look towards and I'm like, oh yeah, like this is their map pool. Same with JJ. That Clubhouse that's going to be something for sure. I mean, especially since the last game that we just saw against or with Forsaken. It's not like they're, super duper great at Clubhouse. So if this goes and stretches over to a map number 3, it could favor JJ and Co. I mean, there's so many ways you can look at this game, because both of these teams have similar play styles. They're both very teamwork oriented. But one thing I see in JJ and Co that I don't think Forsaken have is sort of that adaptability to go on the fly. And with these maps, with maps like Consulate, if you're not playing them too often, adaptability is going to be everything.
Yeah, I'm just intrigued to see if Forsaken are going to do the same thing, because I was really frustrated yesterday because it seemed like they were just throwing their heads into a brick wall and hoping that it changed. But one of the things about Forsaken is that if they get that entry, they can really start to go on a run. And one of JJ & Co.'s weaknesses is when they lose that entry, they themselves start to spiral. It's one team's strengths playing directly into one team's weaknesses. But it's really easier said than done to get those entries. If you can isolate a potential player, that's a great place to start. It's what Spaceships did in their map, but a site like this is going to be very difficult to actually split a singular person off. Maybe vending, maybe somebody will play in office, and that would be the best place for Forsaken to strike at the heart of the scene.
Forsaken getting to start out on the attack here. Seeming like they're prepped for a CEO rush. There is one map that you want to call a Forsaken map. I think it is Clubhouse. If it's not Chalet, I mean, kind of looking at like the stats and looking at who Forsaken have played to get here, they played Consulate against Spaceships and won. They played Consulate against M80 and won. They played Consulate against Relentless. Guess what they did? They won.
Wow.
So there's a lot of positives looking towards Forsaken's Consulate, and we can get more into Chalet when we get there, because that also is another can of worms. But for Forsaken, looks like below control is going to be pretty much your first forte into the building. You want to get Kool-Aid in on that buck so he can help below with that rush for Forsaken, and a kill will always help. Twist is gone. And Twist is also the only C4. Your denial is gone. The only thing you have now are smokes and Goyos. You don't have that instant C4 to deny plant. That is a huge pick out of BJO.
They're going to use that to most likely throw Kool-Aid inside of Piano, Buck underneath, force JJ away from this little area that the smokes love to play simply because they can peek it with a shotgun as well. But Twist gone just creates a vacuum inside of the site that Forsaken are actually taking a long time to really capitalize on this. The asphyxiating bolts are in play. It's going to create some distance, and we just might have a straight go for this team halfway through the round, and they find a spot to get that diffuser down, I think.
Gasher? Oh my god, yeah, he's found a corner, actually. I think Kool-Aid or Kento was trying to point it out for him, and that smoke doesn't land. Gasher can get the plant down, and it's a triple. BJL cuts down 2 on the CEO repel, gets a 4th. Oh no, Tat instead to finish him off, but helps out on that. That was a great take out of Forsaken. Gasher managing to find that gap. Well, I guess it was Kento who found the gap and then pointed it out to Gasher and then hopped out and then let Gasher. That was a lot to take in, all in like basically 30 seconds. But Forsaken played that well. Getting that pick onto the C4 was crucial. And the fact that they were able to get below, I mean, everything just worked out there for the attack.
It's funny, they didn't even really use Kool-Aid underneath that
No, definitely not.
much. It was a very 3-2-1 go type of situation, not we're going to set up the floorboards getting broken so that the smoke has to back up. It's an all-at-once attack, and because you don't have a C4 or a Goyo canister you're able to pop, you put so much stock into those smoke canisters, and when there's an eensy-weensy spot that you're able to find, get it down, it's such a difficult site to retake as well. I don't know if you saw one thing about Finka as well. It's a huge risk bringing Finka on a play like that because her nano machines actually force you to take more damage from the smoke. There was a lot of risk with what Forsaken did, but sometimes when you're this late into a tournament, you're playing some of the best teams, risk is what gets you wins.
Gotta take a risk, make something happen. Well, JJ and Co. will just simply forego the top floor. Gonna switch over to a basement defense. You can see Forsaken already positioned over by this wall, trying to get rid of the bandit trick, trying to get rid of the utility. It is the Kaid to get taken down, but Twist is still here. But he doesn't place it. I think he might have, maybe he just misheard it. I'm not sure, but something made him second guess, and he misses what should have been a very easy bandit trick to get rid of that first thermite charge, but the garage wall gets opened up, and Forsaken haven't slowed down just one bit. They're continuing to take control of that top floor and starting to establish themselves here on the map.
Already a bit of phantom pressure onto JJ and Co. There's no expectation that they are going to run through and start to plant like they did in the previous round. It's way too risky on a site like this with the control that the defense have. But if you're able to push out players like Rival and Snake on the castle and Fenrir, maybe all the way down to Server, to Tellers, with a good amount of time still remaining on the board, Forsaken are really working these attacks about as clinical as they can, and they haven't gotten stopped super easily, which is a huge weakness of theirs. They get snagged, and all of a sudden they start to spiral. Early engagement happening. Rival takes a bit of damage, and Kool-Aid's got to be careful that he doesn't be that first entry death in this round.
JJ still just trying to, JJ and Co rather, still trying to hunt this pick, but it's not coming their way. That Deimos is going to get super dangerous as the round continues on. You have both the Deimos and the Buck to force players out of sight whenever Forsaken start to get this execute going, but get it going they will. They still need to take first floor control. Hat gets rid of two. I mean, winning a great fight onto Snake, but a very unexpected one onto Emilio, who just wasn't able to win that free fire out. It's 3 dead now for Forsaken. They're just shooting heads now. JJ and Co have lost 3. It's all down to Rival and JJ Blast. The round ended before the execute even started. This is where Forsaken are so good. Whenever the round starts to go into their favor, they've had some troubles with executing in the past, but this has been a really good showing from them on the attack so far.
Surely this isn't one that they bottle up and blow. They've got exact ideas on where JJ and Rival are. It's a kill from Rival. That misses the players, but gets on the corner to trade. And suddenly, Forsaken, they flood the site in a pretty easy second round. And already, JJ and Co, they've got to be wondering, what do they change?
Yeah, I mean, that was dominant. Forsaken are just continuing to basically walk in for free. Hat, they're getting 2. And that's going to be a name we're going to be seeing a lot. If he's constantly popping off like this, Forsaken have nothing to fear because he is able to win rounds all on his own. And just like he did here, clearing out 2 players on a position that honestly they should have been safe at. It felt like JJ and Co were kind of teetering with the idea of rotating down archives and falling off to that bottom floor control. Had they done that, it's likely that we would have still a 5 versus 5 execute for Forsaken, and then you can start to take advantage of the fact that Forsaken have, you know, this kind of sloppy executes, at least typically, historically. It's what they had against Revelations. It's been their biggest issue, but here on Consulate, it has not been a problem whatsoever. 2 rounds now on attack, and they have such a strong start here.
One of JJ and Co's strengths is forcing teams to actually execute on the site, but their roams are falling apart at such a core level that they don't even have bodies or utility available for the actual site execute. It's a pretty abysmal second round. Heading on up to the second floor, they have that C4 and twist, the smokes, the Goyo canisters. Clearly, they're ready somewhat positioning Snake on that first floor. And you would imagine that Forsaken wouldn't do the exact same thing twice. It's a little bit of a mental game between these 2 teams, and already putting a bit of pressure on that yellow door, the Claymores as well. Everything just preventing all of these runouts. JJ and Co, they already know they can't get aggressive simply because Twist died very, very early from BJL, but it doesn't hurt to have a safety net.
Noticeably absent is the vert pressure from Forsaken on this attack as they start to prep themselves for potentially a CEO take, but you can see that their contingency plan is to get Kento and Hat below, and sort of what we were talking about last time, V, it's not like it was really what they were going for. They just want below control. They want to make sure that no one from JJ and Co can go underneath and stop them from planning this. It's not necessary that they get vert, although it certainly helps. Situations like this is where you'd see Deimos and a Buck being brought so you could shoot players from below. Hat on that flank, though, gets caught out by Emilio. Another name we're going to be seeing a lot of. Emilio doesn't get a lot of credit that he deserves. He has been a rock for this JJ and Co team. Now Forsaken starting to get this plan off, but they're going to have to be forced off of it because of the smoke. Again, Forsaken, this time around, they don't have that extra bit of pressure from the Ying or from the Buck below to really help them in this case. They're kind of just walking in blind, and Emilio's also setting himself up for this flank.
They've got to be prepared somewhat. Even if they don't know Rivals here, Hat dying all alone in an island, it's got to be some sort of indicator that they have to keep their heads on a swivel. The asphyxiation bolts still being used as the Finkas give a little bit of HP, and already with Gasher taking even more damage, Snake finding a kill. This might be where Forsaken first hit a snag, because with 60 seconds left, you can kind of feel it with what they're doing. They don't exactly have a clear plan as to what to do next. There's not any smoke canisters on the board, but there's still a C4. There's still these Vulcan canisters that have to be deployed, and Gasher doesn't have a lot of HP to tank.
Fortunately for Forsaken, I think this entire round is just going to come down to a sight flank here, because this execute's going to be very weak. Smoke grenade used, C4 ripped, doesn't hit. BJL manages to shoot it and win his fight against Twist. Very important there, but the below, Emilio hits the flank. Forsaken have given up the below control in order to try and work towards sight, and Emilio, he was waiting for that gap towards the start of the round. Whenever he was inside a lounge, Snake will deal with the flank, and JJ and Co. not afraid of Forsaken this time around, taking the fight directly to them and securing their first defense on Consulate.
Compared to the previous couple rounds, Forsaken, their clear seemed a little aimless. Funny enough, it's something that they weren't doing and suddenly decided to change. I know that Hat went off on his own, and he did do that previously, but this was after about 1 minute and 10 seconds of droning, forcing players into very specific positions that you can then have your gun up, be ready for the fight, and have a much higher percentage of actually winning that comparative to what we saw in the previous round, which is kind of just walking at your opponent alone, not having any trades. You might have a bit of information, but it's not enough to give you that advantage that you really need in that round. So if JJ and Co are going to have successful runs, they're going to force Forsaken onto the actual site execute. That is where they're going to find their strength. So with Forsaken, they just gotta tighten up, get into shape. You said they played very loose yesterday. We all saw the results of yesterday. I think it just completely changed everything from that.
5 seconds left.
And it's like you have, with looseness, you get a little bit of an advantage, right? You can make those unexpected plays happen. You can be Hat and make plays and make flanks go in your way, and kind of just sway the round in your favor based off of getting like a 2-piece or a 3-piece. But that is not a consistent thing. It is all onto a player at that point, and you don't really want to rely like yes, you can rely on Hat. He's a great player, but you don't only want to rely on Hat to be your entire push. Well, I'll eat my words as Rival just immediately eats bullets. Gets his head ripped off by, you guessed it, Hat on that flank, and immediately an opening pick going to Forsaken's way. So they're doing it. They're doing exactly what I'm saying. They're taking advantage of Hat just going off. But if a player like Emilio can try and, find that late flank, if a player like Snake is able to kind of just rip apart any Forsaken push at the last second, it might not matter in the end what Hat does.
Especially because with Rival dead, there's a pretty big hole that some of these roamers like Emilio and Snake, who are playing right around each other, are going to have to use. Hat is just on like his own little adventure. Misses the kill onto the bandit. He's got to be ready for both Emilio and Snake behind him, but he still gets the kill. What can you do when everybody's floating, especially Hat?
Twist, I just leaned back in my chair off of that. Twist, a triple kill, a 4 for Twist! He's twisting and turning everywhere inside the site, and he completely turns Forsaken inside out. But Gasher, still very much in this round, has site control, has the diffuser, up against Emilio. A player on JJ and Co that has been so clutch for this team. JJ has gone as far as to say that the entire team agrees Emilio is the best player on their team. What can Forsaken do? What can Forsaken's IGL do against Emilio? Emilio especially has Gasher's location. Twist 4K doesn't go in vain. Emilio wins his one. Forsaken lose yet another round. Heroics out of Hat. But Twist, he made a legend out of himself.
And there's clearly some issues with JJ Co. The fact that Hat is even able to slip by a very small part in their defenses, but he's still able to slip by nonetheless. Get the kill onto, I think it was the Legion going along with everybody, and I think it was actually Snake, doesn't matter. Leaving a really uncomfortable situation for Twist, but he's just such a good gunner. He's been a really good gunner this entire tournament. I think he's gotten at least 2 aces previously, he has been lights out for this team when they really needed him. And Forsaken, around they clearly should grab, just slips by their fingers. It's kind of the playbook, previous match.
I feel bad for Core for letting go of Twist, man. That is a roster move that might still haunt them.
10 seconds left.
What a man. Twist actually
5 seconds
having
left
to beat
before
his old teammates to get here. Sent them out of the losers bracket,
attackers must
2-1
locate
fashion.
and use a bomb.
JJ and Co have a lot to prove. A lot of players on this team aren't as, I would say, tenured as maybe Snake is. Snake on TSM in Pro League. The rest of the four, well, actually, I should say Twist as well. Twist is on LG. I'm not going to discredit that man's Pro League run as well. Just, whoops. But still, Rival Emilio and JJ. JJ a big one. Obviously, we've talked about that before. JJ hasn't made Pro League after all these years of being in the scene, of dedicating himself to making these teams. I think that JJ and Co is the best one he's built. His Rival built for this fight, though, has had on that flank, reads him like a book. And Rival now maybe looking to make a name for himself in this round, but he's surrounded by 4. As there's a player outside a lobby, they want to clear this man. They haven't checked for Snake, though. It doesn't matter. Kool-Aid wins the fight, swings on in, gets Rival. That's a great double out of Kool-Aid. Forsaken once again in a 4 versus 2.
A lot of ugly gunfights, Adam. Losing fights you shouldn't. Leaving your team in a 4v2. Of course it's Twist and Emilio. Again, they have a lot of time on the board, but not too much to work with. That C4 is going to be able to provide some distance, and it's going to have to be Twist to get yet another 4K. Kool-Aid's on a low amount of HP. You should be able to isolate a player, and unfortunately, you can't really collect onto that hat pan trap kill. Kills the player hiding in office. Things get a little bit easier.
This clutch will be crazy. He's so far away from sight. Can't win it against BJL. Good attempt, but JJ and Co, they haven't looked as convincing as they did basically on that one. I don't even remember what site it was, but I'd say they only had one convincing round at this point. Forsaken each and every time have just looked very dominant on this attack, and it's really concerning considering JJ and Co got most of their wins on defense against the Unks on Consulate. So I'm a little worried here for JJ and Co. I think that Chalet isn't going to be as easy as they had hoped. I think that Forsaken still have, a great Chalet game. Consulate is their bread and butter, though. Like, this is going to be a downright difficult game for JJ, and if they can't get themselves together and whip themselves up in shape in Consulate defense, I'm definitely worried for what's going to happen for the rest of this series, but they can start to, swing that momentum back in their favor. If they can get that 3-3, I mean, at this point, it's the best you can walk away with.
And it's so clear that Hat is, he thinks he's him right now. Taking these gunfights in the first 30 seconds, even when he loses against Rival, a player is there for the trade. It's very different from round 3, which he died early on. Nobody was there for the trade. They didn't actually gain anything from it compared to the last round where they fought very ugly, but it actually meant something because they cleared out the players hiding in tellers. Only the 2 players left on that second floor. Forsaken can play solo, but I really do like when they have a player who's just a touch behind each other that allows players like Hat to get these amazing kills, but it also just isn't a stupid play.
Yeah, definitely a lot of purpose behind it, and I think that now on the operator that I'd say is most appropriate in this scenario. Top floor hold, you have Hat on the Deimos, he could play the flank, he could play the vert. Forsaken, though, it's a switch up of strategy, it seems. You have the Sens being brought out by Gasher, and you see most of the positions from Forsaken over towards that admin side. Now, there's a lot you can do with the Sens here. You can smoke off so many crosses. In particular, you can smoke off vending through that little drone hole that's there. So you can make a lot of walls here from the Sens to really, be able to get this push going and kind of cut off lines of sight. This cross from Emilio and Twist is going to be so important. But if they can just get a Sens wall in, they can get that info. If they can even get a Deimos track on one of these players, anything like that, they could get a free kill and start to walk towards the site as they usually do.
I haven't actually gotten a kill It's pretty unusual for them when they go for a bit of their roam clear. This is less of a roam and more of an extension of the site itself. Shield is broken, but Emilio has decided to stay in this corner. Insanely risky. He has the Kiva barrier to deploy if he really needs an escape plan. But Forsaken are just watching the angle, waiting to see if somebody rotates, and the frag grenade goes out. With a minute left, nobody has hurt each other. Emilio with only about 5 HP, and so far, it seems like Forsaken are stalling, spotting the player, but how are you actually going to get rid of him?
That's the last grenade used, and I was going to say watch that flank from Hat. And there he is, popping up from Spiral. He was down below for the last 30 seconds looking for the gap, and he has spotted it in great fashion. A double kill out of Hat. JJ goes down, I believe, to Kento's pre-fire. It's Kool-Aid on for a triple. It's all down to Snake. I mean, Forsaken have looked convincing each and every single round. Sure, they might have lost to a 1v or a clutch out of both Twist and Emilio, but that's as far as this goes. The road is paved with blood and not concrete here for JJ and Co, as this has been such a concrete victory for Forsaken on this half on Consulate. 4-2 attack. That is absurd. That is a criminal record to have. JJ and Co now going over to the attack. This is going to be brutal.
There was actually a point in that round, Adam, where it seemed like Forsaken had really met their match. Emilio hiding behind that vending machine. The frag grenade doesn't do the job. And I was worried that they weren't really going to be able to actually get anything when it came to the actual site execute. But adding Hat as a flank from the downstairs up Spiral, completely unexpected, as he somehow has just flown off the radar for JJ and Co. It provides that one extra layer really needed to cause so much chaos among that defense. And you can clearly tell they weren't ready with how Emilio was running away from vending. JJ's left trying to smoke it off, give himself some sort of a safe space. But overall, JJ and Co haven't felt safe at all. They haven't felt comfortable. And Forsaken had his 11 kills in the first 6 rounds. He is 3-2 on the entry. He is inserting himself into the narrative and part of why JJ and Co look so rough.
See if they can straighten themselves out here. So we got that top floor take. Emilio on the Capitao, Lion being brought as well. Not sure where they're going to start to position that over. As far as I'm aware, the Capitao is over by the admin side. Right out here from Hat, looking to get his first kill of the round, and it could have been a really impactful one, as that was JJ who had to fend for his life there, and if they would have lost their only hard breach, that could have been a really bad start to this round, and that's what Forsaken are looking for right now. They're looking to get the edge early. That's going to come from Hat and these aggressive, brazen plays sometimes, but I mean, he's 11-4, so it doesn't really matter.
I'm so mixed on plays like those, because clearly Hat wants to do things like that, force himself in front of JJ and Co, but at least in situations where did we really need to do plays like that? JJ and Co still are a decent team, and it feels doing something like that is kind of a bit of a lack of respect from Hat. But the way that he has walked over this team, he's kind of deserved it a little bit, and he ends up walking directly at Twist. He's now 3-3 on the entry, so as good as he's doing, he's also been the first death in 3 of the rounds so far.
The nature of the player, or kind of just makes sense with how high risk he's been. 11 kills to his name, but he will take himself to the grave, and JJ and Co will get that opening pick. And for them, an entryway looks like Twist, clearing out all this utility, getting rid of Goyo canisters. It's going to be a battle util. Forsaken aren't really playing aggressive positions. They're kind of just waiting for the denial to happen. Kool-Aid still has 3 smoke grenades left. He is kind of the gateway between JJ and Co and getting this plant down. And for JJ, they have a minute left to figure something out. So if they can hit a gap in this next minute, there's not a lot that this defense is going to be able to do in terms of pure utility. Kento gets spotted out, though. Twist doesn't win the fight. That should have been a kill there, but instead it's Kento and Gasher who start to rally here for Forsaken. JJ and Co down to a 3 versus 3.
playing the trade game, make it so that every single kill JJ and Co get, they have to give up something. There's a bit of information you can see with those Z-pings, and only 3 drones, none of which are actively going to be used to scout out these players. Knowing where BJL is, and Kento completely dead. It's a 3v1. Can Gasher completely change course?
Nice shot there onto Emilio. No C4 though. He's gonna have to do it with his weapon. Spots out the second player, so at least has info, but he's losing HP for it. So is Rival. Up comes Gasher. Shotgun not in hand. Has it in his pocket, but Rival just pre-fires. Gasher is unfortunately a 3 armor, so Rival's just gonna hear him clunking around and knows exactly when to swing. Forsaken had an advantage in that round, but JJ and Co, they found the gap, they spotted it, they started to take it. We might be equal sooner than we thought.
I think you do need to provide some variation. Hat is the guy to provide that variation, because otherwise JJ and Co are going to do a pretty clinical take. They're going to make sure the rest of the map is clear and then execute onto site with the utility that they have. A checklist team, I kind of like to call them. JJ has always been a checklist IGL, and he's always manned those teams. And so Hat needs to play just a bit closer to home, because he is the difference maker in a lot of these rounds. But when you're spawn peeking, you're running out, that's providing pressure onto that attacking team, but I don't think it's actually helping your team win the round itself. If you can continuously waste time, potentially waste some drones or utility, that is where you really are a shining star of a solo roamer. And Hat can be that guy. I think he's on the bandit, so he might try to trick things out, or he could just put the bandit batteries down, run away to be that roamer we all know he really wants to be.
Yeah, with kind of the individualism on Forsaken, it still does feel like there's a core tenet of players that are able to play like a team. So even if Hat does these things, you know the rest of the 4 are going to be able to anchor down and kind of just play each other's crosses, be the less riskier players. And it doesn't mean that they have less impact. I think it just means they get less opportunities. If Hat's popping off, you know, then they don't really have to do much. They're just playing back up to it. And sometimes if JJ and Co can kind of expose that weakness, they can kind of just undercut Hat and start to work towards the other 4 if they can start to hit that site fast. I mean, that is one thing JJ and Co's known for in these attacks, is speed, amongst other things. But maybe looking to slow it down this round. You've got JJ on the Montaigne, bringing the shield. Said about Forsaken that they don't understand the meta. He's about to learn the hard way that meta sometimes don't matter if you can just chuck a good C4. Shield is gone.
Losing the Monty as well. That's going to hurt your vending push, which clearly seems like it's the idea with 2 of those players playing up top. And honestly, BJL doesn't really need to hang up here, but he will. Collects on Emilio. By God, BJL has decided Hat has had his time in the sun. It is my turn. He's cut down, but 2 kills already. Might not actually mean anything, because it's 3v3.
BJL and Hat overstepped there, not accounting for the other crossfires. JJ and Co are playing Consulate the way Consulate's meant to be played. Not entering the building. Playing on those windows, holding those crosses, trying to get
Econ rework.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
I mean, you know, there's a lot of window play on this map. It's like Cafe. They rework Cafe and it's still a lot of window play. It's the same thing here. But finally, JJ and Co will get into the building. Looking for a gap to hit. They have a minute left. Got plenty of denial to work with for Forsaken. They've encountered this situation before. Should have been a 5 versus 3 though. Can't beat themselves up too much about it.
Yeah, and Util I think would be the difference maker. Warden is down, so those smoke canisters of Twist will really mean something, depending on where they're placed. These players are pushing in through long desk. All Forsaken really need to do is wait, and Kento might have a lot of kills waiting around the corner.
Oh, 2 headshots, just ripping heads! It's a 3rd for Kento. A player that I got to watch whenever he was in Pro League, a player that I always thought was severely underrated. Getting his moment to shine there in this round, much like BJL. Had a very impressive play inside of Admin and inside of Coffin. And Forsaken take that defense. They take that top 4 with confidence, even despite the fact that they got evened out to a 3 versus 3. Did not put them down just one bit. Now a timeout for JJ and Co to figure things out. This has been a rough one for sure. This Consulate has been dominated by Forsaken. Even when JJ and Co start to look good, it just feels like it's just little glimmers of hope into pretty instant despair, I will say. As Forsaken take the second round on the second half. Got BJL now popping off. Forsaken are feeling good.
And I think relying on somebody like Twist to meet Hat or BJL isn't really what's needed so far, because those two players have been pretty solo. And I think for what JJ and Co need to do is they have to set their minds on rooting out those players. Hat, my man, I know we cut to replay. That's a Caveira on the board. Sure, at this point, he's kind of earned it with how much space JJ and Co have given him. Lean in to the operator that's going to punish you the hardest for not getting rid of every single player on that first and second floor. And now Twist is calling it out. I think Cav does indicate that Hat still does not have a lot of respect for this JJ team.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I literally looked at the portrait, and for some reason my brain didn't even process that Hat was on Cav. I think it's just so like completely in character to me that I didn't even like give it a second thought. I am interested to see how Hat works on this Cav, or doesn't work on this Cav. But JJ and Co, they know about it. That's kind of half the battle there with Caveira, is knowing that she exists, knowing that you can't really put yourself in a 1 versus 1. Need to stack up. I think that JJ and Co are going to read into that well. You can see they're bringing a Glass, bringing Twist on the Amaru. They want to get a rush going here. Where from is the question.
I know you want to go for the rush. You can't ignore Hat or BJL. The Echo available, the smokes are there, and there's no Warden on the board.
You're saying they can't ignore him, but they clearly are. JJ, though, gets C4'd. This might not go in the way that they expect. There is an Echo on the board that is constantly denying them. Gasher on a really important operator. He's going to spot out this plant. Might even try and let them get the kill. And he does. Doesn't even go for the denial. Instead, just makes Gasher stand still. It's a double kill for Kool-Aid. Emilio and Twist. The entire push has fallen apart around them. JJ and Co bringing their typical, we don't know what we're doing, let's just rush sort of strategy. And it doesn't work. Not at all.
I mean, yeah, what is Twist doing there, really? That's the play of somebody who knows this round is really gone, and there's not much you can do about it. Cav's pistol being so... I was right, eventually. You're gonna have to worry about that player. 6-3, it's brutal for JJ and Co, and going for the rush, not knowing if there was an Echo on the board, or even if they did, completely ignoring it in favor of just a complete smoke rush is stupidly risky. And JJ and Co, while they are down, they were down 5-3. I think you do need to play a lot more clinical, because that is where this JJ team is going. Wow, that was from above. That wasn't even from a mirror all the way back. They were ready from the very beginning.
Sometimes you just get diffed whenever it comes to the lineup, and I think that in that case, Forsaken brought an Echo, and that round was over way before it started. I mean, that rush plant just completely denied thanks to that intel, and I mean, gotta give props to Forsaken for immediately rotating towards that play. They obviously didn't have to rotate far. I mean, you already had players inside of Piano playing above with all that vert ready. You had players inside of sight just kind of waiting for anything to happen. They had that called, they had that spotted, but the Echo gave them all that info. You saw him at one point not even shock the planter because he wanted to get the ping off and just let the player inside of that smoke die rather than deny that plant. And smart plays like that just push you over the edge, and for JJ and Co, they haven't had anything to push them over the edge. Sure, you can gun, you can have good aim, but so can everyone else. It's not like Forsaken are lacking on that. JJ and Co are going to need some sort of strategic plan here. They're going to need to find a way to get these picks instead of just constantly running their head into this Forsaken defense.
It's actually the flaws that we saw Forsaken on Revelation, when they would constantly just run into their opponent when they didn't really know what to do. And now it seems that Forsaken know exactly how to read into that, just as their opponent did yesterday. BJL angling on a potential window hop out, thinks the better of it. Instead, pulls out the C4. It flies and will get the kill. Emilio is down. Smokes and asphyxiating bolts off the board. And BJL, the second person on Forsaken to touch double digits.
Is BJL Microsoft or something? Because he's constantly against these windows. Like, this has been all BJL. Don't ever repel against this guy. Please. If you want any chance of making Pro League, do not fight BJL on repels. This has been, I think I want to say his second or third kill now on Windows. JJ and Co have now stalled out completely, trying to look for another way to get into this. Doesn't seem like through admin is going to take them all the way. They're going to have to find another way through, and they deal with BJL. Good hop in from JJ. Meets with BJL and makes contact. Still, Forsaken have a lot more layers to this upstairs defense that they're going to have to get forced off of. JJ and Co, recognizing that, are now going to start to prepare the rotation, prepare this execute. Diffuser placed over by the CEO window side. Still continuing on with this upstairs push.
Have good positions. Remember, this is a piano site. JJ on his second. They know exactly where the Goyo is, but Kento wins the one, and Kool-Aid just kills Kento for the hell of it. It's a 1v2. Twist seems unable to be revived. There are 40 seconds. Maybe you go for a very, very late play, and that's exactly what is going to happen. With 2 smoke canisters and only 30 seconds on the board, it really is just an all-or-nothing play.
Those cap cans could still be somewhere else, and you can tell that they're checking it. That just wastes a little bit more time to worry about. That execute's got to come soon. Is Hack going to be ready for it? Yes, he will. Knows that Twist is there. It's an easy 1-2. He just gets himself ready, but Snake wins the fight.
10 seconds left.
Snake might not have any time to go for this plan. He might have to look for Kool-Aid, but he won't do so. Misses the BP, and that's going to cost even more time. Snake is going to have to stick this plant. Kool-Aid has full info on it. Snake is going to have to pray, but there's no way about it. Forsaken take Consulate. It is their map for sure. They have yet to lose it in Challenger Series, and it seems like today is no different. We'll go to map 2 of Chalet. I'm very concerned for JJ and Co heading into the second map.
This has been a tournament of 1 map wins and then 2 completely flipped on its head. It happened to JJ Co up against Space Tubes. They won the first. We're looking so good, and somehow they managed to lose it all. Safe to say, this entire series is not over, because I think the map picks are going to be the real tale of whether or not JJ and Co can hang with the big dogs.
Well, Chalet is a successful map for both squads, so it could be even or it could be continuously a beating from Forsaken. We'll have to see if JJ and Co can bounce back. We'll have to see if JJ can bounce back for the sake of his Pro League spot. We'll be right back with map number 2.
Adam, you said this at the half. I believe it was JJ and Co now going on to the attack. This is going to be brutal. And you were right. 4-2 on that first half from Forsaken, and there was just no way for JJ and Co to make a comeback happen. They just took the momentum and ran with it.
Definitely feels like they got run over. A little bit of the some rounds were closer than others, but all in all, overall performance from Forsaken, their report cards are showing all A as well. JJ and Co, they can look as good as they want to, but they need to play well. And on Consulate, just didn't really feel like they were. It felt like they had a lot of missing pieces there, and I'm really hoping that they can kind of find a way to curve past them. I think that Forsaken were just starting to get extremely confident, and JJ and Co were never able to punish them on this. So many plays made by these players on Forsaken going completely unpunished.
I'll say with players like BJL and Tat, at one point in time, it really did feel like it was 100 men versus one gorilla, and there was almost no way for JJ and Co to actually take down these titans that were walking around in that map. And Chalet is a bit of a different map than Consulate. Crazy, I know, they're two different things. And I think with JJ and Co's playstyle, it'll enable them a lot more, hence why they like to go here a lot and why they've chosen to go here today.
Well, as we get into it, Chalet already ready to go. Map 2, Forsaken. V, you said they had to finish it in 2 if they wanted it. Well, and they're well on their way to doing it. Take it away.
Yeah, V, take it away.
Take what away? What are we taking away?
Take it away. He said take it away.
Are we taking away JJ and Co's chances of Pro League?
Okay, man. We're not, hopefully. I mean, I there's no meddling.
What's the like giant puppet of like Challenger Series, Pro League, Adam Jasmine Jassim, and he's just controlling all of it?
Yeah. I actually decided the fate of this game. This is all me. I have the script because I wrote it. And it is JJ and Co taking it in a 2-1 fashion just because JJ and Co is ready. Their diet
it's fun.
Their diet's great. I mean, they're high in fiber. JJ and Co said that he JJ and Co said, well, JJ in specific said that he pooped 6 times before this game. In the day. Just in the day alone, it is 1:42 p.m. here. That's a lot, right? It's got a lot of fiber content, and I think that that's going to push JJ and Co over the edge, hopefully.
Yeah, maybe it's the 7th that'll help them win Chalet. They start. He had time. He had about 5 minutes in between matches. Who knows? Maybe that was the one thing. But starting on the attack is not going to be a lot of confidence boosting. To push off by Yasina, push something off by Tess.
I was going to say, what the heck is that?
Being on the attack isn't going to be super confidence boosting because we saw the struggles that they had on Consulate. They couldn't really get rid of some of these players, and if Hat or BJL are going to roam on that first floor or that basement, how are JJ and Co going to respond to that? Right now, the only anti-roam operator that they have in their pocket is going to be the Gridlock, so it's less might need to go deal with him directly and more, hey, let's have preventative measures, flank drones, track stingers, so that anyone walking up these stairs is going to have a really bad time.
Are definitely a big thing now in today's meta. They are proportionally more powerful than they have always been because teams are playing really fast in order to keep up with the meta today. And I think that whenever you play really fast, you leave yourself open to those flanks because you're constantly rotating off positions. And I think that JJ and Co are one of those teams that definitely like to play rotates. They're not going to stick to something if they know it's not going to work. So if you can get a flank off on Forsaken side, you can immediately throw yourself at an advantage. And kind of just looking at this game plainly, yeah, Hat's been running them down. They're going to want to bring something to make sure that he can't just run behind you and stab you in the back on these takes.
It's not Hat, but clearly a bit of remnants from that playstyle. Kool-Aid pushing up on that window, seeing if he can catch anybody on that rappel. Trying to push them out of this master bedroom, but the castle barricade is going to provide a good amount of cover so that Kool-Aid can actually play here. Kento goes for the run out, gets shut down, but Hat is there for the refrag. So already fiery start, and Rival knows that he's taking a bit of damage from the bathtub.
Wow.
Might be in a fight for his life. Good C4 shot.
Saved his life there, but how much longer is he going to be able to live? He's on 1 HP, and this bathtub peek is all up to Hat, who hasn't called for it yet, hasn't made that play. Twist trying to assist in any way he can. He's got no more asphyxiation bolts. He can't force Hat out of this position. There's literally nothing that they can do. It is a war of attrition. Sorry, that's Gasher, actually. He's got the Vector in hand. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Hat doesn't have a C4. Twist might be the one to deal with him. Trying to look for Gasher. Hasn't spotted him yet. This is so intense. Rival's the one to win it. Baiting out the swing from Kool-Aid as well. Twist is able to get that. It's a great double up. And Forsaken are now down in a 4 versus 2, now having to make up picks. Hat's deep inside the site, but BJL fighting on slant. Hasn't found the player there, but will rotate away. Now starting to assist Hat on this push, but Hat not able to win it. Instead, BJL in a 1 versus 2. He's gotten rid of Snake. Sorry, 1 versus 3. Rival's health bar's barely there. Thought he might have been a ghost. No site presence has been taken yet. This is going to allow BJL to walk his way up. A Rival, seemingly a player that should have already punched his ticket out of this round very early on, manages to outlive everybody on Forsaken and go huge.
There was almost no map control that JJ&Co took. Every single player was focused on Master and Solarium. Bathroom as well. We saw eventually that push. Like, if that is not a great way to completely shut down the playstyle of Hat, I don't know what else is. Because that negates the fact of a roam. And granted, it's a huge risk because you run the risk of having a very flat push. But if you catch all these players out, use your utility like we saw, I think it was JJ on that Master Doorway, who's able to do a really good pinch within the players inside of Solarium, then there's not a lot of time for Forsaken to respond to all of the sides that they're being shot at, even though they're only from Solarium and Master window. It's enough so that Forsaken have to concede or get aggressive, and given how they've played, they're really going to choose the latter. It was a mistake.
See if there's any change-ups this time around. Forsaken are a team that don't really have much of a strategy to adapt to. They kind of just play aggressive and never take their feet off the brakes. For JJ&Co, it's all about adaptability. It's all about changing things up. And you can see that they've brought a big change. JJ's back on the Monty. We saw him get C4'd early on Consulate on basically the only round he got on Monty. And now he's back on it. Rival as well joining him on the Blitz. It's a very typical JJ sort of play. The rush into sight is working well. Rival has one right behind him. I mean, Gasser has no clue that this is happening, but still, Forsaken are rallying. Thanks to Rival, though, JJ are still in this round. Diffuser is upstairs, though. There is no win condition here for JJ&Co. It is simply a plain 2 versus 2 with site control or not. JJ&Co still have to find a way to recover this case.
Retreating out of the site itself. No, that the diffuser is inside of Fireplace. The rest of Forsaken are kind of setting up for that. Kento uses the impact, create a nice little hole. 2 players walking up blue. I think a trade potential here is massive for Forsaken. But Kento actually backs up inside of Library. So if Kool-Aid decides to take a fight, he most likely will not have a very quick refract. And with that Blitz in play, it's a scary thing, a 1-on-2, but they're splitting up. A lot of 1-on-1s to decide the round here, Adam.
Rival, wow! I think barely turning his head there allows Kool-Aid to find a window of opportunity to get rid of that Blitz. Twist gets what he wants. He gets the diffuser. Can he make his way down? Surely not. Kool-Aid is there on Mez to wait for him. That round was, well, weird. I don't think I've ever seen a round of Siege go in the way that did. Losing your diffuser upstairs in that rush, getting site control, and basically having Forsaken play on attack in some sort of way, playing off-site while JJ&Co are on-site. This is how it happened. Oh my... We missed that. That is a crazy 2K out of Kento. The self-proclaimed Kento kitten. Wow. I mean, what an insane round out of Forsaken. I guess they just, won the fight against Damati and that round was over.
How do you let that happen, though? How do you let that happen? That is such, like, we throw a drone up here. He clearly vaulted from Ivy and just got to, like, how are we not prepared for anybody to extend on the second floor, because I think if they had at least information on the player, they might have positioned themselves differently, had a really good pinch onto the players within the site itself, and maybe we would have had a better outcome on that rush. But the fact that it's still able to be close, I think you got to thank Rival and Twist for that. They did a decent job of what this map and the last map have shown is that can't really rely on individuals if you're JJ and Co. That is not going to be your key to success. It's going to be all 5 as a unit, or maybe as a 3, as a 2, playing around each other and using all the tools you have as the attack.
And sometimes whenever you split up like that, it just kind of throws your attack into disarray, because if one section of that attack doesn't go well, then the rest is kind of, you know, null and void. For JJ and Co, sometimes they're a little bit too coordinated for their own good. They play like a team pretty much every instance that they can. Not a lot of individualism on this squad. It's kind of what you get whenever you have an IGL like JJ Blast, who has carried players to success, but just as equally to failure, and looking not to fail here, as this is probably, I would argue, the most important tournament he's ever played in.
Without a doubt. Remember the running joke of JJ never making T2 was actually, I think, started before then, but losing the spot in CL, and then he never got to play in it again because it just went away after that. So he never had a chance to actually get promoted into Pro League, and now, after losing one map, losing that first round, they need to start gaining some momentum. They need to start getting comfortable, something that was completely lost in that first map. Whether it is JJ going on that shield and forcing a bit of a playstyle change, I think a change is needed in some categories.
JJ Code seems like slowing it down is one of the first things. Nade from Emilio. Catches out Kool-Aid on Jaeger spot. Ironically enough, no ADS is there to save him. 2 kills now for JJ and Co. Don't get ahead of yourselves here, though. Remember how easy it is for Forsaken to just find 2 picks and find themselves back into this round. Kento's still alive inside a library. Gets shut down by Snake. Finally, this clear, though, has gone in the way of JJ and Co. as they just find every single kill on the board. All of Forsaken trying to get aggressive on that upstairs play, and JJ and Co. will finally get around.
Might as well just have an extremely chaotic round up in Library. Why not? We've had a couple of that on Consulate. Probably going to have that more in this game and in tomorrow. A lot of these fights are just going to end up as ugly as can be, and it's about minor positioning. Are you going to get caught out on a specific angle? For instance, Rival finding Hat inside of that library hallway. That's pretty crucial because that provides a lack of pressure onto that Monty, who's then able to push onto the stairs as well. It's a lot of small little things that stack up over and over again in these 20 to 30 second fights that it's hard to, honestly, it's really hard to keep track of everything because there's so many moving parts. But as long as you get the upper hand in map control, you find yourself being comfortable, which is a huge part of today, then usually you've got a great chance at winning.
JJ and Co. kind of being comfortable in their own skin. I think that's one thing that, talking to JJ, it's very clear that they're a vibes-based team, and I think that if they're able to, if they get in their own heads, then things start to really go awry. As long as those vibes are up, they're up, and that's the thing about Forsaken. They can be a really demoralizing kind of team to play against. Just a lot of how did he kill me theirs, and a lot of gosh, that's BS. You know, those are the types of things you hear whenever you're playing against Forsaken. It's just, you get run at sometimes, you get gunned down, you just kind of have to accept it. So keeping your head above water is very important here. And for JJ and Co, seems like not much has changed. Still very coordinated, still getting this push going towards Library. Got a lot of util to work with this time around. You have Snake on the Deimos. Could potentially play below inside the kitchen if he gets there. You also got Rival to deal with the deployable shield inside a piano. Just what he's looking to do here. Likely get rid of it, but not yet.
Arrow does not hit. Now, one F naught goes off. That's going to give an indication that there is somebody pushing on through. Where's this Rotero going to go? Is it going to go towards that F naught, or the shield will connect onto the shield? That's going to make JJ's job a lot easier. But remember, I believe he still has to deal with that F naught. And it's such a risky thing to unshield and shoot it down. Gonna have his teammates, that's what you want as Monty, and that's what JJ and Co as a team are really good, are playing around their Monty, and now they're being given a lot of space, having to acquiesce onto piano, and wow, I don't know how that gets through. What? I guess the radius? Wow, that's odd visuals.
I was like pointing at my screen like the ones in Tot of Time and Holly. I was like, what the hello? Like what? That's not exactly what that scene means, but Kento. They've gotten rid of his shield, but not his spirit. So he's still inside of Piano, wreaking havoc on JJ and Co. Gets shot down by Emilio, who knows where this Legion is, knows where Hat is. Gonna try and go for that swing. So far, it's not working out though. Hat, gonna go for the drop. Plenty of intel for Forsaken to make that call. Now we'll make the call to split up. Hide inside of the site, play a crossfire, play safe. Emilio, he's garnered a lot of praise for his work on JJ and Co. and Fluffy Aimers. He's been kind of absent in this series so far. Will it be a 1 versus 2 to break him out? Not just yet. It'll be Hat instead, all the way over from Dining. Forsaken going back and forth here, trading blows with JJ and Co. on their defense.
What I will say is I think the Zoto canister had a specific radius, and you could see it from the Mez side, but not from where BJL was playing. And I don't know if there was some confusion with that because of JJ pushing into Piano. There was a very clear angle that was able to be taken, and whether that is simple mispositioning or some funkiness with the Zoto canister, it really does cost JJ and Co. because they love to use that Monty as a forceful technique inside of crucial map positioning. With that Montaigne, they probably would have been able to push that Legion outside of Master or gotten the kill because of how he was playing. And now heading back down to the basement. It was a rush last time. You had the Blitz and the Monty with the diffuser going down right outside of Bar. Was kind of a lot of misplays and missed drones as well, missing out Kento on the Vigil. But now they're reeling it back in like they should and bringing a very stock standard lineup.
Maybe it is just overcomplication. Wow. Had an overcomplication saying that word a little bit. That is maybe costing JJ and Co. Maybe they're thinking too deeply into it. Maybe they just need to reset here. Spawn peek from Hat. He's been very active on Consulate. Looking to not really change that much. Getting his step count inside of Chalet. He's been running around the map pretty much every round. Yeah, JJ and Co. gonna start to sort of reset back to default. Thermite charge going to get Tuber out. Oh! And the trick will go off. So the nade, it clears the tub, but it does not clear the Kaid. That has the first thermite charge down. Regardless, it seems like JJ and Co. will get this wall open without much of a hitch. They can just stick to the basics. If they can just get these walls open, start to make progress here. Maybe there's not a lot that can go wrong.
Pinch inside from Snowmobile. There are some defenders, most likely Hat. Actually, there's only... I'm only realizing that there's 2 players inside of the site. With Kento and Kool-Aid are on the 2nd floor. And most of JJ and Co. aren't really worried about that. They have the track stingers available, but I don't know if that's the only thing you really want in your pocket. And only having 2 drones available as potential flanks, it is prime for the reaping for all of those roamers on the 1st and 2nd floor, and now they'll start to deal with them. Twist is going to walk up West Main. Doesn't really have too much assistance as the rest of the players are still waiting inside of Trench, trying to see if they can find somebody. Hat barely escapes death inside of Blue.
I think they're just sticking Twist upstairs to kind of be the middleman between this Forsaken roam and this JJ and Co. push, because most of the rest of this push is coming towards this horizontal take. They just want to get rid of the player inside of Pillar. Maybe the player inside of Blue just find a gap in, and as the player crosses out of Pillar, JJ and Co are still making headways here towards the site. There's Kool-Aid on that flank. Twist has been waiting for this moment for a long time, has so many track stingers, maybe to play as a distraction. His location in general just kind of weird. If Kool-Aid doesn't assume it, he likely won't check it and will likely lose his life. But still, all of this depends on JJ and Co getting this flank off. Twist, it doesn't work out for him, and that hatch is now going to become a problem. Kool-Aid dealt with, but there's still another player upstairs. Doesn't matter. They can't get the plant denial. Rival will go down, so will JJ. So Forsaken might have the retake in their books, but it's a double out of Emilio, and an important one at that, as it's just down to Gasher. But Emilio, he holds strong, and JJ and Co get the job done. Twist on that flank. It didn't work out, but thanks to some heroics from both Rival and Emilio, fighting the hatch and fighting the players pushing them, JJ and Co will cross the finish line.
What killed Forsaken in that post-plant situation is something that's plagued them throughout the entirety of Challenger Series, is when we get into these very clutch situations or post-plants, there's a lot going on. Forsaken will start to become separated. These players will play a lot more individualistic. Kento does not have somebody to help his refrag. BJL's there about 2 seconds later, and Kaid is left all alone in a 1v2. There are moments where a coordinated team like JJ and Co, as long as they've established some map control, they can have a lot of control over the situation itself. There's some issues that we saw with Forsaken on Revelations on their match, and we didn't really get to see it too much on Consulate because most of the time Forsaken just forced JJ and Co to actually engage with them, not on the site, but on their terms in the roam. And on Chalet, it is nothing like that. It's very, very different so far.
It's one of those maps where, yes, JJ and Co are very historically going to play it just because, I don't know, I guess they like it. One of those maps that still has plagued JJ. In important games, Chalet is the map that he'll go to and lose on. So I'm a little worried. But if JJ and Co can break that curse today, beat Forsaken on a map that honestly they're pretty comfortable on and have taken a lot of wins on. I mean, they 7-1 core on Chalet. Beat we're not here from Hat. Sorry. That cut me off there, but they're actually ready for him. Snake waiting inside of main. Catches out Hat on that run out. They have silenced the beast seemingly. His Hat has not been active on this Chalet. He has not been the key player here. It's been Kento instead.
It's the map. He just doesn't have room to do these shenanigans that he loves to do. I think maybe if we get to Clubhouse, it'll be different. And Kento's just allowed to push through. Take care of the Habana pellets. There's not a lot of actual pressure. He's been spotted out from the 2 drones now. And now comes the Monty. But the Black Mirror is still available, as is the Shield. And is there actually going to be any forceful exertion from this spot that Kento is in? Janko are, taking their time. Now pushing up with that Monty, and we are going to see an engagement that could potentially decide the round.
Oh, Kento doesn't win the melee, but JJ's not going to play risky here. 2 kills going in the way of JJ thanks to Snake making his way up blue. Kento going to try and fight him as he rotates off, but there's just so many angles for Kento to fight against. He's not going to win that one. Kool-Aid now has to be a hero in a 1 versus 3. The man who's experienced in relegation games. He loses his to Twist. Forsaken lose the half. JJ and Co. 4-2 on this attack. They're not worried just one bit. They are vibing here on the Chalet.
Hey, you want to make Forsaken fight their demons. With Kento having to look in front of him in the library window, worry about the Monty, worry about any other players inside of library. And meanwhile, a lot of other really important engagements are happening. A Claymore is prepped, completely shuts down any potential flank from any of these players being on side of that piano window as well, meaning that there isn't really a rotate that is easily accessible for that defensive team. it's a lot more JJ and Co than we've seen so far. They're working with each other a lot better. The Monty is working without a hitch, and I do like the fact that JJ didn't immediately ADS. It was more just like a, all right, I'm going to keep some space in between you and force you to focus on me like a Monty should, honestly.
I think, you know, Kento in that position while playing against the Monty was more so wondering where the other threats were coming from, because he was checking his slant window. Yeah, I guess that too. Just trying to see if he has any help. He's like looking around at Corey. He's like, guys, like, I'm getting pushed here. Can I get a little bit of assistance? But assistance did not follow him up. Thanks to Snake, who was actually fighting on the flanks. But no more shields for JJ and Co. unless they decide to pull out the Clash. They are now on the defense, still setting up on their dining hold. Playing up above with Twist on the Tubarao. It's all about stalling time, but I think that Forsaken want to take the easy way in. In goes Gasher, but a Frost Mat is what Hat will face, and a Mirror Window is what Gasher will face, but still, Forsaken are getting kills, and they've gotten themselves into the site. Can they bring the Diffuser over now, is the question. They're taking so much control in such little time. It is a 5v2. Twist has gone down, but Rival's able to get the run out going. Twist is finished off. Plant goes down. JJ and Co. trying to find a way into this. But Forsaken get the rush off. It works out so well. Emilio fighting against the shotgun. No chance in hell. JJ and Co. were out of this round the moment Forsaken got it going. Hit the ground running here. It is now likely going to be a 3-4.
Yep. Took a little bit of time, but really spotting that there is a massive weak spot within the side of JJ and Co. They were still setting up inside of the round, and I was kind of wondering how long would it take for them to finish all of the vert holes to actually put down the Black Mirrors before the execute was happening. And I kind of got answered. It ended right as the execute was happening, which was perfect for Forsaken because they're able to put a lot of different players in positions exactly where JJ and Co. aren't ready for them. Gasher hopping up inside of Solarium, able to sneak his way into Bathroom. You're going to have a couple players hop in West Main, Trophy, and because JJ and Co. are still not technically done with everything, they're still trying to get in their positions. The rush comes at a great time, catches them off guard. They're able to get that advantage that is so important in those really fast rush plays. Now JJ and Co. having to defend against a potential tie if Forsaken want to run the blitz again.
Kool-Aid on the blitz. The man with the second most fabulous hair on this broadcast, I would say. The first being you, obviously. You know what I mean? No debate there. JK, it's me. It's me. It's me, guys. It's me. It's me. No, the joke's out. Ooh, that drone spot. Yeah, that drone toss just killed Hat. And that is just unfortunate. I'm not going to lie. What a rough map it's been. For the man that we touted as the savior of this Forsaken team, but had a few inconsistencies. And again, when Hat's not popping off, things can be a lot more difficult than they should be. And with him being down so early on, JJ and Co. immediately advantaged on this round. Might even find a second in their crosshairs. Emilio forced out of Jaeger spot. The drop is successful though. And Twist piles onto Kento. Things are going from bad to worse here.
One thing about JJ in this map in particular is they have been on fire with the entries. Currently 5-3, with Rival being 3-0 on those entries as well. He has 14. He could end with a nice little 20 piece at this pace. The way he has set the tone against Forsaken and almost assumed Hat's position, but you can tell that the way he moves around this map, that this is his home comparative to his opponent. Working with 2 down though. Yes, it is nice that you still have Capitao with the 2 smokes. You have the Blitz, and you do have the Twitch who's able to zap a couple things, but with F-Nuts, maybe the 2 BPs are really going to be the only thing that you're going to find with those Twitch drones. And So far, when you're executing on the second floor, pushing out these two players, there's not a lot of util that Twitch can get rid of in their way.
Trying to find it. Trying to spot out a player, isolate him, and put him down. That's really all. Kool-Aid's gonna fight into this Warden, but that's the key word there. It's Warden, but in comes BJL to deal with him, so no longer a threat. And JJ and Co realizing they're gonna have to back up. JJ, though, from the hatch below, deals with the blitz. Even when it feels like Forsaken take an extra step, JJ and Co take 2 steps further. 2 versus 3. Forsaken can't find an advantage in this round. Doesn't mean it's unwinnable, though. Still got 3 smokes in total. Gonna try and cut off that blue player, but Rival swings just before the smoke blooms. And Forsaken now
Seconds remaining.
cut down to 1. It's Gasher. He's gonna drop the hatch. And JJ's gonna be there to meet him. Or JJ and Co. A Snake is there. Forsaken. I mean, this is the exact same scenario we saw Forsaken going up against JJ and Co, where they were up 5-3 on Consulate defense, but this is a different time now. JJ and Co, and this is exactly the same round that the timeout was called. Wow, that is really weird.
Big deja vu.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that wasn't really prevalent in the first map, it was there, but it was part of the reason why JJ and Co are struggling so much is trades. They have been always there to make it so that if Forsaken does get a kill, whether it be that entry or anything beyond that, they have an immediate trade. In, I believe, in 2 of the rounds that Forsaken have gotten an entry, and reminder, they've only gotten 3. 2 of them have immediately been traded by this JJ team, and we saw it in this round when Forsaken were taking that library and taking that top floor. JJ and Co would always get a kill right after Forsaken did, so that you were left at a 4v2, that entry from Rival. He's got 14. It makes that much more of a difference.
You want to talk about, Hat's impact on the first round, on the first map, rather, we have to look at Rival. 15 is just crazy, especially when it's just round 9. It is Rival is the one gorilla in the 100v1 scenario. He is.
That doesn't work because I referenced that in the pre-show.
Well, it does work. Rival. I mean, he is.
We're changing gorillas from Hat to Rival.
Yes, it is a changing of the guardrilla for sure.
5 seconds to go.
Yes, Rival is the gorilla in the 1v100 scenario right now.
Attacker's objective is
You haven't seen those
Forsaken
memes,
are
by
the,
the way.
Forsaken are the 100 men.
Banging.
If you think that 100 Siege players can beat Rival, you are certainly mistaken. He's been active. JJ and Co have been active. JJ and Co have been confident. It feels like they're honestly doing a better job than Forsaken are at isolating picks specifically, which is something that you'd figure out of Forsaken is not only their key strength, but their key strategy here. You try to get rid of Snake, he will back away. A lot of fan pressure being put down from him just existing, but in comes Forsaken. Very often a team not trying to waste any time there. Hat now on the board. 2 kills for him. Hunting down a third, and he has one in his sights. He is right to predict a player here inside of Dining. It is Rival. It is Gorilla v Gorilla right now between Hat and Rival. Just around the corner. The Rival. He spotted one. He's not going to go for it, though. He does. Hat gets the trade, and it's a 4 versus 2. Emilio on very low HP. Both players forced back into the site here.
And information. Mr. B talked about it in his interview. So good for Forsaken. They're able to spot out at least Snake. I think Twist just kind of tags along for the adventure as well, making it really hard for a response to happen when Forsaken are as quick as that. Both inside of that blue hallway, potentially making a trek up the stairs, decide against it. There's not a lot of options for them. Minute 22, which means that Forsaken can use those boogie drones, get the electro claws or the bandit batteries that are on the wall, bust open the Vulcan canisters. But JJ starts a bit of a comeback here, takes down BJL. That will stay closed for the time being. It will eventually get open, but maybe that is the small reprieve that this team needs.
Choosing their fights very carefully here. See, JJ's actually made his way over towards main stairs, or actually towards shelf. Now might be looking to walk up. Good timing if he can, but he gets blinded just as he's forced to back off. Kool-Aid nades shelf. There's no way. Actually, the nade missed, but JJ's still afraid of it. Moves out of the way. Emilio's good for one. He is so low on HP. It would take an absolute miracle for this man to do it, but the man is made of them. 20 seconds. Is Hat going to switch his angle of approach here? Is he going to go somewhere else? Is he going to try and fight Emilio on this flank, or is he just going to cover Gasher? Where is Gasher? Where's that bomb going to go down? It's on the hatch. And Hat now starting to make his way towards site. Emilio holding firm. Hat has no idea, but Emilio... He hasn't given away his location. He deals with Hat and spots Gasher. Has he done it? Gasher's going to surely be spotted. Emilio! He's made of miracles. And he manages to pull one out. A 1 versus 2 for the man. Don't ever count him out. JJ and Co. on match point thanks to Emilio.
You're asking where Gasher is. I'm asking the same thing. Gasher's in the hatch for a good 20 seconds. I think if you get inside the site and you start the plan, that's going to force Emilio to engage upon you a lot sooner. It's a 3v1 with 40 seconds remaining. Why are we going for the plan with 4 seconds remaining? You're forced to stick on that plan. And if you don't know where Emilio is, which they didn't, he gets the kill onto the completely oblivious Nook. It's free. It's never been more free for Emilio. Massive misplays by Forsaken, and it's probably going to cost them the entire map.
It just feels like they overcomplicated it too. Like they were trying to play 4D chess into that 1 versus 2, and all you do is plant and cover. It's as simple as it can be. They decided to send Hat on that flank, and it just felt like it was too much. If you don't even know where Emilio is, how can you expect that flank to work out?
Force him out.
Yeah, how can you throw it, like Hat into a 1 versus 1? It doesn't make sense. That play didn't make sense. Decision has been made, though, and you can see that JJ and Co. very much taking advantage of Forsaken's misstep. We're on match point. Forsaken have never looked weaker. I say that with confidence. They have never looked weaker than in this current moment. Not a single player even on their team putting up double digits, but it's Kento. Kento, the consistency, if you're to call him that, as he has been on par every single step of the way, but gets rival, claims the man that we have been talking about quite a lot. Surely that's enough to send you into another round. Surely that's enough an advantage to take and use.
Frag grenade's gonna go out. You can see the red pings going on through Forsaken. Good use of their drone. Piano. Well, the shield isn't cleared. The player has been flushed out. Usually that is where you would have the frost, but instead it sits empty. Emilio plays right by that shelf, waiting for a potential push in from Ivy. Could be another pinch inside of bathroom. You can see by the way that JJ and Co are playing that they're angling to get a refrag. Twist up against this doorway, and it's not going to be Twist. Instead, it is Emilio onto Kento going into library. There was that player onside of piano window, but so far, JJ and Co, they're up 1.
Despite that opening pick going in the way of Forsaken, JJ and Co bounced back. Diffuser dropped inside of Mez, though. It's going to be a recovery process here for Forsaken, who so far have been overthinking a lot of this Consulate, and now, a lot of this Chalet, and now that they don't have Diffuser, are they going to overthink that position? Are they going to overthink that flank? It seems like not. Start to head their way towards site, but JJ walks up, BJL expecting him on the blue stairs, but he was already far pushed ahead. Now Forsaken have to switch up strats. They have to find picks. They get one onto Emilio, but Hat is immediately traded. Map number 3 is inevitable. So is JJ and Co. as Kool-Aid is last standing. 1 versus 3. We've seen a lot of clutches in this game so far. Is Kool-Aid going to be able to be the one that steps up? Doesn't seem like it. 25 seconds. JJ and Co have completely backed up. C4 misses. The player's spotted, but there is no diffuser, no sign of hope here for Kool-Aid.
15 seconds remaining.
I don't think there's any way he can do this. Twist walks up, and JJ and Co make work of Forsaken just as dominantly as Forsaken won on Consulate. Chalet is the same for JJ and Co. 7-3. They take us to map number 3. Clubhouse was a really big question mark. And this is going, I mean, we're about to go to a crazy map 3.
Not looking great for Forsaken. A lot of average plays, below average plays for some of these players given what we've seen from them in the past. Yeah, they got about 7, 8, but it was demanded more of them. The team itself struggled to do these basic things. Even after getting that entry onto Rival, they look dazed and confused, wondering where to go next. They play solo, they get caught out, and that is exactly where JJ and Co thrive.
They get buried on Chalet. They drowned in the Kool-Aid. Now can they swim their head above it? Forsaken versus JJ and Co to map number 3, to Clubhouse. We're about to have a very, very intense map number 3.
This is real now. This is legit. JJ and Co are here to play, and they are not messing around. We are going to map 3. Elimination on the line, Adam, and that is when JJ and Co stepped up.
This was a crazy game, just in the way that Consulate was. Consulate was extremely aggressive. I was more just jaw to floor watching this one. Chalet was a barn burner for sure, but both maps have been extremely one-sided for one team or the other. Going over to Clubhouse, going over to that map 3, I mean, there's so much that can happen. Both of these teams, it's not like it's their best map. It's going to be a bloodbath between the two, and it's really just a great decider, honestly.
Yeah, and we've seen very recently how Forsaken do. It was mostly their attack that we got to see. I don't know who's starting on the defense and who's starting on the attack. I think that's going to be a pretty important thing, but overall, on both of these teams' maps, it hasn't really mattered. Whoever has taken control of it, don't actually see who's starting on the defense and who's starting on the attack. I want to say Forsaken, since they have the choice that they would get to start on the defense, get
Correct.
that advantage because they badly need a way back into the series.
Yes, Forsaken will be starting out on the defense, and so hopefully that is their chance to possibly remedy the Clubhouse woes they've had so far. But this has been messy territory for them. And now the third map, there's no second chances here in the lower bracket. You win, you're in the grand final, you have a chance to make Pro League. We questioned this map decision at the start of this series, and now, Adam, here it is. They've got to go through it, and they've got to step up, at least on this map, compared to the performances they've had so far this playoff.
I think looking at it like in this way, it's more so recency bias. When we look at Clubhouse, Karn & Co is the last time that they won on Clubhouse in CS. So they lost to Core, and they lost even worse to Revelations. So it's going to be rough for them. I hope JJ and Co are just worse at this point.
Well, let's see it. It's going to happen right now. We're going to have to say goodbye to one of these teams, and one of them, Forsaken or JJ and Co, will find themselves in the grand final. Let's do it.
I also got to say goodbye to Jonah, as whenever the screen goes away, he kind of just fades out of existence. Like, he doesn't...
He does that in real life too, actually.
That's what I mean, yeah. Like, he just...
Yeah.
Once we close him... Like, once I leave TeamSpeak and once I'm not in the same TeamSpeak as him, he doesn't exist anymore. There's no proof of him existing. He's just gone.
This actually happens to everybody. I don't know if you know that. Or if once they leave, like, the VC, they're gone until you see them again.
I think those are just... I think I might have voices. I think that's basically what you're telling me. Which I wouldn't be very shocked at this point. I casted a lot of Siege, a lot of different things going wrong with me, but it's going right. I think with JJ and Co. I think especially on the fact that they just won that most recent map, they're not afraid anymore. They're not really worried about these flanks. They're not worried about Forsaken making these aggressive plays. They've shut them down at every angle. Wow, that is an interesting ban.
With a Maverick ban as well. Means that Kaid is going to be the only one available, which means you're probably going to need to bring in IQ if there's going to be, like, let's say, a hot tub play or a CC wall play. But also means that attacking this basement site might be a little bit easier because the triple wall is either going to get Kaided, which you can use the boogie drones to take care of, or you're simply just going to have to throw a Selma on there. Easy as pie, easy as can be. For JJ and Co. They're bringing that blitz. We've seen it a couple times. To average amount of success. It's how they've used it that's really hurt them. Not as the main point of the attack, but as only one part. Because usually when they brought the blitz, they've also brought something else to provide a little bit of a skewer onto Forsaken. Like I said, to modicum amount of success.
Kind of get where the Bandit ban is coming from, actually. It is just because both of these teams banned Tuber on Clubhouse. That is their main ban in defense. So JJ and Co did it first. Forsaken, like, oh well, whatever, we'll just ban the next best thing. Let's ban whatever's closest to Tuber, and let's ban it. So, making sense of that. But yeah, Shields, most definitely going to be a big topic. Blackbeard has the board. I think so far this series he's been banned every map. Still got them on. This map is going to be violent. This map is going to be brutal. It's going to be in your face. There's going to be a lot of heads off drones. These are very aggressive. A colliding. It is an unstoppable force versus an unstoppable force.
Usually when you have games like that, it's about taking whatever amount of space you can get and getting entries like that where Hat is completely isolated from his team. JJ and Co are going to excel at hunting down players like that. We saw it on Chalet when Hat tried it a couple times, especially if you're looking at the snowmobile garage door when he got shut down by Snake. And now he's a very early entry, and the rest of Forsaken are having to go back down to that first floor, and I imagine they're probably not going to stay in the bar for too long. But Kool-Aid also could just die. That's also a part of the equation.
So much of this hold from Forsaken was dependent on this roam, and never would you have thought in the case of Forsaken that they would ever lose these roam, engagements. I feel like for them, they were just like so reliant on the fact that they were going to win those fights. They dedicated a whole setup to it and then lost 2 fights immediately. I mean, that's going to shake Forsaken a lot. They're not expecting such resistance. Now a 5 versus 3, JJ and Co have so much control to work with here.
You see all the defense just running around, trying to escape the can openers, the boogie drones being thrown out. Trying to check for any util, but just the time remaining for JJ and Co is so good. They can waste out the smokes. First one gonna be thrown out. You can also see that they were breaking open the triple wall. And they don't have to rush this. Patience is key for this team, and when they've been patient, not to a crazy amount, a lot of times rewards have waited right around the corner.
JJ and Co get this execute going, dropping smokes inside, blocking off every crossfire. JJ's gonna bring himself right into the face of Gasher, wins that fight, and so does the rest of JJ and Co, winning out their fights, holding those crosses. It didn't take any extra space if they didn't need to. Just a very clinical round through and through. JJ and Co couldn't have played it more perfectly if they tried. Maybe it could have been flawless, and then we could have considered it a perfect round, but that's as close as you're going to get in this case. First attack goes in the favor of JJ.
What happens when the strength of Forsaken on a map like Consulate is gone? Hat can't play like that. You playing so alone to the point where JJ and Co can spot it out and eliminate you is a burden on your team at this point. And for a team that struggled yesterday, it wasn't, granted, they only played attack, really. It was like 6 rounds and then 2 on the defense. We haven't seen too much of their defense so far, but if it's just going to be more of the same, I'm expecting JJ and Co to sweep like they did last match.
10 seconds to go.
Yep. JJ and Co have been riding a wave of momentum since that last map and have not slowed down, both in play style and in momentum in general. They're a team that relies on the vibes. They're a team that just plays off of the chemistry of each of their individual pieces. Same thing can sort of be said for Forsaken. I know a lot of these guys are just really good friends with each other. It is what you would consider a potentially a friendship team, but they got second place in Elements, so we don't really think about them that much anymore. Sorry, I had to do it. But what is this? I've never seen that smoke. I think that's to block the rotate. That is genius if that's how that works. But unfortunately, the push isn't working. Yes, it is. 3 are dead. 4 are dead. Rival. JJ and Cove managed to find a way into this. I thought that this was completely dead in the water with 2 people on JJ and Co dying inside a gym on the early rips of that rush. But immediately 4 kills responded on by JJ and Co in quick succession. BJL is now locked out of the site with a timer going against him. A beautiful shot on the twist, though. As Kiba Barricades tries to hit the mattress. Unfortunately, that is a little bit of an inconsistent shape. Sometimes your Kibas just go awry, and in that case it did, and it costed him Forsaken. Not expecting that in the slightest, and JJ and Co will just trounce them on that rush.
It is a very bold rush to do something like that, given how JJ and Co have tried it before on Consulate and on Chalet, and it really didn't work. It was something where, yeah, Initially, it seemed like they might get an advantage, but eventually it fizzled away. Funny enough, it actually looked like it was going to fail upon entry, and suddenly it turns around. They're able to maintain control of Jim, push out the players, honestly just trying to skedaddle, get away from these blazing hot guns that JJ and Co. were pointing toward them. Caught him off guard, which is exactly what you want to do with a rush, and as close as that post plant can be. Like you said, unfortunate situation with that bed, and now attacking CCTV. JJ and Co. just look comfortable. They look like they're carrying what they had on Chalet all the way over to Clubhouse.
5 seconds to insertion.
Now Forsaken, switching over to a CC bomb site. Now, kind of where you'd maybe want a 2-round a bandit. Probably the one site where it's pretty important. Maverick is banned. There is no guarantee that this wall will get opened unless they can just kind of deal with the Kai trick, which I don't think should be too hard. You have the Thatcher. Shouldn't be a big deal. Still got to get through it, though. Garage wall opened up. Other side soft. Not sure where they placed those other 2 reinforcements. Could have found a... Oh, yeah, right. Over towards Master. That is correct. JJ now opening up that wall. Kai trick surely not going to hit. 2 EMPs is really all it takes to shut that down. As easy as pie, and JJ and Co. get what they want really early.
You got the wall open. What do you do from here? Gonna be a con push. Rafters might be the next guess, as you do have Twist, who's going to use that can opener to get open both of those walls. They spot Kento inside of Lounge, but because the wall is soft, we're able to shoot the can opener, and suddenly a line of sight is gone. And it seems like it should be really easy. There's no sledge. The Rateros are going to have to be used on the castle barricades, the Kiba barriers. Now Kool-Aid could go for the flank of the century if JJ and Co. push into garage and aren't ready for such a bold play.
JJ and Co. have to deal with a lot of utility, though. Gonna have to deal with the ADSs and the Azamis, but you have a Capital on the board. No Wamai to deny these fires. BJL is gonna be forced out of here, but a big C4 from Kool-Aid, I think from Oil Pit, and 2 more kills from Forsaken. 3 more, or more. 4 just die, or JJ and Co.'s entire push just gets thrown by the wayside. This time around, that fast take from the attack will not work out. They all crash and burn inside a garage. Forsaken were just ready for that. Then you know JJ and Co. are going to go for those sort of quick executes, and all they have to do is prepare to time it well. Got a C4 from Kool-Aid, got players helping out inside of Rafters. Even though BJL got caught out, that aggressiveness from Forsaken is what saves them in this. Will likely grant them this round.
He's tickling everybody.
Yeah, everyone's really low. So, I mean, that's, I guess, one way to win the round.
Death by 1,000 cuts really isn't gonna do much good here, especially you've got the 2 smoke canisters. I don't have any C4s, but we're just kind of waiting this one out, and I think Rival knows that too, that there's not really any chance of winning. Focus on what you're gonna do next. Most likely would be a basement attack, or could be a gym. Both of those were won by JJ and Co. previously. The basement one being a lot worse than the gym site, which was a rush. So, honestly, I'd say you test the waters with a gym, force JJ and Co. to go for a little bit of a normal push, and then see how they do there.
I think once you kind of just play those aggressive rushes, you're not really going to want to do it again once it fails, right? You've already gotten your 2 rounds out of it. Like you said, it's time to cut your losses. Play a little bit more basic, maybe. Who knows? Maybe JJ and Co. won't heed that warning. Maybe they'll get even more aggressive off of this timeout. Try and break in the round. Maybe try and catch Forsaken off guard. Whatever they were talking about, just nullifying it by playing differently. So far, Clubhouse has been, I would say, evenly matched. But JJ and Co. have sort of still, there's still a little bit of that residue from Chalet where we're still thinking about how JJ and Co. have been playing pretty well in these previous few rounds that they've been playing. And I think it just comes down to the fact that they're really confident and they have played very confidently. It's been wearing on their play. I mean, you can see it. in the way that they play. They're just not really afraid of anything. Not afraid of Forsaken anymore. But Forsaken going downstairs, switching up their hold as well. See if anything in that timeout
Locate and defuse as many
makes
bombs as they
Forsaken
can.
get a little bit more success.
Running on to the Kaid, probably the best bet. Make it so that when players get down to the main stairs, they're not going to be easily able to open the wall. Got a great line of sight, both in the site and all the way to blue as well. Are they going to roam? Is the massive question. All these changes, yeah, Kaid shut down triple wall. Is Hat gonna be in cache and CC again? Kool-Aid is in kitchen, most likely reinforcing the hatch. Any type of roam is gonna be extremely dangerous given what we've seen from this site previously. It was a massive reason as to why JJ and Co were so easily able to walk their way towards a victory. The only player off the site is going to be Kool-Aid, and it'll probably just be a light extension, not a true roam. And yep, you can see getting all the way back down to the basement. So a full anchor from Forsaken.
Very, very different from the last. Honestly, all I could describe that hold as was just an obstacle course. There was just a lot of loops and jumps and rotates here and holes there and reinforcements here and hatches open there. And didn't really matter. Forsaken just kind of got picked on their roam. But now they will decide not to do that. Gonna play safely. No vert being brought by JJ and Co. No ram in specific. How?
What?
How?
Honestly, that's worthy. That is so worthy of a question mark.
Yeah, and he's gonna. I mean, he just dealt with, I think, 2 Goyos for free as well. Sheesh. I mean,
Located by attackers.
how does that even happen?
Wow.
like that is crazy.
I mean, yeah, that's gonna really hurt the defense because you don't have the smoke canisters. Player's gonna be pushing down dirt as well. Hatch is getting open. Pretty stock standard for this site. Now you've lost key player holding a key position. You would expect JJ to push in dirt. He's the one with that diffuser, so everything else here is kind of setting him up for success. You would expect the default plant below the hatch drop as well. That's an area that most likely JJ and Co will make their way to with about 1:10 remaining.
I think they know about this as well, so that's the other thing. Like, Forsaken have intel on this push, so there is a way that they could stop it, but they're going to have only a few seconds to do so because JJ and Co are going to get this attack ready. They're going to start to push out Forsaken, and that Monty is eventually going to become a problem if they can't deal with him early. 45 seconds left. And that is one thing about JJ and Co. Their executes are sort of predictable at times. You can time them pretty easily. JJ missing his melee there, almost gets Kool-Aid. But JJ is down. He drops Case behind AKs, and Forsaken are immediately back into this round. JJ and Co just so easy to predict at times. This time is no different. Kento trying to secure his last kill, trying to secure his one against Snake, and he does so. Forsaken will tie us up. JJ and Co not really changing much in the end of things, and it cost them dearly.
I mean, I was right that they were pushing their dirt, but it was mainly Rival and JJ. There was no pinch happening because the 2 players that were inside of blue were so late by the time that they had actually gotten there to provide some sort of pressure. JJ had already died. He was fighting the Warden inside of AKs, and if there was somebody inside of blue, that's a super easy crossfire. The Warden's dead. JJ is awarded space, but instead it seems like JJ and Co go way too early on their attack and instead suffer, leaving the 2 players inside of blue trying to pick up the pieces of a strategy that might have worked, especially without the smoke, but simply not synchronizing with each other causes it to fall apart.
It's also just like whenever you see that utility go out, it's pretty much just an alarm bell, and you're like, all right, JJ, you're executing now. Watch all your corners, watch all your points of entry. They knew that the Monty was in dirt. He was dealt with. They knew. Actually, I think Rival was dealt with first. I couldn't remember who.
Rival was dealt with first, yeah.
Yeah, Cooley got a kill in that round. Was it Rival? Was that the engagement there?
I believe so, yes.
So Rival was behind him inside of Dirt. That's a lot of pressure. Putting 2 players inside of Dirt, you want something out of that if you want 2 players inside of Dirt. He didn't get anything. JJ just took the case into AKs and lost it. And once Rival lost his kill, there was really no way for JJ and Co to do anything. As long as Forsaken can just continue to kind of predict where JJ and Co are going to come from, there really isn't much that JJ and Co can do unless they're able to get a flank going, unless they're able to add a layer of unpredictability, because so far, it's been pretty easy to read.
Yeah, that's part of going by a lot of defaults, having strategies that you've used a lot before, is it can be read into, but a lot of times it's about the execution of those strategies rather than the strategies itself. And we'll have to see whether or not it's the former or the latter once we get into a lot more of these rounds, and I think that'll be plain to see from these two teams. Kento inside of stage, he's the one player who's a bit different than everybody else in terms of positioning. He might go join the rest of his team, as Forsaken have already wasted about a minute 15. They've taken some util, all of the thermite charges, all of those Thatcher EMPs, and the impacts from Amelia on Zofia. And if you do back into sight, I think they're going to be happy with what they have, but the light extension into Khan is still going to exert enough pressure so that JJ and Co don't get comfortable.
See, the Forsaken are still just trying to look for a pick. They have that util advantage, but you know that JJ and Co are encroaching. They do not want to give them that space for free. And there's Kool-Aid. Wow. The man has held an SMG-11 in his hand since he was born. Wins that fight against JJ on metal. Forsaken are off to a ripping hot start. All that util going in their favor, but you still have twists on the ace, so they can get the con wall open. Not sure if Jacuzzi was taken care of. It was. Yeah, I mean, we thought they might do that. Got the memory of a goldfish. BJL, though, caught out by Twist. JJ and Core still getting kills, despite the fact that they have really nothing going for them.
Yeah, peeking that angle. It's going to hurt you. And now 3 stacking inside of Khan. Is there going to be any rotate inside of Lodge? He has the player's number. And now setting up that utility for the execute. BP is going to be a nightmare giving all of this information away. But how are JJ and Co going to find themselves a little nest inside of the site to potentially plant?
They're not going to have a lot of time to do it. And you also have Hat on that C4. Gasher swings out. Live for now. Things are just going from bad to worse. Gasher swings again, and Hat claims Emilio. Case is dropped. Twist is just going to have to make a play happen, but there is no chance in hell. Forsaken just wait it out, and they win it out. All it took was the clock to run out of time. JJ and Co took way too long to get themselves going in that round, and Forsaken, they'll eat them alive on that 3-2, and the lead now in the favor of Forsaken.
Surprisingly enough, it seems like JJ and Co do what we saw Forsaken do yesterday, where they wait to see if their opponent peaks, gets overeager, and then they can work off of that. It did happen with BJL, and I think it was Hat on the castle inside of Logi. I can't really remember exactly, but that was almost another kill that enabled them to either take control of Logi or to completely disappear the presence that a player would have and having any sort of flank. Kind of shocking to see from this team, but they didn't really have any other entry. There wasn't a gym window hop-in that could have provided a different angle simply because the door was barricaded. They were trying to force a mistake by their opponent, and Forsaken just hold back enough that they get the round win.
5 seconds remaining.
So, JJ and Co
Attackers are moving to defend the bomb.
headed into this map thinking they were untouchable, winning on map number 2. Forsaken have slowed this game down considerably, and JJ and Co are not really keeping that pace going. Felt like JJ and Co were going too fast. Forsaken weren't really feeding into it. They weren't giving away picks. Playing very reserved. It's been working out really well. Seems like another dimension has been added on to Forsaken, as they were criticized for being sort of one-dimensional, but regardless, they're playing this way better. Now controlling this game. CCTV hold. Absent is the Azami. You do have a Jaeger and a Wamai, likely to just try and deal with all the utility that's going to come their way. Forsaken recognizing that util is going to be the main play for JJ and Co. Clearing out that Raptors position, and they would be so darn right. Got Capitao, got nades. Pretty much the only thing you can use.
The garage wall, the 4 walls in there, I don't think either of them are open. Emilio's not bringing secondary hard breach, which is kind of shocking. So you're gonna have a attempt to force their way in through Khan, and Emilio kills Rival. Twist is there for, I guess, the trade, but still, it's really going to hurt your attack. But as long as Forsaken are going to peek you and you're going to be able to get these kills, work with the advantages you're given.
Well, simple answer to why the garage wall isn't open is because JJ and Co simply aren't pushing it. They don't want garage control. They've been trying to do this from CC, but now realizing that they're going to have to try and get another play going. Snake rotates over. It seems like he might try and get on plat wall, which I think might still be... There's no way it's still closed. I mean, there's no way it's open or still closed. I don't know. Maybe it is, but CC wall is getting, or plat wall is getting open. Yeah, there it is. The plat wall is open. Snake will find the gap. He makes another play happen, but still Forsaken are getting picks. With BJL inside of Raptors, he's finally dealt with, but JJ and Co get the control that they need. Gasher gonna have to use a smoke grenade. Both players sitting behind that behind that server rack. JJ Blast gonna eat so much damage, and Snake has been spotted thanks to that Deimos track, but he wins that fight. Snake, a very important rotation that he made from the CC window over towards plat wall to deal with that roam. JJ and Co completely foregoing Raptors, walking in through Khan and through CC plat. Works out for them in the end, and they'll equal out this half.
It's plays like those that show that even if you have a particular idea of how you want to engage on a site, even creating the idea of another push is going to be really helpful. Despite the fact that they don't get the garage wall open, getting the main plat wall open, a very basic part of this site, allows for a super, super quick rotate. The one layer, the key that they needed to win that round, because without Snake, most likely they funnel in through cash door and meet the machine of Forsaken, who are still holding onto that red stairs and still holding onto Rafters itself. The adaptation is there. We criticize JJ and Co for maybe not having that inside of the round itself. They do exactly that. Now go into their defense all tied up. It's the first time we've been here where it seems like things are truly equal.
I just a thought that came into my head. I love whenever spectators are spectating Valkyrie. I know the players like absolutely despise it.
Yes.
Like
spoil the camera
yeah,
spots.
like that is like the worst thing you can do to a team is show everyone their Valk cams.
Here's where Twist puts his Valk cameras.
But me as a Valk player, I love it. I adore it. I don't know why I said me as a Valk player. I have the most hours on Smoke, but I do like playing Valk a lot, and it's really cool. I think the difference between like a lot of Valks in higher up is they just have like such a way of putting down really useful cameras, but making them extremely well hidden. Like, and I think it's just because they're in very unconventional spots. They're usually holding cuts instead of like putting them in the corner of a big room and spotting out everything you can. It's not about the most info you can get out of a Valk cam. It's the most important info you can get out of the Valk cam without, concealing it. Valk was added in the first year of Siege, and she's still very, very prevalent. I just went on a tangent about her because she's very important. I love her, dude. She's a great opera.
No, she's super duper cool, and a lot of people like her simply because the MPX is also a really good gun. Twist is playing with fire, and wow, all right, that is such a bold play from him, and he's still able to walk over to the red stairs. I imagine he stays here, and Rival inside of stage meets Kento. You imagine with the Jackal gone, players like Twist, who are still on the second floor, get so much better. A billiard top and the pinch is there, but diffusers dropped, and it seems like where Forsaken struggled with their own, JJ are going to succeed with it.
And not expecting Rival in that spot. He works out for 2 picks, trying to clear him out, but he instead clears them out. Forsaken, though, they'll kind of get a bit of a late start, but they'll start anyways. Getting Vert inside of Kitch. They have 2 ace charges, but Kool-Aid is walking towards main. Doesn't seem like he's going to use those charges on the kitchen hatch. It might be a finish on the not named after him, but the Kool-Aid wall. Try and run through into Armory. Maybe they're going to try and open triple wall and finish there, but regardless, they're going to be stalled out, and you still have Twist on this flank. Twist, we talked about the Valkyrie, we talked about the cams a lot. Where they are right now is absolutely perfect to his flank. He has one inside of bar. Likely knows that this push is going to come now because all of bar has been vacated. He had a cam inside a bathroom to play that flank. He has the timing, but doesn't have the shot just yet, but is still going to be on that flank. As long as he lives, he is a problem for Forsaken that is going to be pretty much the end of the round for them. They are forfeiting this round. They are seceding it. It is over. No matter what happens there, you're either getting flanked or you're getting shanked from below. JJ and Co. bounce back with a really good round there.
Just shows you need to deal with the roam. Not taking care of the Valkyrie above means that when it comes time to actually push, surprise, you can't walk up main stairs because there's a Valkyrie sitting inside of bar waiting for you. And with the time that Forsaken took to actually clear out the roam in the failed clear, it's a lot of mistakes coalescing in a round that looks incredibly clunky. If you remember yesterday, Forsaken won a single, I think they won a single round on their attack. Looked not great. Were able to get 3 on their defense, but here's the true test.
Looking at the history of Clubhouse for JJ and Co. So that loss to Space Shubes 2-7
10 seconds remaining.
kind of shook us up a little bit. Even lost to Nightmare down in
5
groups.
seconds remaining.
XSSG ACAD. For Forsaken, their recent results haven't really
Locate a bomb and defuse
bared any fruit.
a bomb.
Obviously, we spoke about their game against Rev, against Core, both losses on Club. Most recently, that 1-7. I mean, these two have not had a good experience on Clubhouse as of recent.
I mean, sometimes it's not about whether you're better, it's whether you're not as bad. Like,
Yeah, true.
yeah, technically the same phrase, but like, one's maybe a little bit more cruel than the other. But I mean, when you're this late into the game, you're on a map that both these teams really struggle with. It doesn't matter. You just need to win.
Just need to cross the finish line.
With their diffuser.
I think we're seeing that kind of out of this map. It's been very sloppy, very gunfight oriented. Very much who gets that first pick and who can push the advantage further. Hat has a really good spot here inside of red. Blinds towards top red. Twist, I think, might have had the read there. He was the warden after all, but couldn't get his glasses out in time. Now JJ and Co will insist upon the refrag, and it works out. Thanks to Rival on that swing. And Snake is actually still in cash, so even though Forsaken have cleared out Twist, they still have a lot more to go.
And tactical retreat after on gone. Take a trade for the Ash. I think that's pretty nice. Without that Ash, it's going to be a bit harder. You still have 4 frag grenades in tow, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Mainly that Kento has been somebody who's really consistent, and for a map that is incredibly gunfight oriented, not having him is really going to suck once we get to the execution phase. But if Forsaken could potentially push a player out of gym by having Kool-Aid on this highway area, I think they could make sure they get themselves just enough space so that the rest of Forsaken can assert their dominance over JJ and Co on this site.
Fourth B missed, but it doesn't seem like that's a crucial problem here as Kool-Aid finds Emilio. That's both C4s now off the board. So Kool-Aid will be able to get this plant off without much of a problem. Sorry, JJ has one. I don't know why I misheard that, but there is that Grim spotting him out. Does the C4 rip? It hits the door frame. That plant won't be denied, but Kool-Aid is still stuck in here. He wins his one against Snake. BJL is the man that has to take him down to 1v3. There's nothing that JJ can do. I think that's the third or fourth, I say third team kill this game. Just in this game alone. There it is. Forsaken get that attack off. They get that execute going. We're tied once again.
I mean, am I right or am I right? You push the players out of that gym area. That's a great spot to plant. Players on the highway are going to be able to catch your crossfire so that the C4, it has to be so rapidly thrown that it even catches on the doorway itself. JJ and Co are left stumbling, wonder how they can get rid of that plant, and because of the amount of windows, the post plant is incredibly difficult to begin with. I do like their extension on over to Cash, but everything since then, I think Forsaken played that really well, and there wasn't too much that JJ and Co really could have done besides take these aggressive angles, potentially gotten kills, but like I said, that comes with a lot of risks itself.
Seems like both of these teams have kind of dropped the risk factor too, though. Like, it feels like the game has slowed down significantly. It's been more about using your util to get these picks, 2v1ing players. It doesn't feel like we're seeing that same aggressive plays out of Forsaken. They are very much just kind of being calculated about it, not being brazen and sending a player off alone. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. I think that it was good in slowing JJ and Co down. Now let's see what they can do. Can they continue with this teamwork? Can they continue pushing JJ and Co out with utility? Can they get these executes going? It's been a green light for Forsaken so far on this attack, but this game could change on a dime, as we've seen.
Interesting to note, no Capital. The main choice clearing those players on Raptors is gonna be the 4 frag grenades, which, if you time them all at once, go for it. But that's gonna come with a lot of risks. So either you're gonna completely ignore that Raptors area because you don't really have a lot of the utility to deal with it. I mean, we did see that from JJ and Co's attack. With the Deimos underneath, he could push into stock, and that does allow for them to flush anybody out. Hearing that barricade ripped. Very important gunfight, but Twist is not going to engage. Instead, walking all the way back into Raptors, where he engages and dies.
Well, Hat on his own, kind of in the habitat that we expect him, but Snake is below him, so that could come to blows if if Snake is to flank up main. That is a pick in the favor of Forsaken. Unanswered now, unimpeded, as it's a second for Forsaken. Rival gets taken down. No more C4s on the board for JJ and Co. Only have those 3 smoke grenades for denial. Snake and Hat will fight it out, but BJL is there for the assist. The round is over, as Emilio is the last player standing inside of sight. Kool-Aid has the shutdown. Just manages to run into sight. I mean, that was clinical from Forsaken, getting every pick that they wanted, not dying to a single player. I think that might be the first flawless that we've seen this game.
Yeah, so far it doesn't really matter simply because we've seen the strengths of both of these teams, whether it's flawless or not, whether that round was flawless or not. The fact that Forsaken were able to take engagements completely off the site. They didn't have to worry about fighting a player onto Raptors or fighting a smoke, potentially trying to smoke it out. It was bar, player over at billiards. There was a lot of really weird choices by JJ and Co, a team that likes to force teams to engage upon the site, and just foregoing that, saying, all right, we're just going to have Twist try to fight somebody. We're going to have Rival peek. Crazy thing to do, given that Forsaken are 1 round away from map and series point, and those are changes that JJ and Co just cannot do.
For a Pro League spot. Give me a sec. I gotta count. I think you got 6 ex-pros in this lobby.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
I'll list them out for you. You got Hat on OXG previously. Gasher. Pretty easy to figure that one out. Kento on Mirage. Kool-Aid X Parabellum. Twist X LG Snake. XTSM as well. So playing up against his former teammate. And again, like we've pointed out in the past, Kool-Aid is one of 5 players to have made it to Pro League through winning relegations with Parabellum up against Xset back in the day. This is not unfamiliar territory here to Mr. Jameson, Mr. Kool-Aid. Either is it for a lot of players on this team, except for kind of the outlier here. You obviously got JJ and Co. with more T2 players than T1 players who want to make that dream, who want to make Pro League. But so far, Forsaken are playing like the team that we have hyped them up to be. They are arguably the second best team in this tournament, losing to Revelations in the winners finals. JJ and Co have a lot to prove here.
What is Snake planning? He's inside a secret. He's got somebody right behind him. And this could be a big play, but like I've said, it comes with a lot more risks than rewards, given that we're in map 3 and you're being read into by your opponent. Of getting a feel for your play. Like Hat on map 2. They expected him to do exactly that. Speaking of, he's going to be the player to drop into oil, try to get an angle inside of blue. An early pick, not even a minute in, would be huge. And he's got Kento on the hatch. They could potentially throw an asphyxiating bolt in there, but there's nobody actually inside of blue. It seems they've evacuated and left it open for Forsaken to potentially take, but I don't know if they're going to be that bold this early in the round.
Forsaken, so far, just kind of posturing on this top floor, not really looking to get a deep dive just yet. They want to get their hatches open. They want to get their soft breach and hard breach alike. JJ's here inside of main, threatening a pick in the favor of JJ and Co. But he does back up. Kool-Aid not able to catch him off with that vert. That is unfortunate. Just happens sometimes. Won't make burn on the floor. No ram being brought by Forsaken, so a lot of their vert is restricted to these breaching charges. May not make as much as you'd want. Still got 6 to work with, so I mean, it's probably plenty. Hatches are open too. Forsaken are kind of just getting through the checklist here.
I think with only 3 drones in Forsaken's pocket, they're trying to clear out the most necessary areas. So blue is area number 1. Ash Charge is going to go out. That should shatter the Black Mirror. So they do have some information as now it's gone down from 3 drones to 2. Should get a pinch onto the players on main stairs now that the wall is open. I like where Forsaken's head at with trying to go for a church clear. And Kento, I think he holds the secrets with the asphyxiating bolts he's got in his pocket.
Yeah, and hopefully with the intel from Gasher, they'll be able to spot out players inside the site, but so far it isn't working here for JJ and Co. They can't hold off this push. 2 dead for Forsaken, or for JJ. It's a 5 versus 2 now. Snake is gone, and Forsaken are just ripping JJ and Co. to shreds. It's all down to Rival. 1 versus 4, and he can't do it. Forsaken on match point, on series point, to play against Mr. B and Co., to play against Revelations in the final, to get their rematch, and to play for a spot in Pro League. This is all it takes. JJ has been wanting this moment for so long, but it might be denied out of him once again.
And here's where the storyline comes into play. JJ and Co versus Mr. B for the NAL might not be fated to happen. Forsaken kind of want to be the spoil sports of the storybook ending between these two. Go for the repeat in the same matchup against them. And so far in these last 3 rounds, it's the best we've seen of them. JJ and Co haven't been getting any sort of entries, haven't been getting any sort of trades, no utility advantage. It's a stark contrast from what we saw over on Chalet, where they had control. Despite not getting the entry all of the time, they would always be a hair away from a trade, making it so that Forsaken never were able to get comfortable. And it all comes back to that, Adam. Comfort. And Forsaken on map and series point look as comfortable as you can be.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Why shouldn't they? They have been playing very well. Comfortable, confident. Haven't missed a beat on this attack. Their last 2 rounds have been, I mean, rinses, to be honest, of JJ and Co. Just rinsing them. I think only dropping 1 player in the last 2 rounds. They had that flawless, and then they had like a 4v1 towards the end. Forsaken. It's going to be them just getting that util down once again. They've had a lot of supremacy with their utility as of recent. No Capital on the board, but you do have BJL on the Grim. Got Hat on Flores to deal with a ton of utility. Gasher loves the sledge on this map, especially on this position. No castles being brought, though, from JJ and Co. A lot of util that a Twitch drone could be used to dealt with, but Flores can still deal with the Goyos, can deal with the zombies. We also got the Ash to deal with the Miras. A lot of counter utility here.
Hat walking up. He thought he spotted a gap, but it's traded out by Gasher, and one immediately goes back and forth. A 3-3. Look at the utility of both of these teams. Losing your sledge and your floors is really going to sting, trying to take out the massive amount of utility that JJ and Co have, but you still have Kento available with 1 Ash charge in his pocket, a breaching charge. There's no castle barricades that they really have to work with, and Twist is caught out. He's still alive. Can he somehow find a way out? He doesn't. And now finding with a man down, it's JJ and Emilio to do some miracle work trying to stop Forsaken from going on to the grand final.
Arguably JJ and his disciple, Emilio. And Emilio has not been the man that we need him to be. 3-8 in this game. He's clutched out a few rounds. Been the leading factor for JJ and Co. many times in the past. Absolutely a talented player. All 10 of these players are, and I think that's not even a question. They spotted out the player inside of gold. That's going to force a rotation. The Goyos just burnt Kento alive, and they've done damage to BJL. I don't know where that came from. 25 seconds. I think that was from the hatch drop. And Kool-Aid's going to have to wait this out. JJ and Co might actually just win this off of utility. Would it not be ironic? 10 seconds left. Case is still very much... I mean, it's close to the site, but is it going to be enough? Emilio's tucked. JJ just holds the swing. Kool-Aid wins his one, but JJ has the cross. The Vectors come out big. And JJ and Co are still in this. There's a round 12 to be fought. There is a match point to be battled for. We might just go to overtime here.
To be decided by utility is the best for JJ and Co because that's the one advantage that they have had over Forsaken throughout this entire series. Yes, Rival has shown up in a couple of these maps, and JJ, I think, is the top kill leader on his team, which is crazy. But it's been utility that has always had Forsaken stumble when executing onto a site. And Emilio has left. Oh, the momentum has kind of been sucked out of the air a little bit. I think for JJ and Co, I think that they're kind of wiping the sweat off their brow. It was an incredibly close game. And I will say it's an odd play by Kento because I believe the Vulcan canister was popped before he even got there. Whether it was a slip, whether it was intentional trying to drop and run out of the fire, it still cost Forsaken an incredibly crucial man.
Very, very important. That pick, absolutely. Can't remember what game it was where 3 people died to a Vulcan canister. I swear.
It was Nightmare JJ and Co.
Yeah, I was going to say, I swear it was
on Labs.
It was the last round of Labs where JJ and Co literally won that game and sent Nightmare. No, they didn't. They sent them down 2-2. I was going to say they eliminated them, but it wasn't their elimination.
It was a 2-2 game, I believe.
Yes.
2-1.
Well, 2-1, yeah, at that point. So in the group stage, they won off the Goyo canister. Would have been pretty hilarious if they had gotten 2 again, but I guess 3 is what they got last time. But yeah, the Goyo canister saved them there. Kind of talked about the util diff. I feel like Forsaken started to get something going with their utility usage. Use that Capital, use flashbangs to great effect, especially a Grim as well. All three of those, I guess, choices. Very great for Forsaken and kind of plays into their playstyle that they've been looking to achieve, which is isolating those ones. Kind of making it so JJ and Co are always at a disadvantage, just constantly hitting them with gunfights that they're not ready to take and not able to take in their current situation. But once JJ and Co are able to kind of, stop them from doing that, once they're able to slow their pace down just a little bit and kind of burn out Forsaken's util options and waste time, then the ball's in their court, right? Forsaken are a very early round sort of team, where they get a lot of stuff done in the early round, but that late round can sometimes look scary. For JJ and Co, it's quite the opposite.
1-1 for the basement for JJ and Co. They went it on round 7. Looked very, very good. It was the roam that set them apart from their opponents. And then last time, which was a nice flawless round by Forsaken. This was the most recent one when they went on that 3-round tear to reach map and series point. And JJ and Co, they're deciding to return to what worked. 2 players on the site, 1 player on the first floor, that was Rival, and then 2 players on that second floor. What stings for this JJ team is a lot of it was surprise factor. Rival was not expected to be in bar stage, which is why he was able to get a lot of those early kills in that entry, I believe. Just like that, Rival has no idea that Hat is there. Surprise factor works against JJ, and that is the freest entry you could possibly get if you're Forsaken.
JJ and Co, you gotta hope that the mental is in check. Despite the fact that you've lost a player, you are still in this game. And it seems like for JJ and Co, they're not going to give this up. You see the pressure towards Secret Stairs. You see the player playing on main. They want to fight for this. They want to make sure that it isn't easy for the taking. How are they going to achieve that? Twist? 4 and 10 in this map. Not the performance we'd expect. But he could be very important, just like he was on that Valkyrie last round. But there's the drop. It's been spotted. Hat won't get the kill just yet. Instead, it'll have to come from somewhere else.
JJ gets onto Kento. The assistance is there. That's where I was looking for. The wraparound to bathroom. And then Snake inside of basement. I believe it's from the Moto hatch. Hat is just not ready. And Forsaken, they would play a 4v5 all the way at the beginning, taking control of bar, and Twist hitting that C4. We might be going to overtime, Adam. The hatch isn't even open. It's gonna stay closed because all Forsaken have is 1 breaching charge, 1 death mark, I think potentially 2, and 2 frag grenades, all of which are not really going to be the best against fighting the 4 players remaining for JJ and Co on site.
Despite the kill on, I forget who it was, but there was I think, I want to say Rival. No, can't remember. I think it was JJ. Yeah, it was JJ. Whenever he walked up main. Despite that, most of the kills have come from below. So Forsaken, I mean, they basically shot themselves in the foot on this one. They had that top 4 control. They had all the util in the world. They died from below, the C4 and the hatch peak. Now with 35 seconds left, they have no util to their name. We talked about the util advantage. It's clearly swinging the way of JJ here, but PJL gets a pick, swings away just as Emilio goes for that swing onto Long. It's a 3 versus 1. Gaster trying to keep his team in this, but it seems like an inevitability. It seems more than a possibility. That was all this time. Forsaken couldn't close out that attack. They couldn't get their 1 round. Overtime it is. They're fighting for a Pro League spot, and they want it. We're going to OT.
Forsaken, they've always had trouble closing out these games. It seems like that's exactly what's going to happen again. JJ and Co get to start on their defense. There is no inherent advantage for either side because they both went 3 for 3. They start on the basement, and you would expect the exact same thing from them. Rival getting picked off, and then somehow you're going to win the round based off of Forsaken peeking these hatches. That feels like a godsend. Man, You've got to be sweating in your chair. This might be, for one of these teams, the closest you're ever going to reach to Pro League, potentially in your career. We don't know what's going to happen with these players. This might be your best shot at making it to the NAL, and it comes down to 3 pivotal rounds, and Forsaken showing the rush at a time like this.
Big gamble to take.
5 seconds left before
They
insertion.
know that speed has been their, to their benefit. The faster they can take this round, the more unexpected they can make it for JJ and Co, the better. Surely, though, there's an adaptation expected. Blitz likely to go down dirt, as is appropriate with most shields. Spawn peek from Twist. If they're eagle-eared, that's even a term. It's definitely not. It's eagle-eyed, but we'll go with it. They might have heard that that's a P12. That's the mark of a blitz. Who else would be trying to challenge a spawn peek with a pistol? That's a waste of util there. 6 X-Kairos on the hatch, and all of them get shots. They don't even open the hatch. Very small things, but Forsaken so far haven't gotten their rush started. It seems like they're trying to look for the best avenue at this point.
And so you have the option to use open 4 hatches. Question is, okay, the hatches might stay closed, Adam. That's the biggest pick you could potentially get onto hat of Habana, the fragger, the player to open all the hatches. Kool-Aid might be able to get a refrag, but he doesn't. It's Rival of all people, and he holds on to Cash like he's playing for his life because he might as well be.
Kento's still hunting, though. Sees the barrel very clearly. Does Rival have the swing? Are you kidding me? Should not have won that. Gets a third. Rival. It's all down to Terminator, BJL, and he has no way of winning this one. Rival's hunting for the 4th. OT is for JJ and Co's to take. Forsaken losing their hard breach so early on. They've completely screwed the pooch here. What can BJL do? Absolutely nothing. He's spotted out by Rival for his 4th. We might just get JJ and Co versus Mr. B if Forsaken can't put an end to this.
It feels scripted, Adam. It's so fairy tale for JJ and Co to go, I think, 3 consecutive rounds. This would be a 4th if they're able to win it, and Rival, who had a monster of a map previously, and he's been a little quiet. He hasn't been bad per se, but definitely not meeting up to the standards that he had in previous maps, and to hold on to Cash by himself, having the player alone. But I mean, it was mainly him, I'm gonna be honest. And now Forsaken are gonna try their hands at the basement. Would not expect them to try their own, because as JJ and Co's were successful, it was the exact opposite for Forsaken. They really struggled to shut down any of the roamers that were coming after the solo players that were hanging out in a bar, in Cash. An anchor is most likely what's going to happen, and JJ and Co are expecting that.
That sends. That's the gamble for JJ and Co. I think it's the first time that we're seeing a Sens being popped by JJ and Co specifically. You can maybe correct me on that. I'm trying to really dig deep in my brain here. I do remember a Sens being brought in this series on Consulate. I think, yeah, that was definitely Forsaken, because it was on the JJ and Co defense upstairs. So this is the first time that JJ and Co are bringing the Sens in this series. Actually, that could be wrong even. I don't know. I think it is. But regardless, it is a gamble. They haven't been playing it all that much. Typically, you'll see JJ on a shield, maybe even just on a thermite or just any hard breach. We're seeing him on the Sens instead. Got Twist on the Capitao. What is your play? No hard breach specifically for the hatches except for those can openers. You don't have the Habana here. In terms of top 4 control, they aren't going to have to worry much, like you said. The Turtles, big Turtle strat. This should be pretty easy for the taking.
A lot of basics, like droning it out. Maybe could have been a bit quicker on that clear of both util hatches, just making sure there aren't any roamers, especially because time is really not going to be your friend on this site. With 3 smoke canisters, 2 C4s that are all designed to waste your time as much as possible. Very early smoke by Twist. Maybe trying to stop any peeks from Forsaken, knowing that this is a team that wants to take these angles. Specifically, he's not going to be the player all the way over in dirt. Remember, JJ got the solo kill on him onto the Monty. I believe he might have been on cameras. It's not going to be the case. You're not going to get a freebie in this round. You're going to have to fight for it.
Kitchen Edge is soft. Thank you, Observer.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, you have Rival on the buck. 5 versus 5, though. Unlike JJ and Co, we aren't seeing much of an aggressive play up the stairs from Forsaken. They are all just hunkering down, hiding away, waiting for the clock to do the work. In terms of util for this denial, you have 2 C4s and smokes. No Goyo really. Oh my goodness, that EMP catches out the C4 as it's thrown. No threat there to Emilio. In comes the plant. JJ's made the cross. The gap is being approached by Snake. JJ and Co are making this an inevitability here as 3 are dead inside of the site. It's all down to Kool-Aid to try and make his return to Pro League. But for JJ and Co, it is a flawless execute to send them into the Grand Finals of Challenger Series, playing for their first spot in Pro League. The dream is not dead. JJ and Co move on to play Revelations.
Like I said, you'd think it was scripted with how big of a comeback JJ and Co did, because yeah, it was only 2 rounds, but the way that Forsaken had won those 3 previous rounds, they looked completely dominant. The unraveling of JJ and Co seemed like it was going to come to an end with a singular round win by Forsaken, but they've always struggled to close it out. 5 rounds in a row by JJ and Co, a flawless to end it on. And JJ is gonna fight Mr. B for a spot in Pro League. That's peak right there. That's peak.
It's unreal. It is simply unreal. We were watching that late game back in the control and we're going, what is going on here? Is this about to happen? Is JJ about to do this? They send it to overtime, and look at where we are now. They take the win on a sexy execute there as they work their way into the site. A beautiful conclusion to that one for JJ and Co. What a fight this was, Adam. What a brawl. It goes to map 3, round 14. Like V said, you could not even script this.
Yeah, it feels like we all saw it coming, though. You know, the first map and the second map, they were one-sided for a reason. The picks were definitely in the favor of one team over the other. But this third map, anything could have happened. And I think overtime being the way to finish this out is the best way it could have happened. Give both teams the credit that they deserve, because this was a barn burner of a series. Both teams played like they wanted that spot. You could see it out of them. Sad we had to say goodbye to Forsaken, but man, you would have expected JJ and Co to be the losers in this game, but what a comeback from them.
This entire series has been cutthroat. Past couple days, everyone fighting for their spot, because this is the best chance you will ever have, the best prize. Not only you get money, you get the spot right into the NIL. And yeah, that sense, honestly, the best way you could have ever done that execute, a flawless round, is earned by JJ Co, and it seems like the strengths of Forsaken that we saw on Consulate were not replicable. It was simply a strength of map that they were not able to carry on over.
But look at this run. Look at the magic that JJ and Co were able to perform through this lower bracket. A 2-1 over Core. It is them M80. Some doubting JJ and Co's ability to win that game. They do it. They conquer the Unks, and now they take down Forsaken, a team with Pro League experience, with international experience, and now they find themselves in the grand final. After losing the opening round to Space Shoobs, they have come a long way and now fight Mr. B, Mike W, Recited Asian Kiru in the grand finals for a Pro League spot. It is truly truly something to behold. I mean, this has to be, the story for someone like JJ himself, Adam, who's been like the forever T3 guy. Is he ever going to make T2? Probably not. Oh, wait a minute. He does. Now top 2 in T2. It's crazy to think about.
This is probably the strongest iteration of a JJ team that we have ever seen, and I've been saying that over and over again because it's very true, right? Like, since the start of Fluffy Aimers, it's been all about confidence. It's been, we're going to pick up these pieces, we're going to make them work together, and we're going to have fun while doing it. For JJ, it looked that way. They were so coordinated, so calculated. They lost a lot, and honestly, I felt like at times it looked like they were chalked, but it didn't really seem that way. They just kept bouncing back, had that resistance, and well, JJ has earned a 7th one today, that's for sure.
Well, JJ and co earning that spot in the grand finals in a large part due to the efforts of, well, several people, but one man in particular, Rival, who was going absolutely nuts the entire time. Rival, congratulations on that win. Take me through what you're feeling right now.
I'm pretty shook right now. The adrenaline hasn't hit me yet. That game was some of the most stressful game ever I think I've ever played. Compared to all element games, it kind of takes the cake. Easily like the biggest thing I've played for so far, including like most of my teammates. I don't really have thoughts on it yet. I gotta process it still. We still have another series to play too. So.
Yes, you do. It's going to be a long day, and I know lots to process. If you could take me back maybe a few hours earlier before this matchup started, like what was the energy like with your team? Like what were you guys saying to each other about this match, knowing how difficult it would be?
Honestly, like, we really wanted these guys in losers because we have a personal beef with Revelations. We wanted to see those guys in winners finals. We knew getting these guys that they're just old and slow, right? These guys, all XPL players, all played 3 years ago, quit and came back. Everybody hyping them up so much. We knew they weren't that good. They can't compete with us mechanically. Like, the only issue was they're obviously strategically good. Honestly, it shouldn't have been this close, but we lost to ourselves a lot on Clubhouse, and we made it a lot closer than it needed to be. But playing these guys, we were really confident. Again, I feel like Jazz said it best. We don't really get chalked whether we're losing or not because we know we are better. We can win every game.
Well, how do you feel about this game against Revelations then? You said you got a little bit of a grudge against them. You wanted to face them in the grand finals. What are your thoughts going into that one?
Lair's not going to be in the map pool. And we have like map stats we keep track of, and we're 100% win rate in series without Lair. Revelations got lucky and had Lair because we had false confidence due to JJ. I'm really excited to play those guys because they've been my friends for a while. It's going to be a good series, no matter the trash talk. I'm fully ready for Kiru. He's going to be talking to Air. I'm going to mute chat. So
incredible. Well, I'm going to let you guys go, let you get ready for that game. Best of luck out there. I cannot wait to watch.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rival. What a fantastic finish. Not going to get chalked. These guys feeling good about every single possible thing they could. And I think Rival right at the start said, I haven't even processed this yet. I don't even know what to feel, Adam. That's so real. That's so raw. You can imagine a lot of these players feeling the same way.
Yeah, and I think they don't like to show it oftentimes. Rival up until this point, he's very, mysterious. He just kind of popped up onto the scene and started doing extremely good, getting on all these good teams, and has been a consistent player throughout. But deep down, they really do care about this stuff, right? Like, this is everything to them. This is a chance at making a career out of this, and they do not want to blow it. And for a guy like Rival to get the validation of winning and getting even to the top 2 in Tier 2, especially considering where he started, like, you got to feel for the man. Absolutely. Like, he's wearing his emotions on his sleeve. I pride Rival in being honest with us during that interview, because sometimes you just don't get to see that side of players, but it's definitely there. And I want to give a big congratulations to JJ and co, but every single player that has stepped up to the court has been extremely talented. So I can't single out just Rival. All of these top 3 teams, all these teams in general, just round of applause because they've been playing amazing.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch, and these players have been continuing to do it, as we've said, for JJ and co throughout this entire lower bracket. They have not had a single game off. Every possible game they've had to play, well, look at that. They've had to go into it and make it happen. But V, you see it there on the schedule. Revelations, JJ and co, the final card, the final match. It is now set in stone.
This is why you pay attention to tournaments. You follow teams throughout. You pay attention to players. It's for moments like these. They don't come around often at all. Like I said, it's peak storytelling, and I cannot wait to watch it.
Well, the title bout, Revelations and JJ & Co. were sending someone to Pro League. Unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Adam and V, and we will have Fellow and Crow joining us in just a few minutes. But for now, we're going to step away, let these players get ready for our grand final up next. On Sunday, December 12th, 2021, there was a lot happening in the world. Max Verstappen, he won his first ever Drivers' Championship. He's won 3 since. Bryce Young, a sophomore from Alabama, he was awarded the Heisman Trophy. That's a big deal in sports. And the number 1 song at the time was Easy on Me by Adele.
Never heard it.
That was also the last time an amateur team in North America was promoted to Pro League, and it's happening again today. Alongside Harrison Crowbroder and John Fellows-Each, I'm Jonas Willinger. Harrison, yes, all tomfoolery and introductions aside, we are promoting someone to the NAL right now.
Yeah.
And it is Revelations and JJ & Co. You could not have drawn up a more perfect matchup.
You really couldn't have. I mean, again, what did we say at the end of yesterday? JJ playing Gasher for the opportunity to play against Mr. B for a Pro League spot. These are guys who have been playing against each other for longer than I've been casting. I mean, I started in 2019. These guys have been playing against each other for probably a year longer than that. So there's a lot of history between these guys. And like Rival said, there's even some beef. JJ and Mr. B have tried to team together twice. That ended up, that blew up. Hiru and Recited used to be on JJ's team. There's a lot of history between not only the old guys, but the newer guys on these teams too.
Well, John, it seemed that JJ & Co. have done what I feel like we've seen a team like this do so many times, and that is a miracle lower bracket run. They lose in the first round. They proceed to win every single match in the lower bracket, and now they're here, back with a chance to win it all.
It's a tale as old as time, Jonah. The only thing that's left is from the choke grand finals. Hopefully this time history does not repeat itself. And during that last best of 3, I was a little worried for them. All your highlight players, Rival, Snake, Twist, Emilio, they were all a little quiet in the kill department towards the very end on Clubhouse. But JJ, the deputy, he stepped up big, dropping double digits. And I'm really hopeful for this team. They can still keep the good vibes going and hopefully not get the shakes, as JJ going into this matchup was a little worried, but now after that BO3, hopefully that's cast over him.
Well, Revelations on the other side, they haven't had to grind in the lower bracket at all. They were the top seed coming into the upper bracket. They're the top seed still, never losing a match to get to this point. They sit here having sat back, Harrison, and watched their now competitors duke it out in the lower bracket, sitting on the sidelines, ready and waiting.
Yeah, that's quite the advantage, being able to see exactly how the other team plays on a certain selection of maps, especially if the series they play has any repeats. Like, for example, if Clubhouse ends up being a repeat map, you just saw JJ go the distance overtime in that map, so you've got so much to work with, and JJ can't really prep a whole new strat book in the 20-30 minutes it's been between series. So Mr. B, I'm sure, is sitting really comfortably. We know how cerebral of a player he is, but at the same time, JJ's hot. They just came off a barn burner, winning it to go to the grand final now, and they're super hungry. I think the first map is going to be super important for Mr. B to stunt that momentum and for JJ to try and continue it, and it's going to be bang.
Followed up by a cafe after. I'm honestly pretty excited to see both JJ Co. and Revelations play cafe. This has been a Mr. B staple since he began his journey in the old NA Challenger League, almost like 4 years ago, it feels like.
Yeah.
So really excited to see that map. Bank as well. It's an extremely large map. Both these teams love roaming. They love wasting times against their opponents. Bank is a map where you can thrive on the roam, but also have a very solid anchor game. And then ending on Clubhouse, where the last time we saw Revelations play that map, wasn't that where they 7-1 Forsaken? Only losing a single round where we just saw that barn burner you talked about in overtime, where JJ and Co haven't lost yet in a single overtime matchup they've gone against, but that still means you have to get through the 6-6 nail biter to get to that win con.
Yeah, but also, like JJ said, without Lair in the pool, which they immediately took away, they haven't technically lost a series. I really like the bans for Revelations too. I don't think they could have afforded to give JJ maps like Labs, and especially Chalet, right? I mean, you talked about Cafe being a Mr. B map. Chalet right now is the JJ map. You can't bring him there. But the map pool, I'm feeling really good about it for Mr. B. I mean, Bank, they're more positive on than JJ. Cafe, they're more positive on than JJ. And Clubhouse, they're also more positive on than JJ. So this is a super, at least historically and statistically speaking, this is a big Revelation-sided map pool that we're going into.
Yeah, you described their playstyle as cerebral. It's always been very utility focused, very coordinated. You feel that these maps, John, do lean into that?
Absolutely, yeah. It takes a very well-coordinated team to devour a map like Bank, you know, to fully digest how you're supposed to clear in, how you have to have a good drone economy, and also knowing when to give up power spots, when to fall back, and how to tighten yourself up to hold those choke points, because Bank can basically be a make or break round for attackers if they don't clear out a spot like Blue Stairs, or they can't get into stock room to deal with the Azami. You know, the stuff that we've seen countless times as Bank has been in the map pool for a couple of years. It's a map that both Revelations and JJ & Co have had a lot of time to play and have plenty of different experiences on.
So just to be clear, am I sitting next to two JJ believers, or are we looking at a Revelations win? Harrison, I'll start with you.
I think it's going to all come down to the first map. JJ, they've shown themselves to also be a pretty decent Bank team, but their most recent play on it, and their only play in the playoffs was against Core. They ended up losing it. If JJ's able to somehow win the first map against Mr. B, I think that momentum is going to carry them through the series, and we might see them go into Pro League. If Mr. B takes Bank, as he probably should, it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a 2-1, and I think they win Clubhouse.
John?
Mr. B's been a grand finalist before, and he hasn't choked these, even during a best-of-5 series. Maybe a BO3 could be more comfortable for JJ & Co., but I feel like Revelations, like Harrison mentioned, if they take map 1, this series could be over rather short today.
Well, here it is then. If you both think that Revelations maybe have that edge, have that advantage, what is it that JJ & Co need to do? We'll find out as we dive into Bank map number 1 as we get this series underway.
Thank you so much, Jonah. Now, John, he did pose a very interesting question. What's going to be the big change for JJ? And I think you and I can both agree. In the series against Gasher, JJ & Co need to stop giving up free picks. It happened over and over again on the map they lost. It didn't happen on Chalet because they're really, really good at Chalet. And then it kept happening again on Clubhouse. Just players being on islands, Hat getting hot droned in and getting 1, even sometimes 2 kills immediately. And I think it's not a hot take to say that in raw firepower, Revelations have the edge.
I'd have to probably agree. And JJ & Co, the way they like to attack, I don't want to coin it as very individualistic, but they usually just send one person in on a lurk, and then they send other people to clear out other parts of the map. Sure, they might get droned in. Sure, they might have someone hold a later cutoff to assist, but they don't push in with a 2-player fashion, right? That allows a lot of 50-50 gunfights to occur in the early round. With Revelations having statistically better players who can shoot better, it makes those early gunfights make or break. And when JJ & Co lose the entry, they tend to struggle a lot on the attack. They slow down, they get scared, they're worried about losing another player to turn into a 5 versus 3, and that makes their executes very choppy. So I'm glad you and I were on the same wavelength there. That's my GOAT duo, pointing out the lack of entries that JJ & Co sometimes have being kind of their make or break.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, when JJ & Co are doing well, when we see them winning maps confidently, they are dominating that entry game. It's not just, oh, you know, they're back and forth, they're, you know, at least trading out the opening. They're getting like 75 to 80% of the opening picks and not giving up those leads. But up against Gasher, that series was so close because it was a completely different story. In Revelations, they've got quite the entry game between Recited, Asian, Mike W, those 3 really aggressive players. Mike W still, you know, is kind of a support, but you can really rely on him to frag out when he needs to. JJ & Co are going to need to make sure they don't just leave players on islands, and everything they're doing, whether it be entrying, whether it be just setting up util, whether it be going for the plant, they have to be doing together. Round 1 is going to be on the basement, and Revelations already bringing out tons of delay. Mute Mozzie combo, Echo Smoke Goyo. This is going to be tough for JJ & Co to try and wade their way through, and when they get to that bomb site, they better hope they've got at least like a minute and a half to play with.
Mike W as well, playing between open area and admin. Maybe could use a nitro cell if there is info. Seems like JJ & Co are going to opt for a fast ATM clear, destroying the first of many yokai drones. And with 4 people already pinged during the prep phase, they can use these deathmark trackers very proactively to spot out the roam and maybe force them off early.
There's a couple defenders even playing over by E2. A couple in open area as well. There's actually only 1 player on the site right now. It's Mr. B on the smoke. Jinkov also have an attacker positioned by copy window. So they've got kind of a cutoff if he ends up opening that wall. But right now, they're just continuing to feed information to these roam clears, checking small office, confirming that there's no one there. The mute jammer starting to be a little bit of a headache. Those lion scans also going to be less useful with those jammers as Rival now makes his way into small. There's a player just to his left.
I don't think he knows about Mike W. He'll be patient, knowing someone's by printer window, but he heard him turn around. Good shot by Rival. And that's the first of many entries, hopefully, for JJ & Co.'s attack. They've dealt with the roam as almost everyone has fallen off except for Mr. B playing blue. He'll be the last line of defense until this execute unfolds in the basement. And for now, Revelations down a player are looking through these hatches, hoping to catch somebody off guard.
About a minute 15 left, though, and still the Echo, the Smoke, and the Goyo all still alive. You've eliminated one C4 by killing Mike W, but Recited also has one in his pocket, and there it goes, right on cue. JJ dies, I believe, over by that lobby hatch. Case has at least been recovered by Snake, but there's still just so much utility to try and cut through. It did, like you mentioned, take out one of the Yokais earlier. Another one is still up, and they haven't done anything to destroy these Goyo packs either. Finally, one gets exploded, but with no Twitch, nades already out. They're just going to try and hop right into the site. Snake close in red. Mr. B killing Twist, dropping that lobby hatch as well. Emilio dying off screen to the Echo. And Snake, although he's got Case, certainly not comfortable enough to try and stick this plant. Rival, the last man standing to try and cover should he go for it. There's the attempt from Snake. Rival coming in from that lobby side, but dies to Rival. Kiru finishes Snake. And Revelations, again, thanks to all that time waste, have a comfortable first defense.
After their first loss on the entry, everybody just fell back on Revelations. Like you mentioned, they must have realized how much time they've wasted, figured it's not a big deal to lose Mike W. All of his util is already on the board. We've got plenty of other nitro cells and other tools to stall. They had the default cam?
Wow.
Oh my god. They were so tunnel visioned on the Yokai that no one looked to the right to shoot the lobby default cam, giving them a freebie of knowing where they were going to execute from. That's probably why Mr. B rotated from blue stairs all the way to the vault, because they knew what execute was going to happen. I mean, just the basic steps being missed out on and giving Revelations a free round to stop that execute. Perfectly recovered there.
Did you just drop your hand on your desk when you said that?
Yeah, I slammed my chair, bro. I was like, bro, it's a default cam. Like, how do you not look?
Yeah, I mean, and it might be Mike W is right. You know, maybe they're shaking a little bit. They've been in this position before, right? They've been in plenty of grand finals in T3, but never in T2, and never with a Pro League spot on the line. So while they've been in a grand final, they lost it, and it did not have nearly the stakes that this game has. Mr. B's been here before, leading his team. Now we're working on open area. There's, of course, going to be both a horizontal and a vertical extension. Players upstairs are Asian and Mr. B. They've got those mirror windows to work with too. JJ and Co. seem like they're super interested in clearing out that full roam with that ram. It's going to be important for Snake to get in a good position to establish his vert over stock and over small office so they can drop that hatch.
I like the early extension by stock, just forcing JJ and Co. if they want to get this vert that they have to deal with the Azami first, wasting more time. Again, if JJ and Co. don't, either get the entry or have a pretty early roam clear, they tend to stall out quite a lot, and it looks like they're dedicating a lot of utility to get Asian off the board. They even have a lurker to go work their way up the lobby staircase to maybe help alleviate some of that pressure. There is someone playing inside of Teller office, but it's actually going to be Kiru instead, so no Nitro Cell as of right now, but Mike W not being too far away, if he has info, maybe he could send a C4 out, given that most people are looking to clear in from CEO. Maybe that'll also give Asian the heads up to back away, which he also does.
Most of your defenders now on the bomb site, with the exception of Recited, who's playing in blue stairs. You also got Kiru close by in Tellers, so top floor control fully in the hands of JJ and Co. And that's when Snake is going to start using those boogie drones. One goes out, second one likely to follow. Also have to worry about Twist, who's attempting to sneak in from lobby. His main target likely going to be Kiru on the visual, and that seems to be where the vert is going down too from JJ and Co. It's mainly to try and deal with that off-site presence from Kiru, who's now rotated over towards Marble.
They've got info. Not a way to deal with Asian, but at least they know someone's behind that default Kiba. Still have a minute to work with to gather a little more intel, and they have Capitao with these smoke bolts. The only thing they're really weak to right now is a potential flank, but they've got the cutoff here over by the archive side of the map, and they spot Asian.
Wow.
Beautiful shot by Twist. That's the Kickstarter there for JJ and Co. Maybe they'll begin to force themselves into the bomb site, but they've got 40 more seconds to think it through and another deathmark tracker.
He's still trying to lurk around that lobby side too, just to make sure nobody from Revelations is going to come up through that hallway and try to flank the attack through Tellers. Another pick now for JJ as Mike W goes down through quad wall. Two-man advantage. 25 seconds left, though. The time has still been an issue for this team. However, the kills may just be amending that. Kiru tries to fight back, taking over by Marble. He gets the kill. So does Recited. Now, all of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 2. Emil is at least in the bomb site, ready to plant, and Snake catches Kiru trying to rotate back. A little bit dangerous there during that execute, thanks to Kiru and Recited, but we end up tied.
I think JJ and Co. also realized with the amount of info they had in the round that Revelation's best chance at recovering was to flank. You know, send somebody up a staircase while their backs are turned, look for a cheeky kill, and maybe find everyone pushing in from square or bottom marble. And it worked to a degree, but with JJ and Co. facing almost zero backlash once the roam had fallen off, they were just slowly able to set their way into the bomb site, have those nasty longer angles that, I mean, Revelations could do nothing about, and they just eventually cracked their way into the bomb site. Now, it did take forever to set that up, but again, they had the right tools to clear out archives, to clear out Tellers, to deal with Asian, who was the only roamer on the top floor, and then it was smooth sailing from there.
Also, really got to give it to Twist. I mean, you said it, when he first got that kill during the round on Asian, playing the kitchen counter. I mean, that's the linchpin to holding that site, right? You kill him. Now, everybody from Revelations is going to start to feel, oh, we've got a big hole in our defense now. They start to rotate back, and I think it was JJ who caught the next one. It's looking good so far for JJ. 2 for 2 in opening picks. And what did we say, right? Revelations, they've got the edge in terms of raw fragging ability, so it's up to JJ and Co. to really control that early game that they usually do so well when they're winning. They've started off pretty well, although the score is tied. Looking for JJ to keep up this momentum.
Wouldn't be shocked when that bomb site's reattempted. If it is, that we'll see a more thorough roam by Revelations just to force JJ and Co. to, you know, throw out more bodies. There are 4 people on the window repel, Harrison.
Yeah.
They are committing to clearing out these power spots early in the bomb site, getting this breach opened up, not even putting anybody by top square as of right now, but if you typically tend to see an attack from here, it's not with the Amaru, but instead going in through stock, but they're avoiding that completely with this power play.
And is anybody from Revelations going to be able to stop it? No. JJ gets it down, and a 5v5 sends Amaru execute with everybody on the attack on the windows. Revelations, no idea what just hit them. We're 10 seconds in the defuse timer, and no one's even dead yet. And all JJ and Co. have to do are just hang out on these windows and cut players down as they try to retake the site. There's one from JJ, but very quickly refragged by 3 members of Revelations. Hello? Rival the last man standing, but Asian's good for 3. And despite a beautiful execute, the guns come alive and the lead goes back to Revelations.
And there's the mechanics from Revelations to keep them in the driver's seat on defense. I mean, it was a good read by JJ and Co. Noticing the lack of site presence. They hop in, play for the plant, but Revelations, they keep their cool. They're relaxed. They say, you know what? Let's not just start throwing bodies at the problem. Let's wait a couple seconds, see if anybody's overextended, and then we'll just work our way in to deal with the window repel presence. And, you know, not hearing anybody going from square, not seeing anybody pushing in from lobby, for example, or up marble, they realized almost everybody has to be on a window repel. So that gave them a lot of time to think about how they want to push their way in and just play for trades, which I guess JJ and Co. weren't prepared for in that 5 versus 5. But again, we talk about the recovery. Having that heads-up play from Revelations, it keeps themselves in the lead.
Now going back down to the basement as well, still bringing plenty of delay, only instead of the Smoke Goyo Echo this time, it's the Castle and the Azami, more utility soak that JJ and Co. are going to have to deal with. Additionally, the ever-annoying Fenrir. And that's perfectly read by Revelations to try and help counter JJ's Monty. The shield much less effective when, you know, you can't see anything. Typically, when JJ and Co brings this, they're going to be looking to take in towards blue side, which is not necessarily, it also doesn't necessarily mean you have to clear open. It's still a good idea, but if you can get the shield in the right position, there's not a lot they can do from that small hatch. But judging by Snake's position, it looks like they are going to be looking to clear the roam, at least maybe until they see that there's nobody in sight. Not a soul. So if JJ can just sit in front of that hatch and someone plants behind him, I think he just dropped pace. Yeah, this could be free.
JJ can cover from the hatch angle. With there being secondary shotguns too, they can walk in with these walls being soft, and yeah, Snake will just stick this plant. Doesn't look like Mike W has much of an angle. The Candelas pop out, and Mike W, he's just got to drop down to look for a kill.
Recited and Asian, though, with 2 kills apiece, and the big C4 to kill Monty. Snake's last alive, and yet another retake. 2 in a row from Revelations. JJ and Co, when it comes down to the gunfights, they just still cannot hang.
It almost feels like Revelations is baiting JJ and Co to plant the bomb. Like, they're giving up sight for free just to play for a comfortable retake. And again, they just know where JJ and Co are going to be. They know that with the lack of presence anywhere else on the map, they're all bundled up into CCTV, which, you know, on paper doesn't sound like a problem, but when you have no one to stop the hatch retake, Revelations just pile. They just pile on top of you. They drop the hatch, they play back in sight, they flank you from blue, only having a Nomad to hold your cutoff from outside the building. If you get past her cross or just kill her, there's nothing else to stop Revelations from killing the CCTV pressure. That's exactly what happened. It just seems like JJ and Co don't have the right tools to effectively play for a post plant. Like, they have the right tools to get in the bomb site, get the diffuser down, but once that happens, they look almost a little lost.
That hatch presence just so impactful from Revelations. I was kind of questioning, too, why there were 3 members of JJ and Co downstairs in lockers like that. I don't understand why you wouldn't just stack everybody in square to watch for that retake. Now, back in open area, this time we've got the Bandit in play, who's going to lock down quad wall, something that the defense was missing last time. They also didn't have Mira or Tuber out or Smoke. This is almost a completely different lineup, and it is all focused on lockdown, making sure that even if JJ and Co do get a lucky pick like they did last time on the player on kitchen counter, they are not going to have free sight control, free sight lines into open area, cut players down. Just already Twitch droning his way in, taking out that default cam. What Revelations don't have this time, though, is a whole lot of offsite presence. They've still got the horizontal they had last time, but nobody upstairs.
I think Asian has spotted the drone that's inside a teller. So, Whistle send out another. Yeah, I'm shocked that they're not committing more bodies up here, but I guess they're expecting JJ and Co to kind of waste their own time again, kind of like they did last time when there was only an Azami. They figure, screw it, let's not sacrifice any bodies above and play for proper stall on the bomb site and hopefully get away with maybe a 4th round here this early in Bank. More info being provided, but at the minute 40 mark, they've just now detected the lack of roamers on this 2nd floor. They can get the hatches opened at least finally. They've got 1 set of secondary heart breach, and that's it. Maybe Mike W, hearing the hatch go off, he could tuber-row it and go for a cheeky C4.
A little surprised, again, that it's taken JJ and Co this long to confirm full top floor control when there's not a single roamer, there's no mute or Mozzie on the board. So far, the time management for JJ and Co has been a little bit lackluster, with the exception of those 2 really fast pushes, those basically rushes. The first 2 rounds were definitely down to the wire. There's the tuber out, coming into play, locking down quad wall. Emilio using 2 Selmas, but they're likely both going to die to the bandit batteries.
Reuse utility. With square being closed off, the only angle you can challenge a zombie from other than square door is that same cutoff where Twist found the entry. And as of right now, he hasn't fully committed yet into pushing in through archives. He's waiting for the marble stairs flank, which as of right now, no one's playing for that. Almost everybody is on the 1st floor, except for Kiru just chilling in CCTV, probably playing for a walk up from blue.
Mr. B, though, gets burned out by JJ and capitalized upon. That's the smoke now gone. That's a lot of toxic babes you no longer have to worry about. This mirror window's still a threat, going to get smoked off by the Capital. There's so much utility that he brings. Through the hatch, Kiro just waiting to make sure no one's going to be able to drop Janitor. JJ smoking and flaming even more to try and herald this execute in as the case carrier.
15 seconds left.
In comes the Capitao. Looks the wrong direction, though, taken out by Mike W. Still a man advantage here for JJ, though, as Asian is down on the floor. The C4 trying to amend it, but Snake with yet another refrag. Now he's got Case looking to plant. 2 seconds left. Kira, the last man standing, as Twist confirms a third. Emilio goes down. So does a Twist. Hold on. All the cover is dead, but Snake with the pistol one-shots Kira the Mirror. Low enough HP to make sure that JJ and co don't go down 4-1.
A good rotate as well after the C4 was gone. They don't plant close to the hatch. Instead, they commit to fully push into sight, deal with Mike W., who is the last person alive, and force Kiru back up marble stairs, which I thought he'd be used to maybe flank up blue, but given the fact he had a nitro cell and they realized they are pushing in from the backside of the map rather than square, he was used to just set up under the hatch and play for a nitro cell, which it worked out, but the rest of his teammates in sight ended up dying, forcing him on that retake. And although it came down to a 1v1, Snake had just enough time and enough health to swing out against Kiro and win that altercation, giving JJ and co at least a fair enough chance to maybe tie us up 3-3. But I feel like Revelations have been way more dominant at setting the tempo and, again, playing for almost perfect retakes every round except that last one.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how many people have been alive at the end of these rounds. JJ and co's 2-round wins, they had a total of 3 players left alive at those, whereas Revelations, I mean, they just had a flawless retake on round 4. They had 1 player die retaking CEO after the 5v5 plant. It has been a lot more dominant in these victories for Revelations. I also miscredited a 3K towards Twist. Twist finished off a player that Snake had down, so the UI bugged out. That was a 4K for Snake on the Ram. JJ is... Okay. Lobby side Monty. Trying to use Mr. B's play against him?
Seems to be the case. Obviously not another Namaru rush. Got Emilio to open up this Kanto wall. And JJ hopefully can get his way up the lobby stairs to maybe just create some space, have his teammates work up through here to get into the bomb site. But they've got to worry about the Yokais. They've got Tachanka Shamika launchers, mirror windows as well to keep back everybody else assisting the Montaigne, not to directly challenge JJ. But now that Kiru has been blocked off from these Exkyrus charges, he'll basically be stuck in elevator for the rest of the round unless his hatch is opened up, which he has only 1 impact left, so he could maybe fall off if need be, but I'm sure he'll want to hold here for as long as physically possible.
See you on the other side.
The Tachanka fire. So used to Goyo being played and not him. Currently stopping JJ from walking all the way up those stairs. Mike W's position now a little bit more exposed thanks to the castle barricades being opened. You can tell he's starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Emilio now opening the long angle for Kanto. Overwatching that hallway, but it's recited with the opening pick on Rival. The run out north windows works once again. And he's just trying to build the Great Wall so he can rotate back. And
No way!
With 3 Kivas in pocket. Brilliantly done by Recited.
Oh my god, and no one's down below to catch him off guard. It's a kill that he just got away with. He literally got away with murder, and he could probably walk up marble to assist with a flank here. Now that no one's here to deal with the Azami, they've at least gotten the Montaigne up the main staircase, but no one's here to help him right now.
There's almost nothing less dangerous than a lone Monty as JJ just tries to ADS against the player inside elevator, but it ends up being Mike W in banana to kill him. Kiru is still alive and well, and it leaves it all upon Snake and Emilio. In a 2 versus 5, Asian dusts Snake through the head holes. It's going to be looking like a 4-2 half as Recited flanks Emilio, but it's Kiru who finally gets the kill from elevator. Standard 4-2 for Mr. B's team heading into the second half.
Flawlessly done as well. Their second time at it in the first half. And again, JJ and Co just, I don't want to call it jumping the gun because it took so long just to get Montaigne up lobby stairs, but when it finally happened, it was really botched. They had only Twist to help, and I think he like either fired himself off or Mr. B cut him off with his own Shamika launcher. So you've got a Montaigne up lobby through banana, like giving so much info, but no one's playing off of it, and it just allows Revelations to slowly pick apart the rest of that attack. So Brilliantly done by Revelations. Hard countering both CEO attacks JJ and Co attempted, giving them that default 4-2 half like you mentioned. So maybe that gives JJ and Co the chance to bring it over through overtime. They're also a very powerful defensive team on a map like Bank. Their lineup looks pretty normal, besides, again, the lack of Goyo or Amira, but they've got plenty of other stall ups. They've got a Rooney for the hatches, Twist in case there's a shield, which Recited is bringing, and maybe Revelations. I imagine they still go for a full top to bottom clear, but having something like a Blitz could maybe allow them to rush in through the CCTV area much faster, but now they've switched off of it, so maybe it looks to be more of a smoke plan with Recited on the glass.
And I love Glass.
Oh, yeah.
We've also got the Zero, who might be stationed up in top square with his network of cameras to make sure
Dude,
no one
I forget he
can
has 6 of those
yeah,
things.
he's got literally a million. And he's still not played that often because he doesn't really bring anything else. We also have a player going in towards Garage. It's going to be Kiru with that DMR. Something that is a little bit concerning, though, John, is like you mentioned, they've got plenty of delay, but none of that matters if you can't win your fights. And right now, Rival, Emilio, and Twist, 1 kill apiece. Everybody on Revelations positive, with the exception of Mr. B, who's only 2 and 2. So far, once again, Revelations proving that they do have the advantage when it comes to pure firepower. Laz actually heading over towards Garage as well is pretty interesting. Not dealing with the bulletproof, though, means that he will get spotted by it. He's got to be careful about challenging. It's Mike W with the opening pick on said Zero, killing Twist.
It's a very interesting idea, using the Twitch drone to break the bulletproof camera so Glaz can smoke walk in. Although it didn't work initially, they still got the space created to enter in from Garage and have this very valuable cutoff, and Mike W ends up killing Twist, so the Fenrir Dreadnought mines won't be as strong or as versatile as they typically are when that operator is alive. A great start for Revelations, although maybe not the one they had originally anticipated. And now that the rest of the attack has entered into the building, they can get these hatches opened up, and Rival, just peeking Recited, gets punished by the sniper. And it's now a 5 versus 3 with that hatch presence now in play too.
Recited and Kiru are going to continue to just hold these long angles. The only person who can really challenge this confidently is Emilio, who's got that ACOG himself on his own DMR. This is such good lockdown here from Revelations, preventing these rotates. Recited taking a little bit of damage, but still alive. And of course, again, he's got Kiru to back up. 50 seconds remaining. Mike W holding a long angle of his own, daring somebody to try and rotate by elevators. Emilio in E1, caught by Asian through the hatch, and this round is all but over. It's all up to Snake. He gets one, but there's Kiru striking with that DMR. 5-2 lead now for Rev.
A critical round, going up by 2 in the entry department for Revelations, and then just slowly working their way into the bomb site. I don't even know if they fully dropped in through lobby and instead just focused more on going through Marble since they had so much presence over by Garage. But either way, you know, they don't want to deal with the smoke. They don't want to deal with the Fenrir mines. They don't want to deal with the boatload of utility that they had to counter a CCTV take. So instead, they just focus more on Garage, get those 1-for-1 gunfights, and now they're up 5-2 at JJ & Co. An incredibly early timeout as well in the second half, hoping that on the defense they can be more prepared or at least just slow down the momentum for Revelations, because they haven't really showed anything on the attack besides a one-off glass strat to clear out Garage.
It was beautiful playing Garage, too. JJ & Co. taking this timeout. Once again, probably discussing how they can't keep giving up these solo picks. If they're gonna roam, if someone like Twist is gonna be off-site swinging the enemy, there's gotta be someone with him. Despite JJ & Co. being in the lead when it comes to the entries. Rival's 1 kill was an opening pick in round 1. Twist's 1 kill, an opening pick in round 2. They haven't been able to turn it into consistent round victories. We're heading on to open area now. Still bringing plenty of traps in that Fenrir and Legion to help slow down the attack. Snake likely going to be the man roaming on the Oryx. He's 7-5. Just let him off the leash at this point. He's the only one consistently finding kills on JJ & Co. Revelations bringing that blitz. The Oryx prime counter, but only if he's alone. If someone's supporting Recited, there's not a whole lot the Snake is going to be able to do.
Doesn't seem like Revelations have been
Attackers are moving to
playing alone either. Again, the double stack up garage, multiple people helping Mr. B get in the building. So once he ended up dying, it was an instant trade by Kiru, funnily enough. It was also by garage. They do have double people stacked up here on the top floor roam, and there's no longer a sense. There could still be a rush, obviously, but with Mr. B having the secondary hard breach and those Yin Candels, maybe they'll just get open the default hatch, use the Buck Skeleton Key for Vert, and then send in the Blitz somewhere else. Just as a separate spearhead, they could walk down the marble stairs into the beeper, they could drop the hatch or go printer window. Either way, as long as Resetted can close the gap here, I'm sure this shield is going to be a really big thorn in the side of JJ & Co, despite them having a lot of tools to counter it. They've got the Oryx you highlighted, there's Legion Goo Mines, Fenrir Dreadnoughts, even 2 Browse Auto Canisters. If you don't need to use it for hatch denial, just throw a canister at him and he can't close that gap.
Asian continuing to just kind of toy with Snake here on the Deathmark tracker, but at the very least, he does confirm that the Oryx has left the top floor, and now Revelations can continue to work their way in, and Mike W can work on clearing this horizontal extension from above. We've also got Recited, might end up going down either those marble stairs or into lobby to help assist this clear. A lot of really good tools for Revelations, and the most important thing, something that we almost never saw from JJ, is that they've got plenty of time. They've got over half the round remaining to work with a Ying, a Buck, a Blitz. This is going to become incredibly oppressive if JJ and Co can't find a way to strike back while Revelations are setting up.
Ooh, first hatch opened up, and Emilio getting away with his life, barely out-tussling Mike W. A massive kill to have, but Kiru, instant trade by bottom marble as Recited gets his info for him, guaranteeing a 4 versus 4. And although Rivals here on this flank, the rest of JJ & Co, they're firing on all cylinders, taking back the map control, stopping Revelations from barging their way in. This might be the round that they desperately needed to slow down the tempo, but Blitz gets a freebie. Rival dropping down the hatch gets shut down via the pistol. Now we're in a 2 versus 3 with Blitz still alive.
Mr. B can't open the hatch though, and the C4 to follow up from Twist. Now dueling against the Blitz. Recited the last man standing. It's Snake to finally do him in, and a much better round from JJ & Co. Both the guns coming alive and then holding down in the bomb site. Everything coming together after that timeout.
Despite having all that time to work with, JJ & Co just in a couple better spots to take back the lead and the man advantage there against Revelations. They just seemed prepared for once they were getting that vert down, that they would see the presence coming in from bottom marble. They would have someone working their way in through the basement as well, and they countered it almost perfectly. I think the only big hassle was Recited, but you know, when the shield's alone, no one playing off of them, eventually they've got to get aggressive by either pushing into you, which you couldn't really do against a Tubarao having that Zoto canister, or you just ADS and hope to win that 50-50, which ended up losing. Good recovery by JJ & Co. They'll opt to go back into the basement floor with a somewhat different lineup, but before that, the rehost. So a lot of questions left to be up in the air, it seems, Harrison.
Unfortunate rehost. Never like having, you know, momentum stunted like that, but we are going to take a break as well. So once we have all 10 back in the lobby, once we're up and running, we will return. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Guys, we're back. Look at that. Wasn't that an epically fast rehost, John?
An epically crazy free cam. We were like falling through the map for a minute there. That was so weird.
Speaking of epic, Maestro now in play from Emilio. We always love a good Maestro. Doesn't get as much love as he used to, but he does still exist and is very powerful on this site. He's going to aid not only information, but also in popping those Oyos remotely that are going to be set up all over the A-bomb site. Revelation's no longer bringing the 0, but in seeing the Maestro, one of the reasons why you don't see him too often anymore is Rava. Should Kiru be able to sneak a drone into that site, those cams are going to be huge for the attack.
Just tend to see the Evil Eyes more so again for that info. I haven't really seen an Evil Eye being used to zap somebody off the plant, but having 3 of those cameras, it's possible to do so if they're all lined up together. Also, the secondary or the primary shotgun, I should say too, on this basement floor bomb site is pretty damn good at just 2-shotting someone from across the map, creating those long angles. Rival as well having a DMR, so it won't just be close quarters combat once they get into that basement floor for the execute. There'll be some longer engagements as well that Revelations might need to dedicate some hard breach to get down in through vault, like they did last time. But their lineup is also a lot different from what we saw back in round number 7. They don't have the Glaz Twitch combination. They've got the Brava you talked about. Blitz is now officially on the board this time for a basement floor attack. And Mike W is back on the vert for a Skeleton King. Yep, he's a little too far away for that blast to get open this hatch, but he'll drop down through square to make it official. And it looks like he won't really be needed for all that much vert, since no one's really roaming up above besides the first floor presence, but he can use it horizontally instead to force back the defense. What a smart move by Mike W and the Blitz to put the final nail in the coffin too. It didn't guarantee a kill, but it did make a pretty thorough clear, to say the least.
Yeah, very quick for Revelations, but also a great reaction from JJ and Co. The Kiva coming up just in time to cover the escape through the red hatch, meaning they don't lose any players. Kiru trying to sneak a drone in, maybe under the cover of the smoke. There's one Evil Eye, but he can't get away with it. Drone does get shot, and I believe that's his last one. So the Evil Eyes do persist. Emilio's utility protected. We're sighted now in blue, downstairs, with the rest of Revelations, now setting up for this execute. Does that get it? Oh my god, I think it does. No, it doesn't.
No!
It doesn't.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Not precise enough with the Skyro's charge. The Maestro cam will stay alive. Maybe giving more info and a couple of bits of damage too against Revelations on their execute. Mike W getting some more vert established, making it easier to play off the open hatch. Seems like they know about maybe that Evil Eye being alive still. They'll pop another secondary hard breach for a better angle in CCTV. And with these smokes on the board, it does provide some cover on the longer angles, but again, the Evil Eyes, they can see through them, still giving plenty of info to Revelation's whereabouts.
Mr. B trying to just walk in and punch him, but Mike W with the drop kills the smoke, instantly traded back. Snake a follow-up. Now it's JJ in the driver's seat, still no plant. Finally coming in for Mr. B, about halfway done. The cover's no good. And now Twist attempting to retake upstairs as Kiru drops. Plant is confirmed. Mr. B dies getting off of it. And JJ and Co. have yet another round in pocket. Down 5-2. They're now 1 round away from tying the score.
Keeping their 2 roamers alive. The final 2 left in that round to solidify another chance at tying against Revelations, only down by around 5-4. And a well done anchor as well from JJ and Co. Again, keeping all 5 players on the board. They can sit back. They can take cover in case anyone's pushing in for a lobby drop, in case it's a default plant, which was the case for Revelations. And the offense didn't have a lot of options left, which is why you had people like Mike W and Kiru just hot dropping, hoping that they can catch JJ and Co. off guard and make enough get in have an advantage if they win those 1-for-1 gunfights. But again, the consistent trade work by JJ and Co., not giving away isolated 1-for-1s, is what sealed the deal that round.
And that's the key. Not giving away 1-for-1s. What did they do against Gasher when they were down to the wire? They kept doing it. What were they doing earlier in this game to Mr. B? Giving up 1-for-1s. Now JJ and Co., they seem to have settled down a little bit after that timeout and after the rehost. Now working our way upstairs. It'll be their first attempt of the top floor bomb site. Revelations, they've still got that blitz.
5 seconds left.
No Monty for Mr. B just yet. They've got plenty of smokes
Attackers are moving
with that
to defuse the
Capitao. Gridlock and Finka both bringing nades to try and clear out all the utility that JJ and Co are bringing with the shield, the zombie Kibas, etc. Capitao smokes are also probably going to be used for these mirror windows, although Kiru can also deny them. He can actually also deny the one on Janitor because it's just on a soft wall, interestingly enough. I feel like I haven't seen that one in a while.
I guess I have either, to be honest. I mean, back into the round itself. Finally getting to see the top floor in play for JJ and Co's defense as they opted to go open area before reattempting that basement floor amidst a rehost. Got the gridlock tracks for some flank watch and also stopping a retake over by square if need be. Not a lot of range breach though. I mean, they've got multiple sets of frag grenades, which they'll have to use to alleviate that. There is a mirror on the board, so Kiru will be focusing his gadget, the Ash Charge, to deal with those black mirrors rather than the castle barricade. So there might be a couple of openings here for JJ and Co to capitalize on because there just isn't a lot of explosive utility and also burn to deal with these my magnets. That's maybe a couple smoke grenades, but so far everything seems to be under control and that first aid missing, but Mike W still wins the first 1-for-1 despite this utility being a problem. The defensive lineup here hasn't showed much resilience.
No trade back either. Finally, though, JJ swings wide from Janitor and catches Mike W, so he avenges his teammate. Now we're stuck at 4-on-4. Nobody else on the attack in the building just yet, with the exception of Asian, who's running around downstairs looking to maybe come up by top square. Probably soon joined by Recited as well. After that initial clear, there hasn't been a whole lot of movement from Revelations. The nade going to attempt to clear the shield over by Stock, but it's Rival to kill Kiru on that north rappel and without a jump out. So he's still safe in that bomb site. As JJ now looks to play close up against this blitz. Another player over by Stock. That's who Emilio is going to be defending against, and Recited exposes himself to the head angles. It's all over, and JJ and Co find themselves tied up 5-5.
And with there not being a lot of util for the Kibas, the castles, and the mirror windows, oh my, the Azami peeks freely as the blitz backs up too. So the C4 sure didn't land, but it made him vulnerable to the longer angle in sight itself, which Revelations really never had a good foothold against. They were kind of hoping that JJ and Co might over peak and that their top square player would do a lot of the heavy lifting, as again, they didn't have a lot to clear out the actual positions in sight against those castle barricades and those Kibas and Janitor as well. Still having a defender in, that's kind of a make or break position no matter what part of the map you push from, as you can watch Long Desk, you can watch Janny Hall, you can look into the site, you can look at the window repels. There's so much you can do. Yet Revelation spent nothing to deal with that spot. It just seemed like kind of a lapse in judgment there by the offense, and JJ will be very happy to punish that.
JJ and Co are starting to get hot. Rival 4-1 after the rehost after starting 1-8. I want to throw that out there. Revelations now with a sense of their own, somebody that JJ and Co are able to get 2 plants off with. Sorry, 1. Why?
Why would you do that?
I'm sorry. I can't believe
I don't know if I'll
would.
ever be able to forgive you, but
I thought they brought
I'll try.
I thought they brought it twice, but it was just, I don't know why I remember that. It was just when I was on top of it. They did get a plant with it. They ended up, getting almost flawlessly reached
True.
on, but they did get the plant. Also, Gridlock's getting denied immediately by Rival sitting in tellers. Monty has made his way into the building pretty early on in electrical. I'm sure that, you do have also Mike W in the basement to ensure that the Monty's not going to get flanked from blue side. JJ and Co, those do have a lot of tools to deal with said Monty. They've got the Fenrir, they've got the Legion. JJ already expending 2, about to be, he's holding it, 2 of those gas canisters. Pretty early on is actually really good for Revelations. Now heading into the last few, if this ends up being a low time execute, they're only going to have to worry about like 15 seconds of hard delay.
They have the sends as well. Those ROUs as a cutoff could be very helpful for the Montaigne to kind of walk his way in once the breach has been established to get into sight and plant the diffuser. However, They haven't dealt with Tellers or Archives, so there is still the opportunity for JJ & Co. to be a little more aggressive if need be. Maybe they have Asian above to get some vert with the secondary shotgun, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, they'll focus what little vert they have just to play directly in the site, again, helping alleviate that pressure by open area. That way Mr. B can theoretically walk in to deal with that. But Twist, hearing the breaching charges up above, sends out a C4, expecting Kiru close by, and nets himself a freebie.
A huge pick, killing the only player who was attempting to work that vertical, and now the rest of Revelations have to just try and walk in these doorways. Emilio coming under fire, eventually killed by Asian. But Mr. B on the Monty has been brought fairly low. They've also got spot on Rival, who finally gets taken down by Mike W, and now it's a man advantage for the attack. Mr. B still getting lit up by yet another goo mine, and every single tick of damage he takes, the more dangerous it is to go in the plant. And Twist lines up the pixel on Recited, trying to retake in through Tellers, finds Asian as well, and now it's all up to that low HP Monty as Mike W dies off screen. Trying to ADS-1, can't find it. JJ puts him down, and from 2 to 5, JJ & Co. streak together 4 rounds in a row. They're on map point.
Not having that vert ended up being a bigger thorn in the side for Revelations than what they probably anticipated. They had to fight Tellers and Archives direct, which did work out initially, but then it came down to the site presence. Once again, the anchor game from JJ Co. that has been so dominant in this second half. Twist is let off the leash finally. Gets the entry onto Kiru, blows him up. No more vert pressure, so he can run around site as long as he wants to, giving him even more space to then power into Teller and kill Asian. He hits 3 that round, and then the rest of his defenders in sight clean house to get map point. This is Revelations' pick as well.
Yeah.
They were doing so good in the opening half, but they've really slowed down since the rehost and timeout.
Oh, JJ just shot a Goyo
Whoops.
while opening the wall. That's a little bit tragic.
We'll just say the Twitch run got that. It happens.
Snake can't,
Twitch run got that.
Snake can't even go replace it because there's fire. Do you see him while he looked at it and shook his head?
I didn't notice that, actually.
You just gotta wait for it to burn out. JJ and Co find themselves in an excellent position. 4 rounds in a row, John. Lead 6-5 in their opponent's map pick. And look at all the guns that have woken up. Rival 4-2, JJ 4-1, Twist 4-0. These are guys that were getting their asses handed to them in the first half by Rev. And now Revelations have quieted down a little bit. Recited, no kills since the rehost.
They've finally woken up. The core of JJ & Co. are looking to get this map win. They just need one more defensive round win. Revelations, they've got plenty of hard breach. They've got 3 sets of pocket charges to maybe help get the open area hatch taken care of, to then work their way down below. They've got Mr. B on the Montaigne again, which it feels like they want to go for a CCTV execute, but again, all the utility that JJ & Co. have to stop that take, it just seems like it's going to be too much to handle for Revelations unless they can use the Ying to once again try to drop those hatches fast and create a big enough gap for their shield player to get in and plant the diffuser. But again, that's a big if. If they can get that drop down successfully, if they don't get traded immediately like we saw last time, it's kind of a random chance here for Revelations to kickstart that potential overtime, and they haven't even dealt with the roam game yet. Rival and Twist are still just chilling up above.
There's no Blitz and Buck either to help expedite this. They do end up flushing those roamers back, but not before Twist, who's still in the corner, gets a kill. I saw his teammate fall back. I thought that was it, but he's good for 2. Now trying to fight the Monty. Finally, his reign of terror is over, but the damage is done. He's killed Ying. He's wasted half the round. And JJ & Co. still have 3 cast canisters. They've still got Maestro and Goyo. Revelations are going to do their damnedest to try and alleviate this pressure provided by the utility, but Kiru can't even get a Flores drone in.
The hatch finally opened up, but it might be too little too late for Revelations. They've got nothing to deal with these Maestro cameras, nothing for the Toxic Babes, nothing for the 2 Kibas left in pocket for Rival as well. It's just these Rotero drones to maybe pop the Vulcan packs, and that's about it, honestly. He spots an Evil Eye and gets that destroyed, so good for him, but there's still 2 more remaining in this composition. With how much that's left on the board, this might be an impossible task for Revelations to bounce back from.
Smoke coming out from Mr. B as they try to attempt the plant. It's up to Recited to try and cover, sending a flame in towards red. Kiru evens the odds at 3 apiece as Mr. B is able to complete the plant. Rival takes out his cover, though, and Kiru's getting hunted down upstairs. Emilio looking for the pick. He finds Kiru in small as Mr. B dies on the site, and all these defenders can start to converge. Emilio dies to Kiru's sidearm as he drops the hatch. He takes some damage, but the call out is made, and Rival's good for 3. JJ and Co. steal Mr. B's map pick.
The reverse sweep on map number 1. A flawless second half, it seems. Besides round number 7 for JJ and Co. Series point on the line. They go to Cafe, but it's a map that Mr. B knows well. We could see Clubhouse, but for now, JJ and Co. are in the lead and are pretty damn happy about it after that remarkable recovery they had. I really thought they weren't able to crack the code against Mr. B's aggression, but all it took was a few hero plays here and there by Twist and the rest of their teammates anchoring down, and like we mentioned during the pre-show, not giving up those 1-for-1s without a fight.
Yeah, and like we highlighted too, right? Revelations have the advantage in terms of firepower, and at the beginning of this game, it looked like all the fights were going their way, especially in those retakes, but Rival waking up 7-2. It was 6-1 after that rehost. Huge performance. We're going to go to a break and let these players recuperate, let Revelations figure out what the hell just happened. We'll be back with Cafe just after this.
The words have definitely been uttered. Is this the timeline we're in? Is this really what's happening? JJ and Co. maybe making Pro League? Well, that is no longer just a hypothetical. JJ and Co. are 7 rounds away from making that a reality. 7 round wins is all they need after a miraculous comeback on Bank. Harrison initially looking like they ran into a brick wall that Revelations threw against them, but making a comeback, changing up the momentum, and taking the map win.
Yeah, Revelations were up 5-2, and like John and I were saying over and over again, Revelations, they're coming into this game with an advantage when it comes to the firepower, and they were showing it. Those like near flawless retakes, baiting JJ into planting so they can use that firepower and superior positioning to deny it. But on that defense, JJ and Co, they took the timeout. It seemed to have settled them down. They stopped shaking. They stopped making like the stupid mistakes they were doing in the first half, and they locked it down. And John, we keep mentioning when JJ are feeling good, they are dominating the entry game. After that timeout, 3 and 2 on entry, the 2 that they lost instantly traded back.
Even dealing with the shields quite successfully too. It felt like Mr. B was never a threat on Montaigne. It felt like Recited couldn't cover any ground as Blitz. They always had the right response to dealing with what Revelations were throwing at them whilst JJ and Co were defending. And now moving into Cafe as well, if we don't see that better use of utility, the team play to stop JJ and Co from getting those 3 back-to-back kills that we saw Twist end up securing the past couple of rounds on map 1, I'm not too sure if we'll see a Clubhouse, honestly, because those exact same skills can transition quite easily on Cafe, which is also another large top-to-bottom style map.
I know you guys mentioned that Cafe is definitely Revelations territory. Possibly it is JJ and Co's map pick though, right? So clearly JJ and the rest of the team have decided that this is where they want to make their stand. It could have been a final stand, right? If they had lost that first map. Instead, they have a chance to win it. Harrison, do you like their hopes here?
I really do. I think JJ, Mr. B had to win that map on, not just because it was their map pick, but to stop the momentum from JJ and Co riding high off that win against Gasher. Now they're heading into their own map pick, home turf, where they do have a more positive win rate on Cafe. So I'm liking JJ here.
All right, well, listen, I'm well aware of the fact that after I pass it to you guys, the next time I see you, JJ and Co might be in Pro League. On the other hand, we could be going to a map 3. We'll find out. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jonah, and you are certainly right. JJ Blastful finds himself 7 round victories away from making the NAL, and I'm sure his teammates Twist and Snake, 2 of the 4 Pro League alumni here in this match, are also incredibly hungry to get back to that stage.
Take a look, operator bans as JJ and Co might set the tone for something that we never would have imagined to see. JJ and Co making the league, and it's a Ying ban. Revelations brought her out quite a lot on Bank, but again, the lack of setup they were able to achieve before the Ying could be truly powerful on Bank, it just led to a lot of botched attacks, but now they won't even get the luxury of having her as a pick. Still, they'll need to go with something else. Maybe the Blitz in Montaigne, like we've already seen before. Again, Cafe, it's a very shield-reliant map and a very shield-focused meta, so that wouldn't be too shocking. But to follow up after the Ying, it's Mira and Azami. 2 operators we also saw quite a lot on the board back in map number 1. That does leave Valkyrie open up to being played, and with this map being very Roam-centric, I wouldn't be shocked if we see her at least picked once or twice when defending a bomb site like Reading Room or even the top floor of Bar and Cocktail.
For now, Revelations won't opt to bring her, although I do agree she's incredibly powerful on Cafe. I remember one of the reasonings is that Cafe is just a big square. You throw one Valcam, you basically can see half the floor. Revelations is going to bring more denial than active information in the Mozzie and the Mute. We've got the Smoke and the Goyo too. They've been leaning pretty heavily into time waste. JJ and Co now find themselves, like we mentioned, on home turf. Historically, Revelations are a pretty good Cafe team. They're 3-1. But here's the important factor, John, right? They're 3-1. Their most recent play, a loss to M80X 2 games ago. JJ and Co this year, 5-2. Their most recent play, a victory against M80X 3 games ago. So, take that as you will. I believe it was also Mr. B's team lost 7-3. JJ's team won 7.
Seems like an odd coincidence, one might say. Maybe another 7-3, perhaps. We'll see how that pans out, obviously. JJ & Co. getting some AC repel presence. Twist on a nice angle, upside down repels. Expecting someone there, maybe early from either Pixel or Walking Up White to go for a cheeky run out. And they've got some flank watch coverage as well, so while they try to get this piano pressure established too, they don't have to worry about anyone down below trying to hop out from this back window. So far, everything seems pretty normal for this clear by JJ & Co. Get the hatches opened up as well, get that top to bottom standard clear. If they get rid of the roamers, they can establish some vert as well. And the first line of defense being the team captain for Revelations, Mr. B, as he's playing over by Shaiko, watching this top skylight. He'll fall off of Humidor and even back away further after that flash is tossed out, not looking to lose his life this early.
He doesn't want to tussle with the potential hatch pressure from JJ & Co. Remember, this is just the extension. The site is on Reading Room, and Twist on that 0 has plenty of cams to set up and gather information on these top floor players. JJ & Co. still outside the building. Cafe, a very outdoors-centric map. You get a lot of map control just on these repels. Just looking through those hatches. Asian already starting to fall back. Twist attempting to work his way in or work some more information with those cameras as he continues to just watch bottom white, and Asian falls victim to the flank watching 0, who has just been sitting there the entire round, even kind of revealing his position with that cam.
Well, in the meantime, that does stop anyone from retaking White Stairs, but Pallets is also a threat they got to worry about. Kiru does some damage on a JJ, but does not confirm a kill. And pops the Goyo, wasting more time. Although they have the entry, JJ & Co. spent so much time just getting into piano that they have had no vert established yet, but at least they've got 2 picks to spare instead.
I think JJ just bearing 9'd him from, like, Cigar.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Insane shot as Snake now goes for a backstab up white, killing Mike W. A 5-2 lead for JJ & Co. looking to start this map as hot as the previous one just ended. Let's make it a flawless. Why not? 2 kills for Snake coming up white and a 1-0 lead for JJ & Co. 6 rounds to go, John.
A clinical opening round for JJ & Co.'s attack. A stark contrast to what we saw back on Bank, right? Everything went according to plan. I think the only thing that JJ & Co. could have done was maybe gotten vert, but they didn't need it. I mean, they had the flank watch, so Asian could not assist Kiru. Now they know that the Goyo is isolated since Mr. B had fallen off back into the bomb site. And JJ just diffs him with the pairing 9, like after peeking him from the freezer rotate. If not, then maybe the pixel doorway. Either way, they clear out the roam almost perfectly and then just send Snake up White Stairs to help alleviate the other pressure that could occur when they transition from that top floor, then hitting the bomb site without any vert. It was a fluid round that JJ & Co. just had. And given the fact it's another roam, for Revelation's sake, hopefully they can play for trades better or just have a better fall-off plan, because none of their roamers except Mr. B were able to get away with their life, and their bomb site players too just got pinched.
Beautiful stuff from JJ & Co. Already a much more confident start here on Cafe than we had on Bank. Kitchen going to be the next site for Mr. B, another very verticality-centric site, which is why we now see Twist on the Ram, who you mentioned last round. They maybe could have gotten some vert on reading, although it didn't matter on this site. It most likely will. Kitchen, much more expansive and much more effective when it comes to verticality. Flores drone already going in and clearing the bunker Goyo, which means this is probably going to end up being a white freezer execute at the end of the round.
That Vulcan pack being gone too leads a lot less utility to stall the execute. The smoke as well, watching for the Rotero drone, immediately snipes it too. Those castle barricades remaining intact could be a small thorn unless they're able to send someone in to destroy it. I mean, they've got breaching charges, but maybe they'll save them for vert. They've got ash charges and still more Rotero drones at the ready. But first, they got to find the Cade Claw. Hopefully that Exkyros charge can open up a big enough hole to spot it or at least destroy it. But as of right now, that doesn't seem to be the case, so maybe they'll have to capitalize with a grenade to eventually get that hatch opened up for their default take.
Twist using all 3 of his boogies already. Still like 2/3 of the round to go. I wonder what the end game here is for JJ now that they're out of Rams. They haven't gotten any kills from Vert. It looks like they're just going to stack up on White and try to take the fight against Mr. B, who just one pumps JJ as the Hibana's stuck in the smoke. Twist getting frozen. Mr. B with 2. Kiru another response as well. And JJ and Co just cannot make this clear happen. Mr. B gassing out yet another 3 in VIP as Revelations answer with a flawless of their own.
I don't think I've ever seen a back-to-back flawless from opposing teams, Harrison. That's got to be a first. I think I've ever seen in a match casted. But it just seems like JJ & Co didn't have anything to really push back Mr. B when he's got those toxic babes. He's got that shotgun, and he's got backup from Whiskey Bar. I don't think there was anyone trying to alleviate that pressure from like the reception door or the VIP window. Maybe somebody walking down Brown, which Whiskey Bar is in a perfect spot to counter Brown stairs. So in reality, Mr. B just has to stand in a hallway and wait for the attackers to push him one by one by one. I mean, even if they had something like a Ying, for example, that could have been a great pick, but obviously JJ and Co banning it and not really running a lot of Ying. They just had flashes to work with and those death mark trackers with grenades, which all of those failing against the Mossberg, a tried and true weapon that most anchors and IGLs are quite comfortable with at this level. So scoreline is tied back up, and now in the 3rd round, we finally see that Valkyrie being picked as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Shotgun is like Old Faithful at this point.
Yep.
I never go wrong with it. The only stipulation is you have to believe in it. If you doubt the shotgun, you will not find joy.
You know, the Mr. B and or the B in Mr. B stands for believe. You must believe in the shotgun.
Mr. Believe.
Yep. Instead of Mr. British. That's an old one.
Yeah, that's true. It does actually stand for Mr. Brown. It's actually not even Mr. It used to be, I think he told the story, it was LMRB. It was like Lachlan Michael Robert Brown, I think. People would just drop the L and call him Mr. B, so he just embraced it. Fun little origin story. Like you mentioned, the Valkyrie is in play for Recited, so as JJ and Co look to take into the top 4, they're going to have to be very careful of those potential nitro cells. Make that wary of the potential nitro cell. Mr. B has already used his. He tried to get a cheeky kill on the hatch, but was unsuccessful. Speaking of more unsuccessful explosives, there we go. Rival finally gets it. But now Mr. B, or sorry, Mike W immediately walking over to make sure he can't make his way in.
Breaking the cam, popping a toxic babe as well for good measure. Rival could maybe threaten the snow door walkthrough later on, but in the meantime, we'll avert our eyes back to the top 4 clear, where Asian almost dies from another Twist cutoff, funnily enough. Instead, it'll be resighted with that second nitro cell, with the synchronization of that black eye camera. Gets a freebie onto JJ. Another opening death for your hard support player. You don't need the Habanas as much in this round, but it would have been nice to have another gun and maybe make some more cutoffs through this top floor to open up Freezer, which I don't think he really did. So they have just bathroom to work in from, where Kiru is currently watching from across the map and almost smokes Emilio, but narrowly misses. But it doesn't matter. The rest of his team is popping off nonetheless, and JJ and Co have no response.
Just as you say that, Emilio does kill Recited on the flank, but he can't make any headway against Kiru, who's continuing to jiggle peek upstairs. Snake on the bomb site, though, finds Mr. B. Kiru is back, getting a little bit tagged up. Snake is still trying to create some chaos. He finds the Goyo and evades the shots, but then sprints right back into the angle he was getting shot from. Curious decision from Snake, and Emilio getting pumped by Mike W. Means it's now a 2-1 lead for Revelations.
Once again, great info by Revelations, this time using the Valkyrie Black Eye cameras. Gets a free entry onto JJ. The Habana's gone, and now they can't really push against the cocktail extension as effectively because no one else was really playing on window repels. It was just one person. It was either Twist or somebody else playing by cocktail, and Asian just smoked them. So once that's dealt with, I mean, you could just, oh yeah, he did in fact kill Twist there. So once that's gone, I mean, you just sit back and wait for the rest of the cocktail clear to unfold by piano. And although the Goyo ended up being downed, it took so much effort from JJ and Co to solidify that one kill. The rest of Revelations were just kind of forgotten about. They kill Snake almost for free as he sprints into them by the rotate, and now Revelations take the lead in this map.
Mining and Dining, a site that has become infinitely more popular now with teams kind of ignoring, a lot of teams ignoring the top floor site. A lot of the really good cafe teams don't like playing up there because of how oppressive those window repels can be. JJ and Co, though, I think, John, are about to go fast. We've got Blitz, we've got Sends. JJ's already looking to rappel up to the balcony. Sighted, trying to establish some vert so that window jumping isn't free. Okay, no fast push. It looks like the... I thought they were honestly just going to like hop in the window, but they are setting up properly.
Could still go for a faster execute given the fact they have rival, those ROUs. They've got JJ on the blitz. Hopefully not losing another entry as this one will be a lot more taxing compared to a Habana, for example. They've got a longer angle now with the Ash charge going off. Someone could play by that cave window. A really nice cutoff to help alleviate some pressure if they were to try to plant in from the mining side of the map. Another one going off as well up above. And it seems now the Blitz, he's ready to hop in. The smoke and ROUs is great coverage, and the Cadence just has his back turned. He's got no clue about a Blitz walking in.
Mike W, deaf, apparently, as now another follow-up maybe onto Asian. He's lit up. Instead, it's Kiru to go down and JJ to complete the plant. Another beautiful execute in the 5v5 from JJ and Co, continuing the theme from Bank. It's all up to Mr. B. The team captain finds one, but no more as JJ and Co retake that tie game.
I guess Mike W just didn't hear JJ. I don't know what to say, but again, the setup by JJ and Co was fantastic. Again, they had the longer cutoffs. They had pressure by Cave. They had someone actively assisting the Blitz with their gun up. So even if JJ died, they would still get train room control. And Revelations just simply no response, being outclassed there by a rush strat that I would imagine Mr. B would also like to do. He's a big fan of Blitz and the Sends on this map specifically. So once we see him on the attack, we might get the treat of having a couple of rush strats done in a similar fashion. But now we'll go back down to the basement where JJ and Co.'s attack never really started into the bomb site because they just couldn't deal with Mr. B, who was in a power spot by VIP. Maybe this time with Blitz on the board, they'll just send the shield in first to counter him. But again, it's going to take a lot more than just one shield to deal with him, especially if he has backup by Brown Stairs, or I guess by Whiskey Bar.
They are swapping off the shield. They also don't have smokes. I guess no, they have a pair of smokes with Ram.
5 seconds left.
This may still be a VIP side execute here. They have brought the Thatcher this time to deal with Mike W, so JJ will be able to open the hatch. They could also go for front side here if they want to. Mr. B right next to the open wall, but he shotguns JJ anyway. He almost dies to the breaching charge, but I mean, hey, if you're JJ, you do not expect someone playing there, and it is an incredibly early death. Your only hard breacher dead.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
And with the smoke still alive, that Blitz is going to have a very difficult time getting in the building. Asian as well, almost getting blown up, but by a different piece of utility, and his own Vulcan Fire, chipping him away to half health. This has been a crazy 5th round opening with JJ on his 3rd entry death this game. It feels like the old habits are coming back to resurface for JJ and Co. As like you mentioned, having no hard breach makes an attack for Double Kitchen almost impossible. Hoping that their vert can be enough to get a couple of cheeky picks and maybe rely on the fact that Mr. B is literally 1 HP. They could just shoot him in a heartbeat, and that's now your smoke gone. But still, I'm pretty sure Revelations are in a pretty good spot so long as they just don't over-aggress and play together to alleviate the fact they're low on HP.
Like you said, I think a lot of this is going to fall on how much JJ and Co can actually do with the verticality that they're establishing, using basically everything they have. Twist, all of Rival's utility has been dedicated to the vert. I'm sure Emilio is likely going to follow too. They've got Snake on the sledge. They're doing so much work upstairs. Emilio actually just holding outside Bakery, holding those prep footholds. Twist, I think, knows about the prone. He hears Mr. B get up and thus will just leave. Emilio still holding outside here. About a minute left for JJ & Co to make something happen. And although they have a ton of vert established, there's no picks.
Well, the C4 perfectly tossed by Mike W, waiting for the flash, expecting the walk-in, and he's got another lined up with the TCSG. It looks to be the beginning of the end for this round, as JJ & Co just could not get the ball rolling once JJ ended up dying. And Revelations just simply ignoring the vert, waiting for the Bakery walk-in. Even Asian takes back red stairs to shoot him in the back. 3-2 now for Rev. And yeah, JJ & Co, they had a plan A. They were hoping to deal with the smoke early, getting that cutoff by bottom garage. And they were punished for it in a way that you almost never expect. The smoke playing close off the soft wall and buckshotting JJ. A pause being called in now by Kiru. Maybe some technical issues. Yep, he'll confirm that in chat immediately after. Although the match is incredibly close right now, Harrison, the way that we've gotten to the 3-2 scoreline is just unbelievable.
Yeah, that opening pick from Mr. B, super influential. You can tell JJ & Co just really didn't know what to do without that hard breacher to open up angles and prep, without being able to open up the hatch. Revelations have been doing really well to respond to the way that JJ & Co like to play, with all that, with a lot of really early control. Just before we hit the tech pause, we did see too that Revelations were hovering, reading. They're 1-1 on it. Their previous attempt down to getting, I believe, like 3 kills on their upstairs hold, and using the Valkyrie too. If we end up going there, I would like to see probably an IQ from JJ & Co, because that Valkyrie was super powerful for them. And it was, they dropped it in round 4, which was interesting because of the rush, but I think if they go back to reading, they'll bring her again.
Would assume so. It gave them a lot of valuable info, not only to get the picks with that Nitro Cell, but also knowing when to fall off, how much they had to commit to that top floor. And again, JJ & Co, they've had some rounds on the attack, which mostly have been really fast rounds for them, where they've been pretty damn good on their attack. And then in the more methodical game against Revelations, they've just kind of fallen flat when picking apart the extensions. I mean, both times on Double Kitchen, they couldn't even deal with Mr. B, who was one of the first lines of defense. Go into the other reading room bomb site, where they also just struggled to enter in the building through those hatches because of the info. And shockingly, no, there isn't going to be a Valkyrie on the board, despite it being another bomb site pick of reading room that you kind of foreshadowed before we got in the tech pause. But it is another blitz pick here by JJ. Maybe they'll just try to hit the site fast again, like we kind of saw back on round number 4 with mining room. But they also have flank watch and rival on sledge, so maybe they'll still also want to clear out some of the top floor and then send the blitz in through snow doorway, just to push his way in and clear out anyone who's left anchoring in the bomb site. That could be a potential option, and he has diffusers, so that seems to be pretty damn likely.
Attackers are moving out.
Yeah, Revelations are going back to their round 1 lineup. They got flawless on. Not the same lineup for JJ & Co, though. The Kappa Tau is different. They've also got, like you mentioned, the Blitz. Our favorite operator.
Grimothy. The man.
Amygdala. Grimius.
Max Grimimus.
C4 from Mr. B. Again, trying to go for a cheeky kill, but instead it's Kiru watching Red Hatch, daring rival to sledge it open. Down goes one of your vert op, but JJ & Co probably don't care. Up comes both JJ and Twist. They both get a kill. Emilio does fall off screen, but they've got to tie a game. Asian, though, dusts Twist. JJ just around the corner, trying to hunt down this castle. The flash doesn't land, but the shots do. Mr. B walks up white to trade his teammate. And Snake finds himself alone, but Mr. B, with yet another beautiful reaction, JJ and Co. A nice try, but going for the kills upstairs, unable to make it work.
Didn't expect the rush up White Stairs, and neither did Revelations, but they reacted almost immediately to it and kept their composure. They still had cocktail control. They used that to fight against the people walking up top White, and once JJ Cohen cleared that out, Mr. B just simply walked up the staircase when everyone's backs turned. I gotta love the aggression being ramped up here, not only by JJ and Co, but Revelations as well. Noticing that when they allow their opponents to set up, they have a much easier time on the attack. I mean, that's kind of an obvious, but it's really apparent for JJ and Co, because they'll set up for these very elaborate plays in the late round. So if they don't get the entry in the initial minute on the roam clear, they can still find a way to cut somebody off and catch them by surprise, and they slowly collapse in the objective. But when you're peeking open hatches, waiting for them to open it with a sledgehammer, I mean, that allows you to take these cheeky 50-50 gunfights that JJ and Co simply aren't expecting, almost guaranteeing a free entry. So good heads-up play there by Revelations, matching the aggression of JJ and Co's blitz rush.
I think Twist also getting a little over-aggressive on White, peeking before his blitz was able to rush
Absolutely.
in. I mean, Asian was the only guy up there. If you have JJ go after him first and win that fight, and you just have the Fink to hold the flank, Mr. B can't walk up the stairs, and you likely shut that down. But instead, not to be. JJ and Co now all the way on the bottom floor on Kitchen. We got White the roam setup from the Vigil. Emilio also on Capcan, making sure Revelations can't play quite as fast as they would like. Rare Bandit pick as well, as Revelations have the Jackal. They are going to clear this roam, even if it kills them. Snake, of course, the only operator, roam clear operator that Vigil can't really counter. That's left on, or Dokubi's on bans. Technically her too, but mainly for hard roam clear is going to be that Jack.
Just some info on the bomb site, detecting the Capcan as they now check for EDDs. Mr. B is also now entered into small bacon, gets through the Banshee. That's by Harry Potter. He's got a cutoff angle and resighted as he just enters into the building as well, connects with two, assisting his teammate. Asian follows suit, and JJ and Co, they're just falling apart at the seams.
Wow.
Snake is like, what the hell just happened to my team? As he walks down White, now facing the option of trying to get this 1v5 ace or following the rest of his teammates down to a fast, watery grave. Mr. B securing this plant. Asian is felled, but doesn't seem like it'll really matter in the grand scheme of things. This guy is trapped in Whiskey Bar, looking to drown his sorrows with maybe another kill in through coat check, but this guy is not giving him a chance. Resighted, playing incredibly passive, waiting for him to cross into Kiru's line of fire. And Revelations, a quick start. We're yet again at another 5-2 split. Can JJ and Co make a secondary comeback like they did on Bank, or will we see a third map?
Incredibly fast bakery push from Mr. B, catching everybody off guard, and that prompts the tactical timeout from JJ and Co. This is where they turned the game around prior, and they ended up going on a 5-round winning streak. It was also on the defensive half, which they've got here on Cafe. Probably a more defender-sided map than Bank usually is. We're probably, again, going to have to talk about, hey, if we put too much on that roam, Revelations are just going to walk in on us. I mean, it's one of Mr. B's MOs is gap hitting like that. You talked about it in the first half when JJ rushed. Mr. B is also a huge fan of those fast takes when they see a hole on the bomb site. JJ and Co cannot put too much on that roam. It's a delicate balance you have to find. And once again, they cannot give up isolated picks. Now JJ and Co end up going to Reading, not wanting to retry Kitchen, and they'll have that Valkyrie, but I like this pick from Asia.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
The Nook to potentially avoid that info. And when attacking a bomb site like Reading Room and Fireplace, you almost always see one walking up White Stairs. If you have the manpower to commit somebody to doing that, Asian could be a perfect operator to dodge that bottom garage camera and just cause chaos. If there's no proximity alarm, if there's no barbed wire, no Fenrir mine, that could be a very easy way for Asian just to get a cheeky pick, allow the rest of his teammates to do their job. But of course, it also takes a lot of effort to set that up. Revelations most likely having to also do a full top to bottom clear, but maybe not. They say screw it. They go for a totally different lineup, maybe during the prep phase, spotting how heavy the roam game is. So they'll go for another direct take, which I can't fault them for it. It did work just last round, and maybe it'll work a second time with JJ and Co. maybe expecting a more passive lineup after the timeout.
Which is strange. I figured they were going to be saying the opposite. Put less in the roam, expect fast play. Play heavy sight already. We've got the Amaru in. The Sen's going through. Asian with the kill on JJ, and in comes the attack. Kiru lands a follow-up. Everybody on JJ and Co. is dying. The plant is going down from the Sens. Completed now by Mr. B. C4 far too late from Snake. Twist finds himself in a 1v5 retake with nothing he can do. Revelations with another perfect read.
And this isn't anything new from Revelations. I've seen them clear from small bake and then do that exact same rush on the different bomb site 4 different times this past month. This is not something new that they've cooked up specifically for this best of 3 finals. This is something they've practiced time in and time out. And if JJ and Co. had any inkling about that rush, maybe they would have brought a different lineup, but it seems like they were just blissfully ignorant and allowed Revelations to hop in through the window, get the plant down on top of 3 impact kills from Kiru shotgun rushing up white stairs as Amaru. The script just writes itself, Harrison. It really I don't know what to really add.
Bomb located by attackers.
You don't often see a dining window rush, but like you said, it is a patented Mr. B play. JJ and Co. trying the middle floor again, only this time going to mining. Now a deficit that they have not faced before, down 6-2. The Revelations are hungry for that third map. It'll be Clubhouse if we need it. Somewhere that Revelations have not lost since Challenger Series started.
Drone spotting Twist. He will not go for the aggressive spawn peek that we might have alluded to earlier with that window being, or that barricade being opened up. Snake as well, just prepping the windows, able to hear for a potential repel, much easier with the glass being removed. He can maybe even hop out if he wants to. And the C4 just being casually ripped out, doesn't find anything, but, you know, just creates the fear factor that someone is just itching to get an opening kill this early in the round. Although there is a sense on the board, again, no blitz, it looks like Revelations want to utilize the boogie drones here to get some vert and not just barge their way into the bomb sites, not testing their luck that a third rush in a row will pan out for them.
Although we do already have utility being sent in through the skylight. Maybe herald a fast roam clear here. They do hit the brakes, continuing to drone through, seeing that, or hopefully seeing that there are only 2 members of JJ and Co. here upstairs. Snake and Rival, both on the cocktail side. They got the perfect utility to cut off those lines of sight with those ROU projectors. And like W makes his way in the building, looking to open up that piano hatch. Think a boost coming through. JJ and Co. falling back pretty early without much pressure. I think maybe worrying about a fast push as Snake and Rival rotate back.
Almost thought he'd go for a hop out. Twist will do it instead and runs out of bullets. Resighted 1 health. He tries to shotgun him. We know it's a belief system for the Mossberg to really do its magic, but it doesn't have that much power. Jesus. He tried to get a kill in desperation and it just totally backfired. Instead of Snake hopping out, you let the smoke with all that stall utility do it instead. And now Twist is gone. He's stuck on cam duty.
And if he had just hit his shots, that would have been a freebie for JJ and Co. But a whiff there on the SMG-11, which in the wrong hands can be quite the unwieldy weapon. JJ and Co. stare down a 1-man deficit with no smoke and potentially map 3 on the line, but Rival trying to step up, finishes off what little was left of the Finca. Now even. Mike W. watching the flank, now finally popping open the window before Rival crosses. The Goyo now just holding onto it. A flashbang rolls in on the railing to blind him. Ends up dying, but Emilio is good now for 2 to give his team the man count. Mike W. stuck in a goo mine, coming under fire. A third now for the Fenrir. Kiru, the last man standing, staring through the floor holes as everybody on his team falls. He's got no time to play with. He knows it. JJ and Co. keep themselves alive on Cafe for at least another round.
With that early fall off, although it did lead to some funny business there with the twist hop out, looking to kill Reside, and it totally backfired. The rest of JJ and Co., they kept their cool and remained patient, waiting on the response of Revelations to drop a floor lower and have those crossfires built up. They were still playing comfortably over by Reading Room. They were playing in Fireplace. They had backup over by the AC window as well, or I guess by Red Stairs to stop AC window. And although that backfired, there was an immediate trade almost soon after that death had occurred. Revelations, the second they lose a round, they lose that momentum. They just pop a timeout and they go, all right, boys, can't go Mining Room. We'll probably see a reattempt of Double Kitchen. What do we do differently other than a bakery direct take? Or do we try to test our luck and go for it again? It seems like that'll be the big question to ask here for Revelations, and also what they can do better to not lose bodies in that late round, which is where JJ and Co. kind of thrived, especially on Bank. A lot of those rounds, they would fall off the roam or have more of an anchor-focused composition, and that would be what kind of gave them the round win away, as Revelations just not having enough tools to break apart that anchor. But this time, despite that, JJ and Co. have been a lot more willing to roam this time around.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Which is exactly, that the willingness to roam maybe a little bit too much is exactly what put JJ and Co. on the back foot to begin with. Revelations not with a rush lineup this time, at least not now. The Nomad from Kiru. Oh, hold on. Here's Sense. Here's Lion. So if not a window rush like we saw last time, could still be an attempted fast clear using the Sense.
10 seconds remaining.
JJ and Co. still with plenty of bodies upstairs. Snake on the Valkyrie. I believe
Attackers must locate and
trying to place a cam. I thought he was holding his C4, but nope. Just looking for a good cam spot.
Twist opting for maybe a cheeky peek here, waiting for someone's feet to cross over, and he just lands a 2-tap with that DMR. Although no one's gone for it yet. Looks like Mr. B is just going to be over by the cave window with that DMR, or at least going up on the hatch to open it as well. The DMRs make a lot of good soft destruction here in this game, and that will also not leave Mike W susceptible to a peek, which is exactly what Revelations ended up using against JJ and Co. And they brought out the sledge for that top floor verticality. Revelations having a pretty standard clear, probably the most default clear we've seen by them so far besides last round, except the only thing different is that they're once again going to use the Sense maybe just to cut off the longer angles by the main skylight so they can hop in easier. That's the only big difference I think we've seen them use the Sense for so far.
Snake, though, with the opening pick onto Kiru, and Rival just swings Heaven Window for a second kill for JJ and Co. And it's like they immediately hit the brakes. They lose 2 bodies, and Revelations now forced to stop and reconsider their options. A couple of those RU projectors in the middle under the skylight also getting destroyed by the Goyo being popped. Asian trying to hunt anybody down on the upstairs. Currently fishing for a pick. His first target is Snake, but around the doorway, the Valkyrie simply wins the gunfight. JJ and Co. look like they've still got a lot of fight left in them. Need to force the Valkyrie back. Trying to hide in bathroom. In swings Mike W, but Snake is able to slither away.
Still C4 in pocket. Could play below and catch somebody by surprise. It looks like Mike W's on the soft flooring, looking through that train hatch. Maybe trying to get some vert. In the meantime, though, JJ and Co. once again not overplaying their hand. They've got the Goyo still waiting. Rival on this cutoff. And Mike W, but a damage dealt over by White Stairs. Snake, although falling down below, didn't give up Pixel for free. Only 45 seconds left and still plenty of utility with the thanks to these black eye cameras.
In drops Mr. B and Mike W, both just trying to go for a play on the site. Mr. B falls. Mike W's good for 2, but left on just 1 HP. He's got Case to try and pick up in pillar. Default camera still up, calling out his position. A player watching this hallway is Emilio. Rival as well, trying to peek those open holes on White. JJ and Co, all they have to do is just sit still, wait for Mike to push. Emilio peeks in for info, and finally it's Rival to do him in. JJ and Co. now 2 rounds away from overtime.
Again, good job by JJ and Co. this time, matching the early round aggression. They're consistently trying to go for spawn peaks. They're peeking against these window repels, not allowing Revelations to set up. And you mentioned this too, Harrison, like the second those 2 bodies dropped, Revelations just kind of slowed down. They weren't fighting for trades as you would have originally imagined, giving JJ and Co. more time to then have to just worry about an execute. They were kind of prepared for Revelations to just slowly creep their way in and take more one-for-one gunfights. The only thing that's been effective so far for Revelations has been the rush strats. When they play against the roam of JJ and Co., not only do they have info, but they just have better positions to challenge Revelations in that first minute marker where they get the opening entry, and that's where they thrive, having such a good entry win conversion against every team in Challenge League, getting to them to this point of series point potentially, so long as they can solidify overtime against Revelations. That's been the only real team that's given them a hard time so far throughout the series. And I guess Forsaken, which they just beat a couple hours ago.
5 seconds to insertion.
And with map 3 potentially on the line, John, JJ and Co. go to Bar. Round 11. We have not seen this site all game. And now's when they bring it out. It's a big gamble. Spawn peek attempt from Snake, but the operator he's faced with, I believe, was the Blitz. So nothing he's going to be able to do against that shield. 2 of which Revelations are bringing, both Recited and Mr. B on the Monty. So lots of shields to play against JJ and Co. However, it's on a top floor site. Somebody like Snake or Twist ends up rotating downstairs should they have the information. Mr. B or Recited could be met with an explosive demise, but I wonder, I'm just dreaming here, is this going to be a double shield skylight?
I thought that. They've got 2 sets of smokes. They've got the gridlock tracks and Nomad, air jabs as well for flank watch and making space in sight. Okay, 4 gridlock tracks for red is crazy work. They do not want to get flanked.
Absolutely.
It will take more than one impact to deal with that. And oh my god,
Wow.
the C4 bouncing off Mr. B. He lives. And now they know about Mute where there's 2 shields to meet him. But JJ's on the assist, opening up the castle barricade. He does at least some damage, but we're still tied off into 3 versus 3. And Recited, he could recover this diffuser and maybe get in to plant this bomb.
Most importantly, though, in that opening burst from JJ and Twist, they managed to kill the Monty. Mr. B's on the floor. Like you mentioned, though, Recited's still alive. He takes a few bullets, I think. Down to half HP already. Mike W working long angles now into bathroom and through freezer thanks to the Hib. Revelation still a little bit nervous about pushing in. Snake still has a C4 in his back pocket. He's playing cocktail still right now, so if anything, it won't come from below. Kiru trying to lock down those retake angles. Snake can hear it. Revelation still very slow. Just trying to weigh their options with Mike W still on that rappel. Now here comes the smokes from Recited. Here come the flashes from Kiru. In goes the Blitz. Trying to get that default plant down behind B2. Snake crossing in from bathroom. He evades the shots. The C4 isn't good. No, it's stuck on the bar. Kiru's got a kill from the cover. And Recited is still alive. Both Snake and Emilio low HP. It's all down to the Jaeger. Both opponents inside the building, but one of them that Blitz. And the time is ticking. Kiru just playing behind his shield, waiting for the Jaeger to push through. Blitz almost revealing his feet, but Emilio has to try and duck around. He kills Recited, now a 1 versus 1. The flash subsides, but the time, 5 seconds remaining for him to get this kill so he can sprint on the case. He's able to get it! Pistol out! Is he in time? Emilio, you've gotta be kidding me!
And a second left to spare. The 1v3 masterclass for Emilio, giving JJ and Co. the fighting chance for overtime. What a round to steal away from Revelations. They had the cut. They had the window repel. They had the Blitz still alive. And it wasn't enough. When JJ and Co. have someone like Emilio to keep their team just neck and neck against the glorious Mr. British and his shield dominance. I mean, beautifully played. And even after killing the Blitz while full flash, Kiru just backs away trying to play for time. And with Emilio having the intel, he pre-fires him.
Wow.
My God, give this man a medal.
And Emilio, who's been having a pretty slow series so far. I mean, finishing the last map 3-11. Impact frags here. Sending JJ&Co to the max in regulation, round 12. Kiru just playing that 1 versus 2 way too passively. I mean, you've got Recited chasing him down in Cigar. If you swing that from Nubalk, he can't look at 2 angles at the same time. I mean, literally, John, while I was casting it, I thought that's what was going to happen. I said, like, Emilio can't look at 2 angles at once, but Kiru just sat there waiting. Favorite part about that too, Emilio got the clutch and he whipped his pistol out to confirm the kill before
I need this. I need this.
I need this for my stats, boys.
Yeah. I thought I was going to just leave him on the floor, but I thought the same thing. Like, the Blitz was perfectly baiting Emilio into fighting him, giving Kiru the chance to help his teammate, and he just didn't.
Nope.
I mean, you're thinking about it, playing for time, it makes sense, but in the grand scheme of things, it would have been better just to go for the trade there immediately. But now we see Revelations pissed off at losing that. They'll go for a blitz rush yet again, as that's what's been the old reliable in this round. But Kiru is dropped. Snake follows suit. We might just see overtime if not for Recited working off a miracle, killing off Train. But Twist is good for 2 through the smoke. The Aurora, it blocks off one sight line, but the other 2 are what really matter here. And the plant, unsuccessful, leaves Mike W alone in a 1 versus 4. It seems to be like we go the full distance here on Cafe with JJ&Co. Yet again, another 2 to 5 split recovery. Something we did not anticipate, but we're bound to see for a second time in this series.
I mean, even worse, they were down 6-2 this time.
That's true.
Revelations only needed 1 to send us to Clubhouse. A huge comfort map for them. A place where they beat Gasher 7-1. Or it took JJ all the way to overtime to win it. They've let it slip, and now we're going to OT, where guess what, John? JJ have the defense, but Mike W may have something to say about it. Now a second kill. Looking to hunt down Rival and Emilio. Emilio's got the long angle. He can watch both windows here in the corner. The drone spots Rival. But as Mike W runs in, he'll have to look to his right. In he goes, but Emilio, he can't outduel him just yet. Mike W's still alive, but Emilio saves it at the last second as he went to pull out the goo mine. And it's overtime. Down 2-6. JJ&Co refuse to die.
I'm not gonna lie, when Mike W got that second kill, I was like, I hope I didn't caster curse JJ&Co. That would have been a crazy Mike W 4K. He did try his best. He got good info on the guy reading hall, but the goo mine, that kind of sealed the deal. He was on such low HP and was forced to pull out that goo mine instead of challenging the guy train room. Really unfortunate situation for Rev, but JJ&Co, backs against the wall. They're expecting Revelations to go for the only thing that's worked for them on attack. It's a blitz rush, and they perfectly countered it, solidifying overtime, and they've got defense. Both of these halves have been 4-2 splits for the teams favoring defense. This is right where they want to be. They're on home turf of their map pick on defense. And again, the only thing that has worked is the blitz rush. When Revelations are forced into a roam clear, they fall flat.
And even then, we just saw a blitz rush, and this time JJ was ready for it. So the one trick, the gimmick that's worked for Revelations so far, no longer a guaranteed success. Now what do? They've still got the blitz. They've got Capitao and Grim. Mr. B has put his foot down and put himself on the Zoe. JJ&Co go back to reading room. They did lose on this site. It's one of the 2 that they have a loss on. They've got Twist downstairs. They've got a roam. They've got people upstairs too. Is this where Revelations try the rush again with such a big investment on the roam from JJ&Co?
They could try. Always the thought of a retake as well. They're getting some info by bottom white, and there is somebody watching it. I believe that's JJ. Yep. Compass call confirms that. So he's got Toxic Babes to slow down anybody pushing in. from that white doorway. But other than that, you know, it could be another potential rush here for the offense, although it looks like they're committing more of their resources to the top floor. Shockingly enough, the back AC windows opened up, a Grim canister deployed, and some info detecting Snake's position. And I thought he almost was going to fall off, but having his teammate here to assist, he'll just play a little deeper on this top floor. Revelations committing a lot of time to just slowly dwindling away the positions that JJ and Co have at their disposal. And finally, they force Snake off in the first floor, but still, it took a lot of utility. Capitao bolts, he's only left with one firebolt. And almost all their Grim canisters are gone now, too. Yeah, all of them are off the board. And there's still a roamer.
Yeah, this guy's still up here. He might fall victim to the blitz, though, as in comes Recited. Asian covering his teammate, takes down Rival for the opening pick. Trying to bait out a C4. There it is. Recited does get traded, so they won't recover their shield player. That's a big trade to get back for JJ and Co. Rival's utility is already down on the floor. There's about a minute left now for Revelations to transition to this execute. Like you mentioned, Asian, he's got one fire. Mr. B has one stun. They are out of Grims. They don't have a ton of utility to go for this.
No more shield as well for that spearhead. Plenty of Dreadnought still for Emilio, waiting for which position Revelations want to attack from, and he can put his utility to perfectly counter it. And they've got, I thought that was a black eye camera, my bad. It was a drone for flank watch, but they still have a Vulcan pack, and Mr. B's blinded by the Fenrir, and they don't know about Snake. This could be a huge shutdown if he kills the planter.
He's got to try and walk up on him. He kills the cover. The plant is complete by Mr. B, but it's a man advantage for JJ and Co. All they have to do is retake top floor. They're sending 2 against Kiru. JJ working his way towards Piano, burns the air jab. Kiru just has to tuck in this corner, and Snake ends up dying to Mike W on the bomb site. The pre-fire is successful from Kiru. JJ, the captain, needs to clutch a 1 versus 2. Close on his door. He doesn't know Mike W's there, and Revelations tip the scales in their favor with an attacking win.
The Vulcan fire not being close enough. The Fenrir mine not blinding enough. Not forcing back enough info, and JJ and Co 1 second too late to stop the plant that Mr. B commits. Putting his foot down, saying without the blitz we'll still win this. They're back on map point. Another chance at bringing us to Clubhouse, but they have to seal the deal on Double Kitchen, a bomb site that JJ and Co have yet to be successful on attacking. Both of their garage clears have been just terrible. Yeah. Losing your ace almost off the rip, dying to a smoke who's playing in VIP. Nothing out of the ordinary, to be honest. They're not doing anything innovative. They're not reinventing the wheel. You're just dying to power spot. So the question is for JJ and Co, do they avoid it? Do they just simply ignore VIP and go somewhere else? Or do they try something new for a third time that might just be the charm that they need to keep their flawless record on overtime success?
10 seconds to go.
It could be
5
blitz.
seconds to go.
As JJ's switching over to the shield operator.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a
Bringing
bomb.
the Finka as well. They've still got Ram and Buck, though, so I thought maybe JJ would try to work around the VIP clear that they haven't been able to do. Either go like fast bakery or something like that with the Blitz and Finka, but with the utility they're bringing, this looks like it's going to be a full clear. Everybody rotating up towards the roof as well. A lot of this push, again, is going to fall on how effectively JJ and Co can use the vert and use that Ram as well as that Buck. It hasn't been terribly successful in either of their takes on this bomb site either.
First of many boogie drones being deployed. I don't know if it was stopped by an impact grenade or not, but either way, Revelation's now hearing the ruckus up above. They'll set up some vert trying to counteract it once JJ and Co enter into the first floor. But they're still dealing with any potential threat of a roam, just having their due diligence. Now Twist might think better of trying to hop in and get some more boogie drones on the ground, as Snake is now here to assist for anyone walking up ground perhaps. Overall, nothing out of the ordinary. You know, Revelations, again, they've gone for a full bottom floor anchor, kind of allowing JJ and Co to waste their own time here. And it looks like for JJ and Co, they've just now noticed that and can finally get some vert down. But even then, it's not going to matter a whole lot because most of this defense is dedicated to playing around the bomb site rather than directly in it to avoid most of that vert.
They also don't have any hard.
Oh, Snake just dropped? Did you? Oh, okay, he's outside. I thought he dropped on the main hatch. Jesus. I was like, oh my god, what's the guy doing?
That would have been pretty absurd. They actually can't open the freezer hatch because they're out of hard breach charges. Emilio has already used both of his, so I mean, does this end up being a play bakery? No. JJ's blitz bottom white. He's used both of his smokes trying to cut off the players by Whiskey so he could challenge Mr. B, but now he's out of smokes. Mr. B also out of smokes, but I mean, you don't have anything to force the smoke back. You don't have anything to protect yourself against any players peeking you from Whiskey double, and there's Mr. B getting the leadoff kill on the blitz with no trade back.
Finally happens now for Rival. He'll enter in with the help of Emilio. They spot the Whiskey guy, but looks like he's now fallen away. No freebie in sight here for JJ and Co, but Snake out of nowhere from Bakery's hitting the lurk. Kiru not expecting it, but they don't check for Co. Agent's still chilling. He pushes in a reception, shuts down Emilio and almost another as we're tied back up yet again with only 10 seconds left to go.
Rival, though, a different angle, ends up winning him the gunfight. Mike W trades back onto Snake, the lurk player on back site, and they still can't get into kitchen. Recited C4's Rival. There's no time for Twist to do anything. Revelations break the overtime streak from JJ and send us to map 3.
JJ and Co just falling flat on their faces after they struck gold with 4, if not 5 rounds in a row on their cafe second half. The minute they got to overtime, everything fell apart. Sure, they killed the blitz, but they couldn't stop the plant. Sure, they traded on the smoke, but they still lost their shield, and they couldn't deal with the roamers by coat check or even get into the bomb site to threaten that post-plant position. Now they've got Clubhouse on the line where they've looked pretty choppy in recent times, except for when they played against Forsaken just recently. So this really could be up in the air for either side.
Yeah, a big missed opportunity for JJ and Co. Also, letting that plant go down in round 13, I think is going to haunt Snake for a while. He had a perfect opportunity to go deny it, and he just waited way too long. We're going to go to a quick break, give the players time to recuperate, and when we come back, we've got the final map in Challenger Series, Clubhouse. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Map 1, 7-5. Map 2, 8-6. Getting even closer. Ever tighter between these two teams. And I gotta say, Harrison, sitting on the sideline on this one, it was grueling. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. We had the round 11 miracle clutch by Emilio, and then JJ and Co. just come up short in OT. Revelations send us to map 3.
Yes, they do. Like you said, the Emilio clutch ended up not really amounting to a whole lot because JJ and Co. made some pretty terrible mistakes in the last 2 rounds. When the plant was going down on round 13, Snake had the opportunity to literally just walk up and deny it, but he waited far too long. It went down, and then you give Mr. B's team the advantage. Plus, JJ did not double up with Emilio to swing in Cocktail. Then, round 14, I mean, John was molding about it during the break. JJ and Co. have gone for basically the same push every single round on Kitchen, and it didn't work once. Where is the adaptation? If you want to compete in Pro League, you're going to have to show us a lot better than that.
I appreciate you using the light term of molding because it was a lot more than that. I'll leave it at that. But even before then, JJ and Co. I'm sure they've done some bookwork on Revelations for Cafe, right? Like they have done the exact same rushes over and over and over again on Cafe. And the one thing that was really a benefit to JJ and Co. on Bank was how well their anchor game was. Yet they just decided to give up the site multiple times and let Rev hit a gap multiple times in the beginning of that second half. Only until they were forced to clear out the roam did JJ and Co. do a good job on their defense. And after that Emilio clutch, they finally cracked it together like, oh my God, these guys are going to rush the site. Maybe we should have people anchoring to stop that. And it finally worked. But like you mentioned, during overtime, it just wasn't clicking for them. And now they've got Clubhouse where, again, the mechanics for Revelations might end up thriving here against JJ and Co., especially if they make the same mistakes where they're letting these massive gaps be spotted by Revelations on attack.
What does this mean for Clubhouse, Harrison? It's map 3 for Pro League. It's as simple as that. Do you like Revelations' chances because they're carrying the momentum? Do you think JJ and Co. can successfully reset and get back into this?
I'm liking Revelation. I mean, they're on a 3-win streak right now in Clubhouse. They've never lost this map since Challenger Series started. JJ finally won it again, but it went all the way to overtime against a team that Revelation 7-1 on this very map. I think JJ, unfortunately, he's missed his opportunity. I think Revelations are looking really good right now.
John?
I'd have to agree. Yeah, JJ and Co., they've gone here countless times. It's always looked a little rough around the edges. And the last time we saw Revelations play, they 7-1 Forsaken, which is one of the teams that has been closer against JJ and Co. So it's in Rev's court once again. It's up to JJ and Co. to pull off yet another miracle in this grand final series.
Well, here it is. It is a map 3 for all the marbles. It's Clubhouse. It's nothing fancy. And to think that both of these teams, before the weekend started, before Challenger Series even started, if you were to tell them you were going to have a chance, one map, it's Clubhouse, you win it, you make Pro League. Everyone would jump at that opportunity. Here they go to decide it all. Harrison, it's all you.
Thank you, as always, Jonah. And I think, John, I definitely agree. I don't think there's a better map to send a team to Pro League than Clubhouse. It is the oldest map in the pool. It is all about fundamentals. And if you slip on those, you allow the other team to get freaky. That's the part I love about Clubhouse. You can still play like a freak on this map if the other team is not playing the fundamentals perfectly. So far, though, you've seen both teams have big lapses in said fundamentals.
I didn't know you like getting freaky, Harrison. That's something weird to admit on broadcast, but hey, you know, you own up to it. Yeah, little known fact, now very well known fact.
Big freakster over here.
Apparently. Harrison's middle name might as well be Freak at this point. Harrison Freak Broder. Known Grim Enthusiast.
Grim and Glass Enthusiast. Is there a more freaky operator than Glass? Let me pose that.
I don't know. As long as you're not baiting, then I guess so.
I don't bait on Glass. I bait on every other operator.
You know, you're right. You don't bait. You set up a whole 10 and fortification on your Glass position and never move. You like make an entire like habitat out of where you lurk and prowl with Glass. You do. And confirm, I've seen it in my own unranked game. My own two eyes.
Unfortunately, there will be no Glaz in round 1. Instead, it's a
Ooh.
very standard lineup from
Ooh.
Revelations, one we've seen too many times. We've got the Ram for the Vert, we've got the Ace and the Hib for the hatches, and probably triple. I would imagine that's usually what they use the Ace on, and then reset it on the Blitz, looking to make space. JJ and Co. with the less and less often played Solus for Twist, who I imagine is probably going to be roaming. Although we don't have a whole lot of roam presence being set up. The farthest player off site right now is Snake, who's tucked inside of Secret. He's just going to Kiba it off and run back down the stairs. So he really did nothing there except, I guess, waste a Kiba.
Now that we know Blitz is in play, hearing that pistol ring off, I guess it's a good idea that they haven't really roamed too much, because Blitz is a great operator for this map to deal with that top floor presence. Just put a gun behind that Blitz, flash the roamer before they fall off, and that's almost always a guaranteed kill. And with Revelations plus JJ and Co. bringing a lot of Blitz, it's probably a good reason why they want to just anchor. And like we've talked about before, the anchor game has been a saving grace for JJ and Co.'s defense. What better bomb site to bring out first on Clubhouse than probably the best site to anchor on of Church and Arsenal, with all this utility at your disposal as well. Smoke and Goyo, a great combo in the new 2025 meta. You've got a zombie as well for some Kibas down below, -1 from that blue stairs position. You've got the Bandit as well for the main breach. There are no EMPs besides Asian on Grim, so they'll have to use it sparingly unless Emilio tricks that triple wall. And then, of course, they also have, again, the Blitz Habano combo. Not really much to be worried about there. And yeah, it's successful. There isn't a double breach because they weren't expecting a Bandit trick, I guess. That's a little weird.
Interesting. Mike W now only having 2. I mean, they saw the electricity.
And no more EMPs. He double through them.
Oh, yeah. So Church Wall is locked down. They can't open it. That's an avenue now gone from Revelations. A potential flank here from Twist. Asian just on the other side of the wall. He's full clearing stock. They're back to back! Asian, what are you looking at? And Kieran gets TK'd in the process of getting the refrag. I mean, hello? We just talked about fundamentals. Asian thought Twist was a teammate. Twist didn't see the rotate. Mike W team kills Kiru. And now Revelations are like, well, we kind of got to go for the execute, but we hear a Goyo get popped. That's going to stop somewhere. Mike W opening the, okay, literally nothing. Now just making his way down long, dies to Snake, recited with 1 refrag, 30 seconds remaining. He's stuck between 2 players, nothing he can do. Mr. B takes out 1. Looking for the second on AKs, but he's got a position unbroken. Emilio with the cross, and a comedic round 1 to start map 3.
Like out of an episode from Three Stooges. They bump into each other, turn around, and just no reaction. And then Mike W shoots Kiru in the face. Twist basically getting a 2K, causing chaos above, and like you mentioned, with those EMPs not getting, not helping Mike W secure the breach.
How did that kill him?
Okay, well, I guess JJ & Co. gifted a double kill there from that. Yeah, that was a little weird, but either way, that anchor going even better than anticipated. They didn't lose any bodies. They got a double entry, essentially, and just had to stare down these long angles of bottom main from AK and look for blue pressure, which there wasn't a lot of in that round. Not much more to say, and as well, doubling up on the Blitz to not let him close that gap and get 1-for-1s. Good on JJ & Co. for countering that. Are we going to get a second close-up on this?
Yeah, no. I call BS. No way that should have killed him.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah,
that's a ping diff, I guess.
bro shooting air and catching blood. That's insane.
You got ping diff.
I heart Rainbow Six Siege.
Castle Bandit coming out now from JJ & Co. after the Bandit was so successful in round number 1. Only set of EMPs on the sledge. That feels incredibly wrong to say, but here we are. I almost can't believe it.
What can't you believe, Harrison?
What happened to my boy? EMPs on sledge, man. What happened?
No SMG-11 secondary.
God.
This guy is just a shadow of what he once was.
How they massacred my boy.
Yeah. The common house cat wants the large lion. That's what Sledge
What
feels
is
like.
the never forget what you were video?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. B sprints in. He gets past Red. Now going to try and open up this cash wall. It's successful. Shield on Red is gone too, forcing that player, Twist, to play a little bit more passively. He does spot the top of the Blitz shield, and he just runs right past him! Recited, not expecting the Warden to stick here after the shield goes down, but there's a response from the rest of the team. Twist now coming under fire as well, trying to back away. Evades the shots, at least for now. JJ also attempting to cover, having to take a fight out Wolf Door. He loses it to Kiru, and it's coming up Revelations. 3 unanswered kills, 4 unanswered kills after Recited's death. They lock it down, and Revelations with round number 2.
Despite having no info about Twist lingering in red, everything else went according to plan. They were able to get the cutoff by CC wall that stops anybody from Khan helping out the Warden. They had someone down below looking through that lobby/lounge doorway, killing JJ as he tries to help Twist get out of dodge. None of it going according to plan besides Twist tucking tail and running after going 1 for 1 on that top floor. But good on Revelations, not letting JJ and Co taking an early lead in this first half. Yeah, I mean, just zero info about Twist, but yeah, everything else just went according to plan for Rev. I don't know if we saw a CCTV site pick now for JJ and Co. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that's where we're going here for round number 3, which I'm a little surprised about, but I mean, I guess they don't want to reattempt that CC extension hold. Now they've got the Azami, they've got Malusi back on the board. Frost as well, expecting maybe a Montaigne to walk up garage. This will help alleviate some pressure by Emilio early on, but also you could put some bear traps maybe over on the opposite side of the map. Oh, they're using it down below, and the shield to extend into lounge rather than a castle. Okay, makes sense.
Always a big fan of the lounge shield. Shout out Oil Pit Shield.
Mr. B invented that one, right?
He did. I mean, invented is a strong word. It was used in that one game, and then I've never seen it ever again because it was so bad.
The forbidden fruit.
Yeah.
The Oil Pit Shield.
Incredibly funny. I think that will forever be attached to his name. The Oil Pit Shield. Speaking of shields, he is on one on the Monty. Classic Rafters take. There is a Legion on the board. I don't know if Snake has any goo mines to help protect Emilio here.
Position device.
All right, Crazy Bandit, I guess. Shocking the garage wall. Also got Recited. Huge. Recited looking to clear in through lounge. Nobody's on the shield anymore. There's no one for him to find. Here's position and Wolf also making sure that no one's going to be able to play there. And they've taken lounge. Control in the hands of Revelations.
Lack of castles probably making it a faster take for Revelations overall, but they still have to worry about Rafters. Emilio and JJ still holding this quite comfortably, and JJ even killing Asian through the breach. A nice shot landed, and now there's no more Capital, which is the key operator with no Amai on the board to help the Monty walk up.
I wonder if that was, again, a lack of information from Revelations. Maybe they didn't know JJ was playing over by R90. He gets the freebie on your Capitao, who's not only an important operator for that garage take, but also has the smokes to cut off positions like Red. Recited is on a wild goose chase, I guess. Did they think someone was by strip?
I don't know, man. I guess he can walk up Red maybe to help now.
He's chased down nothing. Like, someone else was over there helping him, too. And wow, Kiru just tried to dry peek. Emilio shuts him down. Mr. B trying to distract, but as a lone Monty, there's not a lot you can do, especially when the rest of your team is falling all around you. 2 shield players look in a 2 versus 5 deficit. Mr. B can't make it happen, Rafters. It's a flawless round for JJ and Co. Retaking the lead 2-1.
Very straightforward round, and I think you're right. The Kiba was probably covering JJ, so Asian just had no idea. Maybe gadget in pocket, or in hand, I should say, ready to fire out the Azami, and JJ just gets a free entry. Now Emilio is stuck. Almost nobody was ever put there besides the Brava down below to help assist Emilio, and it just kind of went from there. Straightforward defensive hold by JJ and Co. as their opponents never got the ball rolling on their initial attack, which was to get rid of Garage. to set up for a default plant. And even the Blitz, again, having no help because all of his teammates are dead, made it a very easy crossfire for JJ and Co. And now we're going back down into the basement where this round, although it started with some funny business, the rest of it was pretty default by both JJ and Co. and Rev. You had everyone anchoring down below, expecting the shield play up above. They were able to avoid the vert, hold those long crossfires, and now this time, Revelations, maybe more reliant on secondary utility to help get that main wall opened up, but also still having a lot of emphasis on the vert. With now, I don't think we had Ram played back in round one. It was a Buck instead, right?
No, it was Ram.
Okay.
The only difference is instead of Grim, Asian's on Striker.
Still only 2 pocket EMPs, but hopefully Mike W can get 2 Selmas out instead of 1 to stop the bandit trick.
Ooh, aggressive play from the Azami, and Twist catching Kiru early. That's Ram! Playing over by Kitchen. I think Kiru maybe tried to go in quick with his buggy. I'm not sure. They also spot Recited attempting to walk his way down secret stairs, but with the lack of anybody on that verticality, the loss of Kiru is going to hurt.
Expect the unexpected. JJ and Co. feeling a little more comfortable with this round advantage. End up going for some crazy peeks and catches Kiru by surprise and us as well in the booth. That's now his 3rd opening kill in this 3rd map as well, doing a very good job at halting Revelation's aggression, and probably one of the more important operators to get off the board as well. The vertical is so important on this bomb site. I could imagine they're going to try to hold a little more proactively by the Arsenal side of the map. Resighted. Now getting some assistance here by Asian, I think it is, to help walk down the blue staircase, but he'll think better of it until these hatches are opened up. Now Asian will be the front man, peeking against the guy behind the generator, but looking to get more info first and foremost. But yet again, where's the response here for AKs, for example? Like, no one's going dirt. There's no one to really shut down that position. It'll be just another game of crossfires here, it feels like, for JJ and Co.
They do spot Twist using those footholds, and Recited does get deep generator, so the control has been established for Revelations, and now Recited has to kind of back up. Mr. B dies to Goyo fire, as is a similar theme in all of JJ's games, it appears. Recited eventually succumbs to the smoke, and Twist with a cap can kill on Mike W. Moto door, head level. He didn't even walk through it. That's pretty funny. But it's a 3-1 lead now for JJ and Co. They're looking pretty solid.
These shields just aren't working the way Revelations had intended them to, I imagine. They're still just going for it. They're like, we just feel more comfortable bringing a blitz every round, despite it not really not helping too much. And now they're even bringing the ward in. There is Ying on the board, so maybe JJ and Co. in the back of their minds are like, okay, maybe this round they'll go for something like a Ying rush. Or they just... Well, actually, no, they had Warden anyways last time. Never mind. They just have him as the red player. I'm stupid. But now Twist has a Nitro Cell, so it's Snake having the shield that allows for Twist to bring out that C4 to also have more emphasis on extending top red. That's the big difference maker that we see right now in the composition. Maybe for Revelation's sake, they'll put more emphasis on clearing red earlier, because that was the only thing they really struggled with for this map attack. The rest of their clear was almost perfect.
This is the one site that Revelations have looked really good on, so it's a good opportunity for them to at least confirm the 2-4 half. On the map that decides who gets sent to Pro League, you do not want to find yourself down 5-1. That would be almost a death sentence. But even just between last match and this one, JJ and Co. seem improved on Clubhouse, as surprising as that is. Like, literally 2 hours separate, or like 2.5 hours separate, you know, the end of that last Clubhouse and the beginning of this one. So great to see JJ and Co. improving on the fly. Revelations do spot the player red, like you had mentioned. It's Twist, who's now got that C4 to try and maybe fight against Recited, the Blitz, who will now be hopefully more aware of the Warden sitting.
The nade tossed out, breaking the shield once again, but they have a Deathmark tracker already pinpointed for Twist because he's been droned already. So they could just guarantee if he's playing in red or not without even entering the building from that plat wall. Although they will send another drone in just to be extra safe. Resighted as well, the only guy playing up by Garage right now. Might be getting some help at some point, but as they send another drone to push out Twist, he remains stalwart. There's the Deathmark Tracker C4 to follow up, expecting someone to hop in, but no, it's the down below presence to kickstart this clear, but yet they've still struggled to deal with Twist until this walk-up could maybe kill him. No! Twist will win, but Resighted's there on the trade to at least alleviate that, and with Snake proned, he's mincemeat from this cross.
Rival, though, kills Kiru through the con wall, so at the very least, it's still an even man count, despite JJ&Co losing 2 bodies on the extension. Resighted also fairly low on that blitz, is going to have to be incredibly careful. Rival also having been lit up. Mike W still has 2 Selmas if he wants to open up another angle in through Logi. Mr. B now lurks over towards gym window where there's a castle barricade staring at him. But he's only got 1 exothermic charge, so he's going to have to choose. Which barricade does he want to open? He doesn't really have the luxury of time. Just hammer away on the gym one. Mike W looking to make Rival's position more exposed here inside gym. And Mr. B's choice has been made. He decides it's going to be Master. He'll have to jump in, worry about the Frostmat as well as any angles watching him. He does get a kill, but Rival, he going down. JJ gets the refrag, and the blitz is now on the floor. It's all up to Mr. B, who has at least made his way in the bomb site, attempting to plant now behind the weight rack. Could be a bait to force JJ&Co to get aggressive, and he does find JJ. Now a 1 versus 1, but Emilio's there for the trade, and it's a 4-1 lead for JJ&Co.
And unfortunately, not having a lot of resources, I guess they didn't want Mike W to rotate to leave his blitz vulnerable. He had 2 Selmas and 3 breaching charges for the castle barricades, but instead they're like, nope, we'll send Mr. B here to get rid of only 1 of the 2. Out of 3, actually, that were still there. Could have even had the long angle to help Mr. B on that plan with someone watching it. Instead, Revelations opt to clear out from Logi, where there was yet another crossfire that injured the blitz, the only real spearhead they had left once those flashes were used up by Mr. B. And Mike W soon to follow a similar fate of just dying from a nasty angle by JJ&Co. Great trade by Emilio to solidify that round, and the 5-1 split that you were worried about, Harrison, just might happen, as this CCTV take was rough to watch by Revelations, and they're not changing anything. They're gonna have Mr. B on Vert now to play below. I mean, yeah, that can help with some pressure by like the cache side of the map, but that's really it. They still have a, oh, maybe they'll go for a different take this time, now having an incredibly new lineup. They don't have the Montaigne now to go walk up Garage. I mean, maybe they'll go for something different, but still, it doesn't look like anything too like jarring, like nothing out of the ordinary from what we see from Revelations team.
Still sticking the blitz. I feel like I kind of have to call that into question. The shield play from Revelations has left a lot to be desired. Hasn't worked a whole lot. Twist in a very exposed position. I thought he was going to stay there, but he does get out. Escapes in secret, and probably is going to look to come up secret, rejoin his team from red. Resighted and Asian may be tasked with clearing Jacuzzi's side, but actually the whole team has dedicated themselves here. Mike W going to use an exothermic charge to pop open tub wall. JJ&Co's roamers from that side of the map, with the exception of Rival. Oh, sorry, Snake is in Logi, so actually both of their roamers are still here. We've also got Twist lurking on the stairs too, so if need be, he can also come up those stairs to assist.
Pitching for the first entry, it's Mr. B on to JJ. Tale as old as time. We saw it almost every other round, it felt, on Cafe. Officially entering the building now for Rev. They spotted the guy Logi. That'll be Snake now darting away into Con. But do they know about Rival? Prone behind the bed. Spots the head of the Ash, but thinks better of it. He waits patiently, and it'll be his demise as he doesn't find anything for his troubles except chip damage onto Asian and Kiru. He had a headshot lined up and just waited far too long to react. And now it's up 2 bodies for Rev. The only thing they've got going against them is the lack of health for Asian and Kiru, but Resighted, still full health, still full flashes to use as well, still 4 smokes for Mike W and Resighted, and grenades from Mr. B. They've got so much util to kickstart this execute, and 2 bodies against JJ&Co.
Twist, though, lurking underneath that hatch, could find a freebie. Snake almost dies to, I believe, Mike W through the drone hole. Now his bandits have been cleared. He can open up that cutoff on Platwall as the rest of the execute looks to come in through Conwall. But Twisty doesn't have an angle. Mr. B ends up killing Snake with the nade. Twisty can't do anything. Plant is going to go down. And Revelations are hungry for the 2-4 half. Emilio stuck in garage. Twist struggling against this blitz on red. If he gets too close, he'll surely be blind. There's the flash. It's all down to the Azami, and he's got way too many angles to worry about. Revelations take the last round of the first half flawlessly.
I love the bait as well, waiting for the thermite charge to go off, kind of baiting Snake into playing more proactive on the breach, looking for a 1. They just throw a nade at the guy top red. He had nothing left to do except try to jump down into red stairs, but he was too low on health, and the shrapnel finished him off for a quick 2K by Mr. B. Maybe even seeing this on the replay possibly, and as well, an unfortunate death for Rival. He was in a good rat spot to at least go 1 for 1 or catch 2 kills to equalize for his team after JJ died. But, you know, sometimes patience is key in a position like that. But in this instance, it'll be his demise. He didn't find anything playing beneath the bed. That'll be the 2-4 split Revelations desperately needed. But JJ and Co, at least they still have an equal and normal half for their defense. They just have to make sure they don't give Revelations those cheeky 1-for-1s that cost them a lot of deaths back in the second map.
Yeah, and I mean, their defenses too looked a lot more solid than they did against Forsaken. Way back on Clubhouse, they on the defensive side, when they started, they won their first defense and then lost the next 3 in a row. That's what put them on the back foot and what necessitated that comeback. So this time, JJ and Co do end up getting that 4-2 half. Look a lot better on that first side. Now we'll see if they look a lot better on the attack, typically the harder side here on Clubhouse. Bringing the Capitao and the Blitz, just as Revelation did so often. The basement bomb site, big difference, I think, being the Zoe. Someone that we haven't seen this map yet.
Secondary hard breach, though, to help with the hatches. They have a lot of it, actually, so maybe they'll use Emilio to help with church wall, more or less. Maybe some pocket charges to get dirt opened up as well, since Twist is kind of lingering near that area right now. And once again, emphasis on the blitz for both teams. They don't spot the roamer by Logi just yet. This could be a huge power play for Mike W as the mute jammer is blocking it, but with there being util up above, they kind of expect it. JJ just around the corner, flashing the mute and dodges that C4, and he'll wait patiently for someone to help him deal with this roamer.
Trying to bleed the ammunition as Mike W goes for the reload. JJ ends up going down. Mike W hungry for more, but it ends up being Emilio to get the trade. He should have been a dead man, but I believe it was recited, helping him from kitchen, helping him take down JJ. The attackers, instead of having a freebie, they now find themselves in an even man count and with no shield.
Tough spot to be in. Emilio also low on health too, narrowly keeping himself alive against that Mossberg. It seems like Mike W had a lot of faith in it. Dealt plenty of damage, but he can still get these hatches opened up. They still have the chance of going down from Dirt Tunnel. Just no shield to help assist AK. And Asian has this nasty lineup too, a pixel angle to help deal with anybody dropping down this hatch, and he's tucked a lot closer to the doorway by Dirt, so it's harder for that person to swing out and kill him. He's in a very safe position, so maybe the best bet here for JJ and Co, if they have info on that location, is to just put more emphasis on blue and try to go moto rather than this kitchen drop.
Seems like the blue drop is going to be the play. Recited, getting burned out. Low HP now, has to back off of Generator, but still is able to get the kill on Rival, who dropped Moto. Twist can't deal with 2 players at once. It's another kill for Asian. Snake, last man standing. Kills Recited, but another mirror window to work against. Mr. B playing around it. He does pre-fire Asian, but all the while, Kiru repositioning in church to help his teammate. Mr. B now backed off. Snake not spotting Kiru, who's playing passive behind the bar. He's allowed into Arsenal, though, and he's good for 3. With 3 seconds left, does he have the information? No! Kiru pops up and saves the round. A valiant attempt from Snake, but the first defense goes Rev's way.
Great passivity there by Kiru. burning down the clock. It was the one thing that costed them around back on Cafe, but this time he made the correct call just to wait for Snake to either plant or push him directly, even using the pistol to try to cover ground faster, making it an even easier gunfight for the Bandit with that lack of intel. And good on Revelations as well. Mike W in a death spot, killing the Blitz, and does a lot of damage, plus wasting well over a minute too in Logi. That was almost a guaranteed kill, but like you mentioned, Recited helping him, and the Mute still going 1-for-1 is enough to make JJ & Co. in the very dire moments of that round desperately try to clear out Blue with not enough resources. I imagine they were going to try to use the Blitz either from dirt or to go directly down Blue, just to push back the Mira and make that crossfire a lot easier to digest. But JJ & Co. not having the right tools for the job anymore, not anything to break the mirror window and the amount of info Rev had. They held their positions and gave JJ & Co. a taste of their own medicine, really proving the point of why you want to keep that Azami alive with Kiba's in pocket for basement.
You also have to kind of point the finger a little bit at Rival, allowing Recited to rotate back into Church, and despite being on 1 HP, losing the fight. Had they had another player Church, that could have been a very different round. JJ & Co. now look to attack on the Jim. Still sticking on the Zofia, interestingly enough. I guess maybe for extra explosive utility. You've also got more burn. The rarely played Jaeger making an appearance. We've seen him a couple times already. Usually his spotlight gets stolen by the likes of Wamai, but see it here now. EMP successful, and the Zoe not going to allow Kiru to bandit trick. So Emilio denies it. Kiru has to back off, and JJ Co. have opened the wall in less than a minute.
That's usually why you don't see Jaeger.
Is that
just
soft?
Countered by too many operators. Which wall?
Bathroom wall.
Nope.
Oh,
Need
no,
for
it's
the
not.
other way. Yeah, I almost thought for a second it was too, but taking a brief moment there, a sigh of relief from both us and I imagine Rev, but they already knew it was reinforced. And yeah, I mean, that's why Jaeger isn't played a lot. He's just countered by too many operators or is simply outclassed by the likes of Wamai in most cases. So although it was a good idea to stop the Zofia trick with those ADSs, one EMP just disables all of them. I mean, maybe in the late round they'll resurface to stop any flashes or grenades into bathroom, but that's about it. The C4 tossed as well, maybe waiting for a melee to get a free kill, but no sound cue. He just rips it, doesn't care. That's going to be a castle barricade opened up. The C4 depleted, leaving it just in the hands of Mr. B with that explosive util. And now, JJ & Co. are beginning to finalize their clear from down below with the help of that Deathmark tracker.
He almost catches Recited rotating around, but instead he'll have to settle just for a lot of damage. Twist does open the wall into Cash, and JJ & Co. have cleared this side of the building. However, there's only a minute left, and now they have to turn their attention to the bomb site, where they don't have a ton of utility. JJ has obviously used both his breach. Twist is out of breach. Emilio is out of grenade launcher shots. You really only have the nades and the tracks from Snake. So, concerning hard utility, JJ & Co. don't have a whole lot going into this execute, and the time is starting to tick away as well. They do have a breaching charge to at least attempt to let themselves into Logi, but Revelations are holding on to it. Flashes start to come in. Kiru full blind. Rival gets the kill. There's a follow-up from both JJ and Snake, but Mr. B is still holding on gold. Finally, Emilio does him in, and he perfect trades with Asian to give JJ & Co. their first attacking victory.
A great flood by JJ & Co., even committing to have the Thermite up above to throw flashes deep. That way his teammates from Khan can remain gun up. And the Warden wasn't there to be the hard counter against that clear from Logi side. So it was a very consistent trade game as both the Bandit was flashed. Mr. B wasn't there immediately, but he eventually resurfaced to play for his trades. And then eventually from, I believe, the highway window ended up getting refragged as well. If not, just someone again from Logi put that final nail in the coffin. It looked extremely dire, but by sacrificing all that utility, JJ & Co. were just slowly limiting the positions that Revelations could play from. And those two flashes and grenades that were left in pocket were just enough to seal the deal on Logi and get that 5-3 split they wanted.
Talk about value or utility, right?
Yeah.
Incredibly impactful just from two flashes. JJ & Co. up 5-3. I mean, John, we discussed, right, in the beginning, what do JJ & Co. do well when they're winning? They dominate the opening game. Right now on Clubhouse, they lead 5-3. They're up 6-2 in terms of opening kills. The most recent being rival onto Kiru during that mass Logi 5v5 flood. Revelations decide they're going to retry the site, go back to Jim. Bit of a different lineup, though. They have dropped the Jaeger for the Wamai, as we highlighted, a little bit more powerful. They brought a Frost, too, to help prevent those easy window jump-ins we saw from JJ and Co. Rich and Mr. B getting traded back. It was actually from Emilio, who was just in the middle of Master. He literally just jumped through the window and killed B.
Yep.
So
not even on the window. He already just sent it in.
He was
fair enough.
He was in. So looking to stop that with the Frost.
I could understand why. Mr. B was in a really good power spot. He probably would have killed another one too if not for Emilio shooting him in the back. But here comes the Montaigne. Saw Mr. B attempt this play moments ago on their attacking half, and now looks like JJ and Co are met with the task of defeating that same gauntlet. This time no Bandit tucking an R90 though for a free kill on anybody unsuspecting of it. Rival as well, nasty shot. Down goes Asian. Who was the Capitao? Dying first back in that first half. There is still someone to assist the Montaigne, and Kiru not playing Swamp. He'll just push back up above. Instead, that might be Mike W's job. And JJ, what? He just kills Recited? I guess nobody was there to help him, so he was like, screw it. I'm just gonna kill him. I'm just gonna take the 1-for-1. Emilio's right behind me, so worst case scenario, he gets my trade, and now they've got garage control.
Yeah, and most importantly, like you said, they didn't need the trade. Their Monty is still alive. JJ can continue to just clear for free as the big indestructible drone that he is, and most importantly as well, John, there's no C4 from Revelation, so he can continue to walk his way through without any fear of dying to the explosive. Also, I think our observer was just trying to highlight that jacuzzi wall is soft.
Oh.
Hello?
Cool. All right. Yeah, this round is just getting more and more interesting. Damn! Oh my God,
what is this guy
Emilio.
doing outside? What?
This is a grand finals game, by the way. We've got tomfoolery like this going on. And, you know, for a moment there too, Harrison, it's funny. I almost thought that was CCTV as the bomb site because there was so much emphasis on holding garage. And I think with JJ and Co spotting that, maybe that's why they brought the Montaigne out. I'm not quite sure, but it worked like a charm.
Yeah.
And they not even went up like 3 kills in a row. They just won the round flawlessly as Revelations got desperate looking for picks to the point where they even ran out, exposed to the elements. Tack timeout now called for Rev as really nothing is working for them besides defending Church with a man advantage because of Mike W's heroics and having some help by his teammate down below. A lot left to be desired from on these defenses for Rev, and now JJ and Co, they're back on series point despite their hiccups on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, I would even argue that they didn't even have a whole lot towards Garage. They just had more than you usually do on Jim, which is, in the grand scheme of things, not a lot. Because they didn't have anyone playing in there with him. He had Kibas, and that was basically it. So you walk 2 people at him. You can only stare at one. Wow! That was the shot from Mike W. That was incredible. Or sorry, from Emilio onto Mike W. And so with JJ and Emilio both creeping up on the guy rafters, he can only look at one. And that's what JJ just unshields and fries him. So it's like if you're gonna hold on to Garage like that, even if it's on Jim, you have to have enough dedicated to Garage. Otherwise, you're just gonna get Monty walked. And now JJ and Co, they're 1 round away. They have won 2 attacks already in the first 3 rounds of the new half. And they find themselves on Pro League point. And they've got a buffer of another 3 rounds to do it. Revelations have to take a flawless site rotation just to bring us to overtime. And they're already 0 for 2 on Jim. And we don't even know what they look like on Cash yet.
Another point too, JJ and Co, they've got their timeout secured still.
Yeah.
Could either save it for OT if it gets that dire, or they lock it in on relegation. If we get to that 6-5 scoreline that's happened now now twice, maybe a third, if Revelations can recover on the defense. They've looked really good again. A defending basement. Maybe this rush could work out here as they just get aggressive. Mike W shutting down the blitz play with 3 kills from the bomb site. And Emilio injured as Asians waiting for the hop in. The rush back on Cafe for VIP did not work. This one in Dirt also just as unsuccessful. So at least the basement floor will remain flawless for Revelations, as now Twist will just kind of sit in pool table. Maybe wait to see if anyone challenges him, a bit of a pseudo timeout, so they can look forward to either re-attacking something like CCTV, where they've done a good job at, Gym, where they just won it back-to-back on rounds 8 and 9. Maybe we see Bar from Revelations. I don't think we will, but I've seen crazier things happen, Harrison.
Look at all these players starting to converge.
Oh, the double peak, bro. Oh my
totem
god.
pole. Nothing he could do. Revelations stay alive. JJ and Co, I respect the attempt, just trying to end things quickly, but Mike W, the big Wazowski, putting his foot down with 3. Like, crazy enough that he gets 2 there, but 3? No excuse. Huge play from Mike W. And here we go. Revelations are not comfortable going back to Gym after losing it twice. They'll have to play Cash.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Is JJ going to swap to Monty? They worked pretty damn well last time. No, swap to Never mind.
Maybe they'll also go for a Jacuzzi attack instead. Although Revelations kind of weary of that, they also have some utility expended over on that side of the map, probably reinforcing Jacuzzi wall. Are they going to bandit trick it because the castle barricade? I'd be a little surprised, but it makes sense. It's very hard against the Capitao to bandit trick the walls over by Plat. You're almost always guaranteed to get that part of the wall opened up, that part of the map secured as a cutoff. So Recited's not even going to commit any batteries just as like a preface. He'll just have all 4 of them used to shock the Jacuzzi wall. I kind of respect that, to be honest. Oh no, he's not tricking. He just backs off. Never mind. Whatever. You really baited me into that, man. I really thought I was gonna trick the wall, and I was like, that's a cool micro play, I guess. But never mind.
No trick.
Boring. No, he'll just trick the other wall. God, these sheeple, man. No fun allowed.
The castle barricades downstairs being dealt with by Snake, make the lounge hold a little bit weaker bit by bit. They've already used their hard breach charge on those garage walls too. There is a player swamp. I believe it's Mr. B down the smoke. They also spot Asian way down in the basement on secret. JJ aware of the potential bandit. I believe Recited was just now just actively tricking. Rival making his way into secret to try and pressure Mr. B. Got pings on him. Rival's just waiting for the call so he can pop it open. They could also potentially flame out Mr. B from the garage breach all the way to Swamp. There is no Wamai in play. Rival does end up opening it,
baited.
and they read Mr. B like a book. They've got the extra coverage from the window. Smoke is dead. Wall is open.
It makes sense to try to trick that wall because he had so much utility down below, but like you mentioned, read like a book. They had a red ping on the guy. Emilio, he just was sent in by Rival. He calmed, hey, can you watch my window while I open it with Sophia? And he does so perfectly. Great teamwork to get that 1-for-1 pick and the main breach opened up at a decent time, right? They've got a minute to work with, but no one's watching Garage, and Kiru whiffs! Wow. Kiru just mag dumped the guy and only dealt half damage to Twist.
He killed himself! What?
There's no way! The second firebolt just hits the ceiling and burns him to a crisp.
I can't believe what I just saw. I actually can't believe it. Take the crossbow out of Twist's hands.
He better wake up. That's the world we're living in, pal.
Literally freebie on Kiru after that whiff. And then Twist whiffs with a hit scan utility. Like, there's no way the Zofia gets away with this. Hold on. There's one for Rival. He drops off before any refrag can be found, but Recited probably going to get recovered. Player who is behind server stack has backed off into garage. Snake knifes Asian, has downed Recited. He does get traded back, and Kiru makes sure that the round doesn't spiral out of control. Another successful defense for Revelations. They send us to round 12.
The question now, the timeout being called for JJ or saving it for that potential of overtime. They've been flawless against these gym defensive rounds, having a pretty solid CC over clear, even against the Rafters hold. They just put a Montaigne up there, and with no help by Cash, no further commitment besides the Azami, they made quick work of it. Just a 2-to-1 tag team, and they're gone. Now we go back to the top floor. No bar being in play to secure overtime, it seems. They don't want to risk that. It's a very challenging bomb site to defend. Yeah. The hive mind of gym enthusiasts. No more bar lovers. It's so sad. But you got to understand, it's the better site most times. And Montaigne, yeah, like I mentioned, being picked once again by JJ. Not too shocked about that, because even if they don't push heavy into Rafters, it just guarantees that kind of map control. Then you can push in to help deal with red or Cash, anything like that. And all right, just go Thermite, fine. You need the heart breach, I understand. Maybe I just shut up, Harrison. All the stuff I've alluded to just been switched off last second.
They can hear you.
Rough day for the average color commentator. Rough day.
Let's make this guy look like a fool.
I don't need any help doing that. I'm fine enough as is on my own. Thank you.
You know what's funny too? You would have never expected this game to be 6-5 in the favor of JJ just by looking at the score lines. Then you also pan over to Revelations. Like, everybody's either just negative, just positive, or even. It's crazy how close this game has been. Everybody on each team contributing, which is what you love to see on a grand finals game. All 10 players in the lobby are present. JJ opening Jacuzzi very early on. There's no Mute, no Bandit, no Cade. He's the latter being banned, but nothing to stop him from doing so. I also love Snake rocking the IQ, seeing the Valk pick, making sure that Asian is not going to get a whole lot of value out of those camps.
Breaking one through the barricade as we speak of the devil. Con wall opened up shortly after Jacuzzi as well, with not a lot of pressure being allocated towards the plat side of the map. It looks like there's still some people by JJ and Co. clearing it out with drones, and they have open plat wall with the help of the Selma charges, so they won't just ignore it. They've still gotten in with relative ease. No nade even required for the shield, as I guess Revelations gave it up prematurely, maybe worried about an aggressive take from that side of the map, not wanting to lose any life early on. They still keep their 5v5, but again, a lot of util just kind of given away for free, so hopefully Revelations guns remain hot, despite it looking like JJ and Co. are going to attempt a similar clear that went off without a hitch, even in a deficit last time.
Minute 10 and no engagements at all from either side. This is an incredibly slow round compared to what we've had previously. And Mr. B with a construction hop out is good for 2. JJ and Emilio both fall. He's terrified of a potential refrag, but none will come. Twist, though, lines up 2 of his own. Mike W dies trying to protect Mr. B, working his way back in. And just like that, the advantage swings back to even.
30 seconds left to go, and there's still info for JJ and Co. They know about the guy Logi and another by sight, but there's still plenty of util. 2 toxic babes and now 1 remaining left for Revelations. They're forced to go back by Logi as a last-ditch attempt. They've got 2 stacked up over by Khan. They could try to stick this plant, and the C4's gone! There's no more plant now. They'll have to charge at him directly.
Ooh.
Recited wins 1, but it's traded by Snake. There's another confirmed for the smoke. Mossberg in hand, but he's wallbanged by Twist. Could this be the moment for JJ and Co? 2 seconds left. Tag some damage, but Asian will persevere. We go to overtime, the second in map number 3. JJ and Co losing 3 rounds in a row. Revelations will continue the good fight for Pro League.
The timeout proving successful for Revelations. Like you mentioned, like I had mentioned previously, Revelations needed a flawless site rotation just to confirm overtime, and JJ and Co cannot make it happen.
5 seconds left.
The lights perhaps too bright for this young squad. And now Revelations have the benefit of defense.
This has been their best bomb site as well, Harrison. Revelations have looked incredible defending Church and Arsenal. They completely shut down the dirt rush, which I hope JJ and Co do not go for again. They were successful on the roaming entry and defending with the help of the Mira, the Azami, the Crossfire from bottom Church as well by the black boxes. They had everything going their way. And now that they have defeated the gauntlet of regulation with 3 rounds in a row after the overtime, they're granted a second chance, a glimmer of hope back on the basement, where JJ and Co have looked a little stumped, even Spawn peeking yet again the early round aggression that we've seen from both these teams. This time, though, it'll be a dud for Mike W. Still maybe attempting to roam up above or be falling back this time around. It looks like Resighted will try his hand at a cheeky peek from that main staircase, but so far, no one looking to tussle with that just yet as the Blitz begins to enter in the standard roam clear we saw the first time JJ and Co tried dealing with this defensive hold.
They do at least identify, or starting to identify, that top floor is free. Everybody on Revelations has dipped back to the bottom floor. A full 5 on-site hold with Kiru just looking to shoot drones on main stairs. JJ and Co still have a shield. They've got Blitz. Twist still with the crossbow that he used to kill himself way back in round 11. And you got to imagine, should JJ and Co lose this map, they're going to be looking at that round, what should have been a freebie. Kiru was a dead man walking, and Twist misses the fire. I mean, you're going to be thinking about that.
The catalyst to begin
Yeah, really.
another purgatory of JJ and Co's story. Yet to fall back into T2 for another stage. One of the oldest tales of tragedy for JJ the Deputy. Vert being established. Hatches opened up, all standard for any attack for this bottom floor site. They still have breach as well to go around from dirt. JJ's got the diffuser as well. The one thing we haven't really seen yet by them is emphasis on a moto drop. Maybe for their sake, getting JJ in the bomb site fast from that position, having the vert to assist as well, and triple wall opened up. That could get some power spots cleared out for them, especially with that blue presence. Can maybe allow him to plant behind the boxes and keep an active shield up and available throughout this round. Maybe knowing that Kiru doesn't have a lot of help from his teammates besides Resighted and blue, but nope, it'll be dirt.
JJ already pushed up. Defense very aware of this. Smoke starting to come out for this Blitz to help aid in that blue clear. AK's getting smoked off as well. Resighted taking a lot of damage. Fire arrows now coming in. Asian the first casualty thanks to Emilio. Snake looking to walk down blue as JJ dies coming through vert, but Mr. B traded back. Twist now in the site. Here comes Rival, killing Mike W. Back Arsenal. A 4v2 advantage. JJ and Co looking to turn the tides on a site that they were unable to even make headway in. And on round 13, they do the impossible. Church is victorious. 7-6 JJ.
And all they need is one more round on defense, and their ticket to Pro League is punched. But Revelations have been no slouches on the attack either. This has also been a site they've struggled with, and I almost thought they would commit to that Ying pick Harrison. They haven't been bringing her out quite a lot since her ban on map number 2, maybe saving her for a moment as dire as this, but they'll go back on Grim. A more consistent info operator, more versatile secondary utility as well. And JJ and Co sticking with the tried and true basement pick of Church and Arsenal. From their most recent lineup as well, they still have the cap can in play as it immediately got the last kill of that round by Bottom Moto. Maybe we see something yet again to end this BO3 series with another EDD kill. That would be hilarious, but I would hope it'd be something more theatrical than that.
I'm getting the chills, John.
I wish I had chills too, man. I'm sweating bullets out here. It's hot in Texas. Dude, it's like...
God, you're in Texas now. Shout out John's wife.
I heart my wife so much to where I'll move to Texas and sweat to death.
Dude, that's what I did. I moved to Indiana to be with my wife. Crazy stuff.
I'm so sorry.
A far worse proposition than Texas could ever be.
That's how you know it's true love, when you're willing to go to Indiana out of all places.
already Revelations find themselves in the building. This is a very quick clear. Mike W. Sorry, recited, finds himself in garage. Kiva going up from Snake to help protect himself as he works his way back down secret. The Bailiff, unfortunately, does not do enough damage to clear that Kiva. At least Snake is able to get away with his life. I don't know if he was able to shoot any drones, but 3 have been lost from Revelations. This is similarly to how Mr. B's team defended this. This is a full 5 on site from JJ and Co. The farthest man, Rival, I think peeking the drone hole in dirt right now. Recited taking a lot of damage from Capcan. That'll be our first bit of HP lost in what could be the final round.
Something is better than nothing. It seems like JJ and Co. do not want to go for any crazy flanks either, like we saw in round 1. Hatches opened up, more info being allotted to this bottom clear. And now the boogie drones as well being finally deployed as well for Q, not ripping them early round to deny the spawn peak, I would imagine. So they've got some good headway here over by the Arsenal side of the map, but other than that, looks like they're still trying to pick their way in from blue stairs like we've seen constantly, and no pressure by Dirt allows Rival to play a lot deeper as well. He can help all of his teammates in sight and look over both Dirt and maybe even swing out for the hatch drop if need be for a potential trade, as these are the only 2 locations that Revelations are really putting any effort into right now.
To make matters worse, the church wall is fully electrified, and since Recited has hard breach charge, there's nothing to get it off, but Asian is snuck in through Oil Pit. Emilio goes down, and Mike W tags another. Twist dead in the hallway. Revelations looking to do exactly what JJ did. Winning on Church and sending us to round 15 with 40 seconds remaining to make the push happen. JJ low HP trying to battle against Asian, who's still causing chaos over by Oil Pit. Snake ends up dying. There's 1 for Asian and another as Revelations continue to battle against JJ and Co. We will need all 15.
The only weak point, the only spot that Revelations could find a way to get themselves into is exploited by Asian, slow walking down Oil Pit and finding 3 to open that round for his team and put him back on defense. 15 rounds it'll take for overtime and a timeout called for JJ and Co. The consistency between these 2 teams is crazy. Both of them able to find a win against a Church and Arsenal full anchor between Rev and JJ and Co. And now the question remains, where are Revelations going to go? They've won both CCTV and Gym after that flawless 3-round rotation. But even then, those rounds came off the back of a lot of mistakes done by JJ and Co. This really could be either team's game, Harrison, and I'm all here for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to Gym, JJ... yeah, they lost it. Oh, no, they go back to Church?
Right.
I thought they were going to bring out one of the other sites, but I guess...
I thought so too, man.
With Church, I mean, JJ's first victory here. Coming in overtime, they feel confident enough to go back to it. You see Revelation starting to poke fun at JJ and Co. saying they're shaking. They had match point. They had Pro League point. From round 9, they let it slip. They have it again in round 13. All they have to do is defend Church. And they let it slip again. A site that they were previously perfect on. And now Revelations with a completely different look here on Church. They have not played a full roam lineup on this site yet. Bringing out the Castle. Bringing out the Vigil, the Legion, and the Goyo to help hold down the bomb site. JJ and Co. have not had to attack against this yet.
And they brought the Blitz out again. JJ, once again, with that diffuser. It wasn't the Moto take that I had originally assumed, but either way, their attacking clear was almost perfect. Now they've got to worry about a semblance of a roam. Kira's been spotted by a drone. Xkairos is going off on plat. He'll break yet another as he falls back. 3 people up above, as a matter of fact, really trying to put an emphasis on slowing JJ and Co. down early as they've been doing these top to bottom clears every single time they've attacked Church and Arsenal, maybe hoping that if they can get a good roam off their anchor, it's going to be a lot harder to crack into like we saw last time JJ attacked that site.
So much emphasis in the early game here. It's recited. Now behind Akiva on drone, staring down the blitz. Prone behind paint, but Twist catches him and cleans up the roaming Legion. Now JJ's got spot on another, and Asian needs to get the hell out of there. He and Kiru both fall back, and in just about a minute, JJ and Co have the opening pick, but now Mike W with a power play. Looking to rat here in kitchen and hope JJ and Co don't drone him.
Ending the series on a potential rat spot to save the day would go down in infamy for JJ and Co. A potential spot that could maybe even make the likes of losing to Pox and Locks be insurmountable, but Mr. B is gone. Logi Bomb goes off as well. They've got full info, and I think they know about Mike W as well, now trapped in a corner. He could use the hatch to fall down, and he does so at just the right time. But now they've got info that everyone's off back into the bomb site. No one left to roam or flank.
Trying to shut down the crossfire, down long with those smokes. JJ can see the Vigil, a little bit of damage done with the impact, but fairly inconsequential. A two-man lead here for JJ and Co. Information on Asian. No more Dokkaebi calls as JJ finds himself in the site and Mike W dead. Kiru with one trying to flank him by short. Asian gets another, but now the Vigil's blind. JJ needs help. And Snake is looking to go through the long haul. Here comes the Azami, good for a kill. 2 versus 2 with the plant being completed by JJ. Now the blitz forced off of it because of Kiru. Twist finds him though, and it's all down to Asian, one of the Pro League alumni on Revelations against 2. JJ solo. Twist back in blue stairs. 20 seconds remaining. The blitz calling out Asian's position. He's got pings, but Twist shuts him down after years of grinding. A grueling lower bracket run. James, Jason, Blastful, and company, the deputy and his squad, claim the 10th NAL spot.
From losing all the way back in 2022, not making it against the likes of Pox on Locks and remaining in T3, to beating Asian and Revelations, a former teammate of Mr. B and another top IGL, Sisyphus has done the unlikely of reaching the top of his mountain. He's out of T2, and now you're 10th spot in Pro League.
I can't believe it. JJ, let's remind everyone, did not have a T2 playoff win until very recently. He didn't have one in E1, he didn't have one in E2. He struggled in E4 getting first rounded, and now he's a T1 player. He took down M80X, he took down Gasher, he took down Mr. B. All his old demons were conquered, and now they're in Pro League. I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe it's happened.
It's almost an emotional moment here as we kind of look at the journey that these guys have been on. What a road, what a path to pro, and now that door opened once again, JJ and Co are the ones to step through, opening it wide and arms open, embracing this opportunity. The final spot in the NAL goes to JJ and Co, and there really is no better conclusion for it. Harrison, we got ourselves into a position where we were looking at round 15. One round decided if your hopes for the next year were done or if you were making it to the show. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, you gotta respect Revelations, the way they played on that last round too, giving JJ and Co a new look. They had a similar roam on Church back on, I think it was round 10, but they dropped the Valk for the Azami to give themselves more longevity in the bomb site. Like W tries for a rat play that doesn't end up working out, and you got to give it to guys like Twist and Emilio too. Let me remind everyone, before this last map, Twist was 18-20 in 2 maps, Emilio 11-19. Both then dropping double digits to help carry the squad across the finish line.
John, it's unreal that this was done, not just by the players that this was done by, that JJ is there, but the way they did it. A lower bracket run, that Cinderella story, I mean, it's storybook, it's beautiful.
The bridesmaid, but never the bride. They've got married to Pro League now. They finally did it, man. And after a reversed sweep in the likes of being all the way down the lower bracket and making that comeback against every other team that they've lost to in the past, it's crazy. And I'm going to be honest, I just can't wait for JJ to start dancing on camera, man, for the interview. I cannot wait, dude.
Well, that's what we're going to do. We are going to open the stage to him and welcome in the captain of the newest NAL team. It's JJ.
I muted my mic, bro. You would, fellow or whoever said that, I know you would have expected me to be dancing right now. My emotions are all over the place, man. I've put so much fucking work into this, man. I've grinded my fucking ass off for years, man. 5 years I've been at this, man. 5. Everyone's called me shit for years. Everyone said I'm ass. No, everyone said I couldn't do it, man. And I just made Pro League. This is literally my dream come true, man. I don't even know how to explain it right now. I thought this could be possible. I didn't think it actually happened.
What was that moment when you guys realized today, in that grand final, where you said, wait a minute, like, this can happen. We can do this. Pro League is in arm's reach away.
It wasn't even today. It was yesterday. When we were in the lower bracket, we knew that if we just beat M80X, who was like a solid team, we would be able to make the run. We'd carry the momentum, and we'd be able to beat every team. Gasher's team was harder than I thought it'd be. That game, we threw every chance we could. We were up 3-6 to win it, and we had to come back, and we had to win it on attack, man. I IGL'd 2 beautiful attack rounds to win the game, and it just like that was the start of it. We knew if we could win that game, we were going to Pro League. And we handle business, and my teammates are just so good, man. I couldn't ask for a better team.
You talked to me about that a little bit, that this ragtag crew you've assembled, who are now a professional team in Rainbow Six, bringing these guys together. What was that like? Like, where did this chemistry come from?
Well, I got to start off. I got to give a shout out, I guess, to everyone on the team at this point, because Riley's been my rival. Riley has been my longest standing duo at this point forever now, man. We've been teaming since last March. A year and a couple days ago, me and him made our debut in a LCQ match for the NAL, and we spent a year grinding and everything. We've been together ever since, and we like complement each other so well as leaders of the team and like shot callers and everything. Leo has been the best player on our team by far. He is the most no one gives him enough credit, man. That guy was an Ashbane, and we picked him up and threw him on support roles, and he's just the best teammate you could ever ask for, and he performs every time out. Snake, I just couldn't be happier to have on my team, because that guy's a dog. Snake is actually that dude. Everyone's going to be mad Snake's back in Pro League, but Snake's one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Became one of my best friends on this team. I love Snake. He deserves to be back in Pro League after the stuff he's been through. And Twist as well, man. Twist was an oddball. We didn't really have many options. We didn't know who we were going to pick up for our 5th player. And Twist kind of fell into our laps, and it just worked, man. It just worked. He played lights out, man. We unlocked him the past 2 weekends. I took the leash off him. We were being too strict with him, and we let him just go make plays. And he made play. I don't know how many times he got his first pick this weekend, but he just won that last round first there in the 2. Like, oh my God, the whole team. And lastly, I need to give a shout out to our coach, Archer. Our coach has to have dealt with the worst circumstances I've ever known in Siege, man. Archer is from Ukraine. He currently lives in Ukraine. He coached the M&M roster back when they were in Pro League and at Invitational. He got scammed out of thousands of dollars. He's been stuck in no man's land, and he's been stuck trying to coach me for 8 months. Like, he deserves an award for that, man. I wouldn't be the player I am here today without Archer Omics. That guy taught us how to play real Siege. He taught us how to play structured, and we're by no means perfect, but without him, we would have been rushing every round like Mr. Beast team and have no clue what to do.
Well, in those last few rounds, as you had your eyes on that Pro League point, right? 6-4, we got to map 3. We could tell it was getting a little jittery. It was getting a little shaky. We saw some mistakes happening. What were those few moments like? Like, was it just complete chaos? Like, how did you get through that?
Just some unlucky rounds there on that 6-3 lead. The one thing that got us through that, and it got us through when we were down 6-4 earlier today versus Asher's team, was we have to be the most serious team you're ever going to meet, man. The whole weekend, we just sit, but the whole week in scrims, we were counting down the days, like, all right, guys, the last day of scrims before we disband after quals are done. I don't know what we did now, because we weren't planning on having to scrim again. We thought we were going to be cooked after we lost, so we just kept the vibes high all the time, man. Always having fun. always just cracking jokes and taking the mood off, man. Going into that 7-7 round, we said, all right, guys, for all the marbles, don't shake. And we got it done. So just keep the vibes high, man.
That's amazing. I guess the most important question, you guys gonna do anything fun to celebrate? Do you have any plans?
If people want me to, I'll pop a stream and go pop some bottles of champagne on Twitch. You gotta let me know. We can have some fun.
People want that.
But at the end of the day, man, I don't know, man. I'm just. This is a dream come true for me. I can speak. I know for Riley, the whole team, man. Me, Leo, and Riley making Pro League. And then Nikki for Snake and Twist to get them back in Pro League, man. It's a dream come true, man. This is everything I've played for in the past 5 years, man. Everything I've been through, I wouldn't change a thing at this point, man. I earned it. I did it my way. I led the team. I played well while doing it. I called well while doing it, and I got the best players I could have ever asked for. So it's fulfillment at its fullest. And then I kept Kiru. Best thing I could have ever done. Hate Kira, bro. I dropped him 3 times. I would drop him more if I could. Hate that kid. And Resided is so stupid, bro. We begged Resided to stay in our team before Pro League or before CL started, and he left us for Kiru. What a dumbass. Have fun in T2, buddy.
Wild finish. Are there any final words as you guys look ahead to your Pro League stage ahead, your Pro League year 2025?
I don't got any words, but I got some actions. Everyone in CL, take it, baby! Ah! Woo!
And we'll wrap that bad boy up with that. JJ, thank you so much. And what a finish for you.
Thank
JJ,
you.
good luck in the NAL. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
All right, so long. What a finish. What a beautiful conclusion to this journey for this team. Harrison, we expected some good stuff from JJ. Safe to say he delivered.
Absolutely. I wouldn't change JJ for the world. Like you said, people have called him shit for 5 years. They've actually called him shit for longer because he's been playing T3 for longer than that. And I remember, he's one of those players that I basically, it's kind of weird to say as a caster, but I kind of watched him grow up from, like a 15-year-old playing T3 to making the league. So this is a crazy. I still I don't know if I've fully processed yet that JJ is a pro player. It's so crazy.
It's wild to be living in this timeline, John. We've said this so many times throughout this weekend. Is this really happening? And if this happens, should we be worried about our general timeline and other things going on? Clearly, it's happened. We're living in it. It's pretty wild.
I don't know what else to really say. It's a dream come true for JJ, and I think this is one of our first ever promotion games as well, Harrison. Back when we casted CL, it was just for bragging rights. So to go all the way from the dark ages of being stuck in T3, having a rough start at T3, and going all the way through it and beating the gauntlet to make Pro League, I mean, that's icing on the cake. He finally got a Cinderella story where he got out of it.
A very impressive journey, as we said, for JJ. 5 years in the making for these teams in the Challenger Series. It's been a heck of a month, a heck of a last few weekends of competition in the past. As we look to the future, though, R6 Reload is just around the corner, happening right here, twitch.tv/Rainbow6 on May 10th, followed very shortly thereafter in June by the NAL, where you will get a chance to see JJ and Co. compete with everyone else in the Pro League in North America. It's been an incredible journey here this weekend. For our producer, Ferme, for Crow, for Fellow, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you later.